Chapter 851. Upcoming Assessment. From the moment Dardates became Jonghung's teacher, the first request made by the old man was for Jonghung to not reveal that he was related to Balance Blade. According to Dardates, that was how an assassin survived. 200 years ago, a traitor destroyed the Balance Blade's plan to assassinate Octavian. At the same time, the traitor had also exposed all the core members of the organization. All of them were top-tier assassins worldwide, and each possessed extraordinary assassination skills. However, once their identities were exposed, they were surrounded by the government, and the Hounds hunted them down after that. Only a few survived this disaster. After that, Balance Blade also learned a lesson from it. The core members no longer disclosed their identities to each other. Only the Speaker of the Assassin Council and the Priest of Christ knew the identity of all the members. However, the organization did not prevent the members from associating with each other privately. If they found someone trustworthy, they were free to disclose their identities to each other. You have already met the priest, and now the Speaker of the Assassin Council is my old friend. He is known as Faceless. The two of them know your true identity. Other than them, one more person knew who you are. Her nickname is Hyacinth. Hyacinth, who is he? Jonghung asked. You should be asking who she is. You haven't passed the test and are not officially one of us yet, so I can't tell you too much about her. Dardates gave a weird expression when he mentioned Hyacinth. He looked warm and wary but mixed with a hint of guilt. We don't have much contact, but she went to see you not long ago. That was because I needed more people to encourage you to join Balance Blade. Hyacinth has a huge social network in the organization. And she has at least 3 votes in her hand from her admirers and herself. Who? Anyway, you don't have to care about her too much. She doesn't like me, and she probably won't like you too. But rest assured that she will not sell your identity, Dardates said. Except for the 3 people I mentioned above, no one else in the organization knows your identity. The only information I have released about you is your potential and that you are a non-believer, especially your attitude toward the Balance Blade. I can't and should not hide it. Although it had been a while since Dardates left the city of Rome, Jonghung hadn't forgotten Dardates' instructions. Cornu, on the 2nd floor of the tavern, had unexpectedly elected to stand by his side. And Jonghung also guessed Cornu most likely came from the Balance Blade as well. When Cornu tried to test Jonghung with the Balance Blade's doctrine, Jonghung denied his knowledge immediately. This was mainly because Jonghung did not intend to get too involved with the Balance Blade, especially when the 2 rivals, the Balance Blade and the Hounds, were about to go to war. For Jonghung, he did not intend to intervene in this war that had nothing to do with him. Dardates had been sent to a place far away from Rome, which also meant Jonghung had no one he cared about in the Balance Blade. Hence, he didn't intend to discover Cornu's true identity. He did not even ask the priestess to verify him. That was why, a week later, Cornu and others concluded that Jonghung was not from the Balance Blade. In the past, the members of the Balance Blade were required to have good faith and a sense of belonging to the organization. They did not expect that someone got to join the organization without knowing their doctrine and belief well. While the fight between the Balance Blade and the Hound was ongoing, another matter concerned Jonghung. It had almost been 2 months since he arrived in the southeast city. In other words, the next round of assessment was just around the corner. Jonghung had been preparing to make sure that he could pass an entire week's assessment. The result of this assessment would determine whether he could return to Commodus' side. Although a lot of work was still needed to grow the new forces he formed in the southeast urban area, Jonghung had helped them clear their most significant obstacle that could hinder growth. He believed that Soap, Marcus, and others should be able to cope with the situation. That would mean he could withdraw from it and start investigating the whereabouts of Altrus. So in this assessment, Jonghung needed to pass with flying colors. The person responsible for assessing the work of the patrol team was a young nobleman in the Senate named Binota. Known for his integrity and selflessness, he was unanimously elected as the assessor. Firstly, everyone felt that he was the only one who could do this job since he was not afraid of offending anyone. Secondly, sending him away could prevent him from finding faults in the Senate. Half a month ago, Fabino began assessing the patrol team's work in various neighborhoods. He had basically traveled around Rome to assess different places, leaving only the southeast area as the last stop. The southeast city had been put at the bottom of his list because Fabino felt that there was nothing worth assessing over there. Everyone in Rome knew that southeast city was a hellhole. The place was filled with criminals and villains, and most would avoid the place at all costs. However, when Fabino became an assessor, he had heard many rumors about the place, but he did not know how bad it was. Hence, he only brought 2 guards to inspect the place. As a result, they were robbed before they could reach the door of the patrol station. The 2 guards were no match to the gangsters over there. Not only did Fabino lose all his valuables, but he even received 2 punches in his stomach. After that, the patrol team also failed to help him to catch the criminals and retrieve his personal belongings. It was no surprise that Fabino gave the lowest scores to the patrol team in the southeast city again and again. In all fairness, he wasn't trying to avenge himself. Whenever Fabino gave the lowest score to the place, he felt that he had committed a misdemeanor. After he saw the condition of the place, he wished that he could give them an even lower score. The place is doomed and hopeless. And the Senate has no intention to do anything about it. I bet someone there must have accepted bribes. That's why they turned a blind eye to this situation, Fabino complained to his friend. I really don't want to go to that hellhole anymore. Despite saying that, the responsible Fabino would go there to pollute his eyes every 2 months. And he had learned his lesson well. Whenever he came here to inspect the place, he would bring a group of armed guards with him in addition to the 2 patrol team members that were assigned to him. This was to ensure that the previous tragedy would not happen again. So early that morning, Fabino appeared on the streets of the southeast city with his armed guards. Chapter 852. Do you want to take a look? The streets of the southeast city still looked as bad as ever. The road was muddy and filthy, mixed with urine and human feces. The stench was unbearable, where children with dirty clothes ran around barefooted. Their fathers worked in an even harsher environment. After their mothers finished their housework, they would stand at the side of the street to see if they could find any potential customers that might look for their service. Fabino quickly took out the handkerchief he had prepared earlier to cover his mouth and nose to avoid being overwhelmed by the smell. The law actually prohibited the residents from pouring their waste products on the street, but it seemed the law did not apply here. After that, Fabino remembered that a deadly plague was unleashed onto this place about 5 or 6 years ago, taking away with it a third of the lives here. Initially, Fabino thought that there would be fewer people here. At that time, this place did look a bit lifeless. However, he did not expect an influx of new immigrants and the birth of a batch of newborns. It became even livelier than before. Fabino had to admit that the life force in this place was indeed extremely tough. But when he cast his gaze on the distant street, his mood took a worse turn. Because that was the place where he was robbed and beaten up when he visited the southeast city for the first time. Fabino was the only son in the family, and he was well protected. Ever since he was a kid, no one had scolded him, let alone getting beaten up. During that time, he was being pinned to the ground and beaten up by the thugs. In a panic, he seemed to have swallowed a few mouthfuls of mud. It took Fabino half a year to convince himself that he should just ignore whatever that was contained in the mouthful of earth that he ate. However, every time when he visited this place, the traumatic experience would still come back to haunt him. Fortunately, whenever he felt uncomfortable, he could regain his lost sense of security by turning around and looking at the guard behind him. However, when he turned his head around, the sense of security that he just gained was lost again. What's going on? Fabino's expression changed drastically. Has the public security in the southeast city deteriorated so badly? The robbers here have just evolved into a group of armed soldiers. All this just to rob me. He saw a group of people in armor, armed to their teeth with weapons in their hands, appearing from the other side of the street, steadily approaching Fabino. After Fabino expressed his concerns, the guards around him became nervous too. Immediately, they drew their weapons as if they were going to fight an epic war. Since they were chosen to become the guards of the Fabino family, they were definitely not of the mediocre breed. Many among them had joined the army before, which was precisely why they could see that their enemies were hard to deal with. Not only were they equipped with high-quality weapons and armor, but they also wore a very unusual temperament. Clearly, they were the kind of people that had bathed in blood before. Although they had almost the same number of people on both sides, it was still unclear if they could win the fight. The captain of the guard was very conscientious. He lowered his voice and said to the two guards from the patrol team, "You two will take Sir Fabino to a safe place first. We will stop the enemies." So Fabino, in huge shock, caught between the two guards, was about to flee for his life. He had even thought about filing a complaint against this place to the Senate before going home. He wanted to tell everyone that the large and small forces in the southeast area were ready to rebel. One of the men from the opposite armed forces stepped out and said respectfully, "Master Fabino, where are you going?" "Eh? Ares?" Fabino was stunned and finally recognized the person. Earlier, when the sunlight shone on the armor, it blinded his eyes, and he could not see what they looked like. He had never thought that the armed forces in front of him were the patrol team. When they met Ares and his patrol members for the first time, they looked poor. They did not have proper equipment nor the money to improve their team's condition. They looked more like a group of beggars. Now they looked like elite armored guards. This was something he could never have imagined. It had only been 2 months. The man who was helpless about the situation in the southeast city had now returned to his prime. What surprised Fabino was that the other patrol members had also changed a lot. No longer consumed by fear, they were now filled with confidence. And Fabino started to feel that he could now rely on them. Fabino shook his head and quickly drove this absurd idea out of his head. No. 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 This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. He was not looking down on them. Since he was the assessor, he knew the difficulties Ares and the other patrol members were facing. Fabino knew that he could not blame Ares for it. There was no one who could solve the problems here. The southeast city had been in chaos for a very long time, and several emperors had failed to bring changes to this place. It was unrealistic to hope that Ares could save it. However, he could not let his emotions overtake the job. Fabino still had to give them a score according to the actual situation here. As for allocating funds and manpower to the patrol, that was something out of his control tool. Fabino was acting in a rather awkward way now. After he saw that the armed guards were his allies, he decided not to run anymore. He could not help but ask, "What the hell are you doing? Where did you steal all these armors? Hurry and return them to their owners. I know that you want to score well in this assessment, but that's not the right way to do it. Master Fabino, you have misunderstood us. This is our armor." Jong Hung stepped out of the crowd and said, "Oh, you are the gladiator who came to help the patrol team. I have seen your performance. You are really amazing." Fabino did not hesitate to praise Jong Hung. "Especially when you dealt with that crazy bison. You defeated it with only a rope. You are the best gladiator I have ever seen. But have you offended someone? Why were you assigned here for your first mission?" "No, I come here voluntarily after I learned about the situation in the southeast city from Clint. And I want to do something about it," Jong Hung said. "What do you want to do for this place?" "Burn it to the ground," asked Fabino. "Only fire can purify the evil of this place." "No, I want to bring order back." "Ha ha ha. Then I want to build a pyramid for myself." Fabino smiled halfway, but he quickly put it away and asked again, "Wait, are you serious?" "Yes, I am." Jong Hung took a wooden box out of his arms and handed it to Fabino. The latter's face sank, and he waved his hand. No, I'm different from the other people in the Senate. Didn't Ares tell you? I won't take the bribe. Since this is your first run, I will hold you responsible. But if you dare to bribe me next time, I will definitely ask someone to arrest you." "No, you have misunderstood me. This is not bribery. I'm returning your belongings," Jong Hung said. "Who?" Fabino raised his eyebrows and took the wooden box doubtfully. After opening it, he was taken aback. It was the engagement ring he had lost 6 years ago, as well as some miscellaneous items. All the items he had lost in the robbery were now back in his life. In addition, we also caught the group of robbers who robbed you, but unfortunately, 3 of them have died, but the mastermind is locked up in the prison of the patrol station. Zhong Heng added, "Do you want to see him?" Chapter 853. Facing the Nightmare. When he heard the last sentence that Zhong Heng uttered out, Fabino wondered if he had gone to the wrong neighborhood. Was this still the southeast city that he had been to 6 years ago? Was it still the chaotic land that was filled with criminals and villains without law and order? According to Fabino's impression of this place, criminal activities were supposed to be rife on the streets of the southeast city all the time, and the patrol team only managed to crack a few of the cases. Even for homicides, they were usually left unsettled. As for the robbery that happened 6 years ago, Fabino was the only person that provided useful information to the patrol team. At that time, Fabino was furious. He could still remember that he was swearing most of the time rather than describing what happened. In other words, catching the robbers was close to impossible. If it weren't for the wooden box in his hand, Fabino would have probably patted Zhong Heng's shoulder, laughed, and told him that he told a good joke. It would not help with the assessment, but Fabino was now looking at the box. He was pretty sure that the thing inside was the ring that he lost 6 years ago. And for this reason, he almost messed his marriage. Afterward, he spent a lot of effort attempting to retrieve it. Of course, he did not rely on the useless patrol team. Instead, he mobilized the family guards, and he sought help from the vigils. In total, he dispatched almost 200 people to search for his ring, enough to be considered a small army. Unfortunately, the search yielded no result. This was proof that neither the vigils nor his family guards could carry out any investigation at this place. They did not get any help during their investigation. This place had its own set of operating rules, and the people here were obviously very xenophobic. Otherwise, the patrol team would not have lived in such a state for so many years. No matter how upset Fabino was, he could only admit that he had bad luck. Considering the woman he married came from a rather prominent background, he had to spend a lot of time appeasing his future wife. And at one point, he became the laughingstock of the upper society. Fabino did not expect that one day he would be able to retrieve the lost engagement ring. He closed the wooden box in his hand and took a deep breath. Of course, I have been looking forward to this reunion for a long time. Fabino followed Zhong Heng and others to the patrol station. At this time, the assessor found out that the patrol had actually moved from the previous dangerous building without an owner to a new house that had just been built. Not only was the building larger, but it also appeared studdier too. But considering the special circumstance of the southeast city, the patrol team's family members still lived with them. It could ensure that they were always safe. Ari's daughter Via was patrolling outside her new home, but she was not carrying a slingshot this time. It had been replaced by bow and arrow. The short bow on her back was given to her by Zhong Heng. Zhong Heng had also taught her archery. After his meeting with Lockheed, the tense situation had now eased. Strictly speaking, Via was not patrolling, she was just practicing archery at the front entrance of the new building. Master Fabino, Via remarked politely when she saw the assessor from a distance. And she quickly put away her bow and arrows. "Who? Are you Via? Is there something wrong with my memory? You seem to have something extra compared to 2 months ago." Fabino knew about Ariz's daughter. She had always been rude whenever they met. She would dress like a boy, hiding at the patrol station's corner, ambushing strangers that walked in. After that, she would yell and threaten to blind their eyes with her slingshot. This was, of course, not a good thing for people who came to the patrol station to report crimes. Fortunately, Fabino realized that no sane person in this place would come to the patrol station to report crimes. Hence, Fabino did not have a bad impression towards Via, who was always ready to ambush someone. He noticed that Via was still alive and well, but whenever she looked at Zhong Heng, her eyes would always show a touch of admiration. Fabino finally knew what the extra thing that he found on Via's body was. It seemed like someone finally managed to tame the wild monkey. Fabino certainly knew who brought the changes to the patrol team. Ares had been the captain of the Southeast City Patrol team for a long time. He knew exactly what he was capable of. The possibility of catching the person who robbed him 6 years ago and retrieving the engagement ring was not something he could pull off. So there was no doubt that the current changes in the patrol team were brought by the Oriental man next to him. Fabino found that he became more and more interested in the gladiatorial champion of the Flavian amphitheater. Still, Fabino had to meet an old friend before getting to know Zhongheng more. Is he being locked here? Fabino followed Zhongheng into the backyard of the patrol station. There was a row of bamboo poles for drying clothes. The house behind the bamboo poles was originally Copper Arms and his men's torture room. After the patrol team took over the place, they modified it into a simple prison. Yes. Zhongheng pushed open the door of one of the cells. The room was a little dim, and 6 years had passed since the incident, but Fabino still recognized the man in the room at a glance, the man who had brutally robbed and beat him on the street 6 years ago. It was this bastard who forced him to open up his hand and snatched his ring. He was undergoing a lot of pain at that time. Before the man left, he landed 2 punches on his stomach. The physical pain was nothing, but the feeling of humiliation and helplessness had scarred Fabino's life. And now, he was finally standing in front of his nightmare again, like Batman walking into the Batcave for the first time, facing his fear, and crushing it fiercely. Your name is Sotheby, right? Do you still remember me, bastard? Fabino stepped forward 2 steps and sneered. The man named Sotheby curled up in the corner like a frightened old dog. He then raised his head when he heard someone calling out his name. However, he put on a blank look when he saw Fabino. Fabino frowned and asked Zhongheng behind him, "Did you torture him?" "No, he was already in this state when we found him. In a gang fight about 2 years ago, someone hurt both his legs. He was not allowed to stay in the gang anymore, and he couldn't find a job. His wife and children left him after that, so he had to live on the streets, making a living by picking up leftovers. But you know, there are not many leftovers in this kind of place," Zhongheng said lightly. How could this be? Fabino was a little lost for a while. He had imagined how to deal with him countless times when he found him in the future and washed away the humiliation he suffered in the past. However, when he saw him in this state, he felt that he hit a cotton ball after he clenched his fist. Chapter 854. Belated Justice. Fabino anticipated his second meeting with Sotheby to be dramatic. Sotheby and his men should still be thinking about robbery. Fabino had also imagined that they would be captured by the law enforcement officers when about to rob someone. It would be better if he was the one to lead the law enforcement officers. If that was not the case, he wanted to wait for the day where Sotheby was captured. He would question him in a deep voice to see if he still remembered him. Sotheby should feel a little confused at first, and when he remembered who Fabino was, he would be terrified of him, worried that the other party would use his power to make him pay for what he did to him. After that, Fabino would walk up to Sotheby and stand face to face, allowing Sotheby to experience the fear and humiliation he had experienced that day. This was the classic example of an eye for an eye. However, when Fabino looked into Sotheby's eyes, he realized that whatever he had imagined was something that he would never do. Brutus men would never abuse their power and bring harm to the weak. This was the difference between Sotheby and him. It was also the difference between a good person and a bad person. Besides, Fabino knew that it was pointless to do something like that. Sotheby was already living a miserable life. No matter what he did, bringing him any further shame would be impossible. And Sotheby could not even recognize him anymore. So when Fabino walked out of the cell, he transformed into Aunt Xianglin and kept on repeating how this happened to him. And Zhongheng, beside him, also had to speak up. "I don't know what you are thinking right now, but his situation is still quite common around here." "Quite common?" Fabino repeated Zhongheng's words blankly. "Yes, this place gas a shortage of everything, but not young people who want to improve themselves and their lives. As long as you have the money, you can continue recruiting to expand your territory. Everyone in this neighborhood has heard of the legend of Lockheed. But for so many years, there is only one Lockheed in the southeastern city. Most of them end up like Sotheby over there. They firmly believe that they would become the next Lockheed. So, they actively participate in all the gang fights. They are, however, considered cannon fodder by their leader, and when they can no longer work for the gang, their gang will abandon them and recruit new and younger people at lower prices. As I said, this place is short of everything, but there is no shortage of young people who want to become more powerful. Jonghung paused and continued, when you were robbed, Sotheby had already robbed over 60 or 70 people on the street and had participated in no less than 10 gang conflicts. It was only a matter of time before he became like this. But I haven't made that bastard feel the fear and humiliation I felt, Fabino complained, dissatisfied. Sorry, what did you say? Jonghung raised his eyebrows. Forget it, forget it. Fabino waved his hand in a disappointed manner. He was not stupid, but he had been struggling with this matter for a long time, and he could not snap out of it. Now he finally understood the message that Jonghung delivered to him. He and Sotheby were born in a completely different world. Sotheby was born in a world full of crime and sin. Sotheby had seen and done a lot of horrible things. After he robbed a nobleman, he was not worried that the nobleman would come back and seek revenge. This was why Sotheby forgot about him completely when he met him again. To Fabino, losing the engagement ring and being beaten up was the most traumatizing part of his life. But if they were to exchange positions, where Sotheby was the one who was beaten and robbed by Fabino, the most he would do was curse at Fabino and forget about it after that. He had more important things to worry about, such as how to fill up his stomach, please his boss, and how to live to see tomorrow. Damn! Why did I hold the grudge for so long? Fabino kicked a small stone on the ground. Instead of saying that he was annoyed by the fact that Sotheby had changed so much, it would be better to say he is unhappy with his immaturity. The revenge plans that he came up with were nothing more than a joke. Fabino raised his head again after venting, and he looked at Jonghung again. Anyway, thank you for helping me retrieve my engagement ring, especially considering that this matter happened so long ago. It must have taken you a great deal of effort to do something like this. That's not true, Jonghung said truthfully. As Fabino said, the incident happened 6 years ago. Jonghung would have to spend a long time catching the person behind it if he went through routine investigation procedures. However, with the cooperation of the Jewish gang, getting back the ring and finding the assailant wasn't too troublesome. The three major forces in the southeast city now had common interests with Jonghung, and they needed to help him get back to Commodus and deal with the senator, Wobliat, as soon as possible. Technically speaking, Jonghung wasn't the only one that had worked hard to make sure the place could pass the assessment. The entire southeast city now worked with him. Personally, I am very grateful for this, and I have decided to invite you to my house for dinner one day afterward. To be honest, some of my younger sisters and an aunt are very interested in you, but after expressing his gratitude, Fabino's expression became solemn again. You should have heard some rumors about me. You know what kind of person I am. I will not let personal relationships affect my work. Since the Senate chooses me as the assessor, I shall perform the assessor's duties faithfully. I will give you the appropriate score based on what I see here. Of course, it is our job to solve the case and catch the criminals. Jonghung nodded and said, the patrol team should be mostly responsible for the justice that came 6 years late. You don't have to be so humble, Fabino waved his hand. I still know the general situation here. It is great that you helped me find the ring. Without personal feelings, I would still give you an extra point here. If you are ready, let's start. After receiving Jonghung's order, Ares gathered the patrol team members in the open space outside the building. Fabino walked in front of them, carefully inspecting their weapons and armors that dazzled him earlier. He then nodded and said, the appearance and equipment maintenance are all done well. No, I should be saying they are almost perfect. I think I can give you full marks for this section. That's right. Now they look like Imperial Guards. Before that, they looked like a beggar. The veteran patrol members such as Ares and others almost cried when they heard the compliment. It was just a simple compliment. Yet, they had not heard anyone complimented them ever since they were transferred here. Although Fabino knew about the situation here, he did not criticize them too much whenever he came and inspected them last time. However, the look of contempt on him had deeply hurt their self-esteem. They were so used to being at the bottom and getting the lowest score to the point that they had almost forgotten what it felt like to be praised. Afterward, Ari showed the training results to Fabino. Although Fabino was not that proficient in martial arts, he was still quite observant. He saw that the patrol team's combat technique had improved a lot. Fabino was very surprised. He thought that they did not know how to fight. If it was last time, they might even lose to the kids on the street. Chapter 855. The Lucky Oriental Man. Although Fabino witnessed how much the equipment and morale of the patrol team had changed, he still found it difficult to believe that the security situation in the southeast city had improved. After that, Fabino went on the street with Jonghung and the patrol team. He saw all the passers-by, whether men or women, young or old, stopping what they were doing and greeting them in a different accent. When an old fishmonger stopped in front of Fabino and gave him an expressionless greeting, he was instantly weirded out. Well, what the hell is going on? Are they trying to lower our guard so they can secretly assassinate us afterward? No. Out of politeness, they just want to say hello, Jonghung said. This is weird, Fabino touched his chin. If I remember correctly, the people here have a bad attitude towards outsiders, the people here feeling that they had come to take advantage of them. Although in reality, it is this city that has taken advantage of them, I believe they are more likely to spit at us rather than say hello. It won't be easy for them to change their old habits, but at least they are trying to make a change. Anyway, saying hello is a good start, isn't it? I think we will know the answer to this question soon. Fabino seemed non-committal. Fabino had an instinctive suspicion of everything in the southeast city. He had always felt that what he saw now only an illusion, but he also firmly believed that he would find out the truth as long as he paid enough attention. He did not know how Jonghung managed to make the southeast city natives standing before him cooperate with him and together, creating a harmonious scene. However, the southeast city was a vast place. Fabino did not believe that Jonghung could take care of the entire city. After they spent half a day walking on the street, Fabino was in a state of great shock. Not only did he fail to find any evidence that Jonghung had forced the residents to work with him, but he actually found signs that the security in the southeast city was indeed improving. Although this place was still poor and dirty, the criminal activities on the street had greatly reduced, and some order had been restored. Wherever the patrol team went, Fabino could see that criminals were actually afraid of them. And from the records handed to him by Aries, it was apparent that the cases solved by the patrol and the criminals they arrested had dramatically increased. This exceeded a 0-to-1 improvement, where the number of criminal cases solved by the patrol team had topped all the other regions of Rome. However, considering the unique environment here in the southeast city, the number of criminals caught by the patrol team was just the tip of the iceberg that this place was. Including Jonghung, only 13 people were in the patrol team. Ironically, among all the other patrol teams from other regions, their team had the fewest members, but they were responsible for the largest and most complicated neighborhoods. Even a strict assessor like Fabino could not find why he should not give Jonghung and the others a high score for what they had done for this place. The changes that the patrol team brought to this place were rather noticeable. Anyone with a pair of eyes could see that it all began with the arrival of the former gladiator champion named Jonghung. Early the following day, Fabino's assessment report was sent to Commodus. After the young emperor read it, he put down the report and asked Clint beside him. "What do you think?" Although Commodus tried his best to maintain a stern look, the excitement in his tone revealed his current thoughts. Clint bowed. "It seems our gladiator champion is not only good at fighting, but he has also proven that he can be helpful to you. Your Majesty, I think you can consider recruiting him to lighten up your burden. Apart from that, Your Majesty, this also proves that you are very good at judging a person." "I knew it." Commodus slapped the table. "I knew he was the one I was looking for." A flash of jealousy appeared in Clint's eyes, but he hid it well. When Commodus looked at him again, Clint showed a touch of relief, as if happy that he had found someone capable of working with him. The security problem in the southeast city has bothered the emperors for a long time. Even my father could not solve it, but he did what all the predecessors could not do, and it only took him 2 months to achieve something so great. He did not ask for funding and more manpower from us. Commodus gushed in excitement. Yes, single-handed, courageous and strategic, very rare indeed. Clint praised Zhonghang without the slightest hesitation. Don't overcompliment him. Kang Mauda smiled when he heard Clint praising Zhonghang. About being single-handed. You are the one that spread the news about 1,000 Imperial Guards are going to station in the southeast city, right? Without this news, I don't think he can deal with the old and powerful gang leaders over there. And I heard that you had participated a lot in this plan, but you didn't mention a word about it. This is probably what I like most about you, Clint. The young emperor patted the advisor on the shoulder. Many are blinded by power. They were once good people before they tasted power and wanted to do something for the people. But gradually, their minds became corrupted. They wanted more and more power until their hearts were completely occupied by jealousy. I have seen many people like that around my father, but I can be sure that you are not such. The Empire is fortunate to have an upright and humble person like you. Your Majesty, your compliments are making me nervous. I am just fulfilling the vow I made when we first met. I wanted to be your eyes, to help you uncover more truths. Yeah, you are my eyes, and Altrus is my hand. And Zhonghang, let me see what I can get out of him. Commodus rubbed his hands in glee while he spoke. Bring him to me. Yes, your Majesty. Clint bowed, turned, and exited Commodus's study room. When he came to the hallway, the smile on his face disappeared. Although Zhonghang was now his political ally, Clint still felt uncomfortable when he heard Commodus praise a person like that. He knew the emperor all too well. Earlier, Zhonghang had proposed to let him participate in the public security restoration plan of the southeast city, and he was even willing to let him lead the plan. Although Clint agreed to it, he did not adopt Zhonghang's original plan. Instead, he withdrew. The only thing that he did was spread the news in the Senate. He believed that it would work on Commodus, and at the same time, maintain his humble and non-power-hungry image in front of the emperor. Clint knew very well that Zhonghang was the key to help him stabilize his position at Commodus's side. And that was the truth. But compared to what Zhonghang got from this plan, Clint was still considered a side character. But now, he could not be bothered by it anymore. The competition between him and Altrus had almost reached its climax. And Commodus obviously favored Altrus more. Bringing Zhonghang to Commodus's side might not help him eliminate Altrus, but he could at least distract Commodus and give him more time to prepare for it. Damn it, what a lucky Oriental man, Clint muttered in a low voice and left the palace. Chapter 856. Clint's Whisper. Zhonghang did not expect that Commodus would come to him so soon. Logically speaking, it would take at least 2 days for the report to reach the emperor after it was delivered. Meanwhile, Zhonghang took a break. He brought the slave girl to wander around Rome. They first went to Perfume Street. The slave girl was a little curious. She saw Zhonghang opening a bottle of perfume on the shelf and put it back after sniffing it. Why did you put it back? Don't you like it? The slave girl blinked her eyes and asked. Oh, no. I just needed a little whiff, he said, picking up a bottle and paying for it. He then tossed the bottle of perfume to the slave girl. I'll give it to you. Really? The slave girl took the perfume joyfully. While Zhonghang was not paying attention to her, she opened it and applied the perfume to her hair. Next, the two walked out of the perfume shop. They went to Macia Square for a quick walk before heading to the portico of Octavia. Located at a good distance from the city center, there were no markets or insulae in this area. Instead, the place was covered by large areas of green grass, temples, and sculptures. It was an excellent location for leisure and travel. The monumental portico surrounded the verdant atrium. In the center of it was the temple of King Jupiter and Queen Juno. The frescoes and stucco portraits at the portico told ancient myths and legendary tales related to them. From afar, they could also see Alexander's bronze statue. Travelers and believers that crossed the portico and stopped in front of the statues could feel the solemnness and tranquility of the place. The slave girl found a spot on the grass and sat down. She then took out the lunch that she prepared earlier and chatted with Jonghang. When the slave girl worked in the Victor Arena, she had never thought about the meaning of happiness. But at this moment, she felt that she could reach out and grasp it. "Are things going well with the patrol team?" the slave girl asked while taking a bite of the bread. "Well, although there have been some hiccups, everything did go according to my plan," Jonghang said. "You can perhaps say that it is going way smoother than I thought." "So, are you going to work for the Emperor next?" "That would be the case if there are no more hiccups to my plan," Jonghang nodded. "That's great. You can expose Clint's true nature to the Emperor then." The slave girl was still thinking about Clint, the two-faced villain. Jonghang laughed when he heard what she said. "It's not that simple. It doesn't mean the Emperor will believe me." "I believe you." "Fully," the slave girl said with conviction. "You are more credible than Clint." "No, I shouldn't compare you to him because he isn't worthy of that." "That's because you have lived with me for a long time." Jonghang shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about me. I am not afraid of Clint. I'm not his target. In the future, we will even have more opportunities to work together." The slave girl had a lot of questions after she heard Jonghang's explanation. She then pursed her lips and was about to say something, but she suddenly saw Clint. He was walking towards her with a few guards. The slave girl was taken aback, thinking that Clint must be dabbling with witchcraft. She assumed that he had heard everything that she had just said about him and was now about to arrest her. Hence she hurriedly ran and hid behind Jonghang. "It seems like you get to relax today. It is truly enviable, but I am afraid you will now have to say goodbye to a day like this," Clint said to Jonghang with a smile. "His Majesty, the Emperor is delighted with your performance in the Southeast City. So, he asked me to take you to the palace to meet him. Finding you was rather difficult. I went to your residence, and I saw no one. After that, I went to the patrol station, and they told me that you were on an outing. So, I thought you might be here. It seems I'm in luck. Come with me." "Don't make the Emperor wait for you," Clint said. Jonghang stood up from the grass and said to the slave girl behind him, "That's it. I think we have to end the day here. You can head home first." "Okay. Watch out for yourself," the slave girl whispered into Jonghang's ears, stealing a glance at Clint. After that, Jonghang entered a carriage with Clint, and they went on their way to the palace. But before they could enter, Clint asked the coachman to park the carriage in a place where no one would notice. Clint then cleared his throat and said, "I know you've heard some rumors." "What rumors?" Jonghang raised his eyebrows. "For example, only the unlucky ones who have offended the higher-ups or those without proper background would be sent to the patrol station in the Southeast City. It is like a place you get sent to if you're exiled from Rome." "Oh, I?" Before Jonghang could speak his mind, Clint interrupted him. "This is true. Although this statement is inaccurate, it is not far off. The problem in the Southeast City has been around for a long time. Honestly, neither the Emperor nor I expected anyone to solve the trouble there. Neither did I. I reached an agreement with the major forces there, hoping to reduce crime," Jonghang said. "You are too modest. In short, I wanted to send you to the Tiber River's north bank because it has the best security in Rome. You can easily complete the tasks assigned by the Emperor. But as you know, I was forced to make a move when we were talking halfway that day. I had something urgent to deal with. So I had to leave Pananax in charge of this. A few days later, I got shocked when I learned you were assigned to the Southeast." Clint's face showed a touch of guilt. "Forgive me. I didn't look for you after that because I didn't know how to face you. I'm trying to say that the Emperor had put me in charge of this matter because he trusts me. However, you were assigned to the Southeast area in the end. Undoubtedly, I share a great deal of responsibility when it comes to this. For the next few days, I did not stay idle. I did something for you instead. Is that so? Yes, I investigated Pananax, and guess what? How did it go? Clint lowered his voice and moved closer to Jonghung's ear. I found out that he works for Altrus. He hides it well. They only communicate via correspondence, and the letters are burned once read. So, my people tried their best, intercepting a letter that Pananax could not send out in time. Read it. Clint stuffed a papyrus with the wall of words on it into Jonghung's hand. He also handed Jonghung a letter written by Pananax to his family. It allowed Jonghung to compare the handwriting. He then asked with concern, if I may ask, any grudges between you and Altrus? I don't know why he's targeting you. I don't have a clue, Jonghung said. I heard that Altrus is a very mysterious person. No one has really seen him before. I don't even know what he looks like. How can I offend him? That's what I thought, Clint nodded. Just be careful. Although we all serve the Emperor, some would inevitably brew malicious thoughts. You should always pay attention to your safety. I heard that some who work for Altrus hide in the shadows, supposedly doing his dirty work. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me. I am hoping I can compensate for what I've done to you. Chapter 857. Goodbye, Commodus. Regardless of the tone or the expression on his face, Clint appeared very sincere. And Jonghung had two in his hand as evidence. If another person talked to Clint, that person might trust 70% of what he said, even if they couldn't believe him entirely. Unfortunately, the person sitting in the carriage was Jonghung. When Clint showed up for the first time, Jonghung had already known what his plan was. And from what Clint said just now, Jonghung now confirmed that Clint and Altrus were the Emperor's right and left hands. Both his most important consultants, their relationship was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. Otherwise, even if they had common interests, Clint might not be willing to help Jonghung overcome his difficulties. As of now, Clint's current intention was very obvious to Jonghung. He hoped that Jonghung could work with him to deal with Altrus. In all fairness, Clint did come up with a solid plan. Not only did he attempt to get rid of Jonghung's suspicion towards him via the two letters, but he even directed the attention to his political enemy, Altrus. At the same time, he managed to set up a trap for Jonghung. The smile on his face did not last long, though, and his expressions became frozen in the next moment. It was because he saw Jonghung taking out 2 flint stones from his pocket before slowly lighting the 2 papyrus. What are you doing? Let the past be the past. There is an old saying in my country. One should solve the conflict but not worsen it. I think it makes perfect sense here, Jonghung said lightly. Clint's goals overlapped Jonghung's goals in a sense, which was why Jonghung had told the slave girl he might work with Clint in the future. However, this did not mean that Jonghung would pick a side so soon. It was no doubt that Clint carried sinister intent when he handed the letters to Jonghung. If Jonghung could not hold back and handed the 2 letters to Commodus, it would mean that a war between him and Altrus would spark off immediately. Although Commodus had a good impression of him and contributed a lot to the stability in the southeast city, Jonghung believed that Commodus would still take Altrus' side, the latter of whom he had worked side by side with for a long time. Besides, the political resources Altrus possessed would never allow him to be destroyed by 2 mere letters. If this matter continued, the person who would suffer the most, in the end, would be Jonghung. Besides, if the first thing Jonghung did after entering the palace was to report to his colleague, this would undoubtedly give Commodus the impression that he was the disagreeable kind. It did not matter whether the matter was fabricated. As an advisor of Commodus, his political achievements and capability were not as crucial as Commodus's attitude towards him. And the Emperor's attitude towards a person could change any time. Maybe he liked you a lot when he first met you, but the next second, something insignificant could have him treat you differently. Such a thing was ubiquitous in history. Few people that the Emperor valued ended up well. When Commodus's impression of Jonghung deteriorated, Clint would step forward to say a few good things about Jonghung. Then, perhaps, Jonghung could continue staying by Commodus's side. However, that would mean Jonghung would need to obey Clint's order to stay alive, just like Pananax. And if Jonghung had kept the letters he received from Clint and chose not to hand them to Commodus, it meant he passed the first level. However, this was still not a good decision because Clint would definitely find a way to expose Jonghung to Altrus. If that happened, Jonghung would become Altrus' enemy because of these 2 letters. It was undeniable that Clint's plan was almost perfect, but he did not expect Jonghung to burn the 2 letters in front of him. "Didn't you say that the Emperor is waiting anxiously to meet me? Better not let him wait too long." Jonghung stepped on the burning letters, killing off the last flames, and smiled. Commodus had indeed waited for Jonghung for a long time, but he did not just sit there and do nothing. As the Emperor of the Empire, he ruled over a vast territory with a population of millions. This also meant something for Commodus to do, especially since he inherited the throne when he was still very young. Facing the huge political legacy left by Aurelius, not everyone wanted to assist the young emperor wholeheartedly. This was also the reason why Commodus was so anxious to expand his manpower. When he returned to Rome, he found out the situation he faced here was no easier than when he fought the Germanic tribes at the river Rhine's bank. Before Jonghung walked into Commodus's study, he heard the young emperor's roar in the corridor. "What did Dior promise me again? He told me that the Senate would handle this matter, but is that how they handled it? They did not include me when they talked about rewarding the soldiers. After that, they told everyone that the Senate was the one rewarding those soldiers. What now? My soldiers think that their emperor doesn't value them at all. My God! When I made peace with the Germanic, many senior officers in the military criticized me. And now the Senate has given them an excuse to slit my throat while I am asleep." Clint and Jonghung knew that Commodus was furious. Hence, they chose not to talk to him at this time. It was not until the conversation in the study was over that Clint reached out and knocked on the door. They could hear Commodus's angry reply from inside. "Come in." Clint pushed the door, walked in with Jonghung, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, Jonghung is here." Commodus's mood improved a little after seeing Jonghung. He then squeezed out a smile and said, "Long time no see. You never fail to disappoint, don't you?" When Jonghung stepped into the study, he took a quick glance at the entire room. To his surprise, Commodus was the only person there. In other words, if the emperor was sane and wasn't venting his anger at the air, it meant another person must have been in the room not too long ago. And that person had left the study only after Clint's knock on the door. Did the person leave through the window? Jonghung noticed that the study's windows were open and the wind was blowing at the curtains. He, however, did not think that the individual had left through the window since there was a small garden right outside. Before entering the study, Jonghung saw 2 gardeners cutting flowers and trees. Since the other party chose to avoid them, he would not want the gardeners to spot him. Therefore, Jonghung deducted that there had to be a secret passage somewhere in this study. It allowed the second person in the room to come and go freely. Considering how cautious every emperor was, the person that talked to the emperor just now had obviously gained the emperor's full trust. Chapter 858. New task. Clint was unsurprised by such a situation. He did not even look at other places after bringing Jonghung into the study room. All he did was step aside automatically. "I have read the assessment report provided by Fabino. You did an excellent job in the southeast city. Although there are more foreigners in that place, they are also the people of the empire. They deserve the protection it offers. When my father was still in reign, I suggested that we do something about the southeast city, but at that time, the nobles at the Senate strongly opposed this idea. They said that this place has always been like this, and no one can change it. But now, you've proven them wrong. Very well. The empire has been following the rules for too long. We need some fresh blood to do the impossible." Commodus spoke about it passionately. The anger and depression caused by the betrayal of the Senate seemed to have blown away. He did not know why whenever he saw Jonghung, he would feel better. This was probably because the two had met several times when Commodus was in a bad mood. "Given your outstanding performance, I want to appoint you as my advisor." Your job is to offer advice and suggestions to me. I wonder if you are willing to accept this job? Commodus asked while staring at Jongheng with his piercing eyes. And Jongheng did not disappoint him. He bowed and said, "If you need me, of course, I shall contribute my modest strength in any way possible. However, I am just an outsider. More than a month ago, I was just a gladiator in the arena, without a noble background. I don't care about a person's background." Commodus came over and patted Jongheng on the shoulder. "Don't worry about this kind of thing. Look around you. Clint and Altrus are not from famous families either. They do have some royal blood flowing in them, but they are my distant cousins." Clint, on the other side, started to talk. "Yes, my family has fallen for a long time. By the time it reached our generation, we were no different from the ordinary. We all grew up in the city, and we eat like ordinary people. And we also wore what ordinary children would wear. If I didn't get the chance to meet your majesty, I think I would be breaking my back in exchange for a meager income. At the same time, our ordinary background allows us to have a clearer picture of the bottom part of the world. That part of the world is something that the stubborn senators can't see. You heard what he said, right? I am not the kind of emperor who discriminates against anyone. And I don't care what others think of you. Hence, you don't have to worry about such a thing." Commodus said, "Besides, I kept hearing the people in the town saying that you were a noble from the empire you came from, right?" "That's just a rumor, your majesty," Jongheng said. "One can say anything they want. However, it is hard for a person to fake his character, manners, and behavior. After getting to know you better, I believe those rumors about you are true." Commodus returned to the table and signed his name on a piece of papyrus that was drafted a long time ago. After that, he tossed the papyrus to Jongheng. "This is your appointment letter. I welcome you to join us. From this moment on, you will be my consultant. You will be responsible for assisting me in handling various government affairs and offering advice and suggestions. I believe you are capable of handling this job. Congratulations, brother. You just got the most tiring job in the world. Believe me, when you get really busy, you will miss the leisure time that you once had." Clint, on the other side, smiled and congratulated Jongheng. At the same time, he clenched his fist secretly behind his back. At this moment, Commodus's temperament still remained unchanged. That was before he experienced the assassination that his sister planned. Not long after Aurelius's death, Commodus did what he was supposed to do as an emperor under the influence and motivation of the responsibilities on his shoulder. After appointing Jongheng as his consultant, he quickly changed topics and began to discuss his next task with Clint. At the same time, he did not ask Jongheng to leave the room. Clearly, he had already regarded the latter as his trusted consultant. "I don't know if you've heard of it. We were fooled by the Senate recently. When an emperor inherits the throne, he should give the soldiers gifts to gain their support. I just led them to fight a war that lasted for a few years, and I have just returned to Rome. And I can't afford to disappoint them. However, the Senate told me that I shouldn't worry about this matter. After all, I just inherited the throne, and there is much on my plate. The Senate said that they are willing to help me to choose the best gifts for them. In a way, they are trying to lessen my burden. Yes, I also saw those notices on the road just now. It is saying that those gifts came from the Senate, but they did not mention your name, your majesty," Clint said. "Damn it! The senators tricked me. Now all my soldiers will think that their emperor doesn't care about them. And the Senate is the only one that cares about them." Commodus looked a little flustered. Did Senior Dior do it? Fortunately, Clint managed to keep his calm. "I will go to the Senate and question him in person in the afternoon," Commodus said. "Anyway, it has already impacted us. And we need to fight back. This is a battle of public opinion," Clint said. "We need to let the people and the soldiers know who the ruler of this country is." Altrus said the same. Commodus nodded. The matter of dealing with the Senate can be postponed, but the fight for public opinion cannot be delayed. Holding a gladiatorial show is just the beginning, and it is far from enough. How does it go with the new copper coin casting? It's going well. The first batch should be ready for use next month, with your avatar printed on them. Very well, this matter will be your top priority. You are responsible for it. Make sure everything goes well. You'd better live nearby and keep an eye on those craftsmen. Commodus paused and looked at Jonghung on the other side. As for you, my friend from the east, I have another job for you. I have asked someone to cast a batch of bronze statues to send to the different parts of the city, but I heard that its progress is far from desirable. Can you go there to help me solve this problem? Of course, I will make sure those bronze statues are delivered as scheduled. Jonghung nodded. Great! Commodus said, after you join us, I should host a banquet to welcome you. However, we are now facing a critical situation. It seems that I can only make up for you after this matter is over. By that time, I will summon all the consultants and introduce you to them. From now on, you are all colleagues. If you have any questions, you can communicate and help each other, Commodus said. Chapter 859. Necklace. Clint and Jonghung left Commodus's study room one after the other. Jonghung walked down the stairs just like how he got to Commodus's study. He then heard a giggle nearby as he walked through the front courtyard garden. When he stopped, he caught sight of Queen Christina and Commodus's sister, Lucilla, walking out from behind a garden of flowers, holding hands while chatting and laughing. When they saw Jonghung, the two women stopped. A playful twinkle appeared in Lucilla's eyes. Oh, what a good day! We are fortunate enough to meet the gladiatorial champion here. Queen Christina was impressed by Jonghung as well, but being more reserved than Lucilla, she merely gave Jonghung a few words of encouragement, planning to move on after that. But the next moment, Lucilla pulled Christina to her side. Haven't you always complained to me about how boring it was to be living in the palace? Yeah, Commodus is as diligent as his father. He is a good ruler. He has been worrying about all kinds of things. He is worried that his people will go hungry. He is worried that the soldiers fighting for the empire hadn't got enough rewards. So, he didn't spend much time with me after we got married. Although Christina tried to say good things about her husband, one could still hear a hint of resentment in her tone. Well, such are men. They care only about power and politics, which is why we women have to learn to have fun on our own, Lucilla chipped in. What kind of fun? Asked a puzzled Christina. We have the gladiatorial champion in front of us right now. Are you afraid that we won't get to have fun with him? Lucilla's eyes moved from Jonghung's face to his chest. Sorry, but I am no longer a gladiator, Jonghung said. Yes, my brother gave you freedom, but I also heard that you just performed at the Victor Arena 2 weeks ago, Lucilla said casually. I have an agreement with Mark Roos. In order to make up for his loss, I will perform once every month at the Victor Arena. If you want to watch my performance, I can give you 2 tickets for the next one. I believe the Victor Arena will be honored by both your presence, Jonghung replied with humility. Oh, how sweet of you. But what if we want to watch the performance now? Lucilla had no intention of going down the steps. Instead, she stood up and walked half a step forward, drawing herself closer to Jonghung. Today? Not today, I still have work to do. Jonghung's expression remained unchanged. What manner of work could be more important than performing for us? Lucilla wanted to move forward, but before Jonghung could speak, Christina, on the other side, rushed to reply, My husband mentioned you to me more than once, and he wanted you to be his advisor. Have you gotten your appointment letter? Yes, my queen. Congratulations. It seems you really have something to do, said Christina before she turned to Lucilla. Commodus has arranged a task for him. It should be extremely important. We should let him go today. Wow, you are really my brother's good wife. How considerate. Lucilla raised her eyebrows and gazed at Jonghung. Well, since the queen has spoken for you, it would be insensitive of me to stop you from leaving. When you have completed your task, please don't forget to look for us. As she spoke, Lucilla untied her necklace from her neck and threw it to Jonghung. Here, in the previous gladiatorial show, I bet that you'd become the gladiatorial champion and make lots of money. I bet on you to win, and I made a handsome amount thanks to you. Consider this necklace your reward. If you encounter something that you cannot solve in the future, you can come to me with this necklace. Zhongheng took the necklace that still lingered with Lucilla's warmth. When he looked up again, Lucilla and Christina had already walked past him. And Zhongheng did not stay there any longer. He put the necklace away and left the palace. After solving the problems in the southeast city, Zhongheng came to Commodus as the emperor wished, and he was appointed his advisor. However, Zhongheng did not get to meet his target. Altrus was more cautious than he thought. Earlier, Zhongheng and Clint had heard Commodus yelling at someone and cursing the Senate. If he was right, that person should be Altrus. But when Zhongheng entered the room, Altrus had been long gone. Zhongheng figured that there should be a secret passage in Commodus's study that allowed Altrus to freely enter and exit the room. In other words, since Commodus gave Altrus so much liberty to enter and exit his study, it could only mean that Altrus had to be more than a mere consultant to the emperor. One should know that the study room was a forbidden place for all men. Even Queen Christina herself wasn't allowed to enter the study without Commodus's consent. It was no wonder Clint felt threatened and wanted to recruit Zhongheng to help to deal with Altrus. On the other hand, Balance Blade wanted Altrus dead as well. Altrus had been around Commodus for many years, and he had done a lot for him in the light and the dark. And he had offended many people as well. Clearly, he knew that his life was in danger at most times, which was why he hid so well. His whereabouts were extremely secretive. Not even his subordinates knew where he was. It was not easy to find him. For now, Zhongheng had no idea how to look for him too. He could only continue investigating after he solved the bronze statue's problem. Earlier, Commodus had also mentioned that he would hold a welcoming banquet for Zhongheng upon completing his given task. All of the emperor's advisors had also been invited to the dinner. Zhongheng hoped that Altrus would be there as well. The place where they cast the bronze statues was in the suburbs, far away from the city. Hence, Zhongheng summoned a carriage to get him there. After receiving the task, Zhongheng did some research. Born in the Calradia family, the person responsible for this matter was named Decius. Calradia was someone who had relied on his military merits to enter the Roman noble circles. Because of Aurelius, Decius' father was able to join the Senate. Hence, the Calradia family had always been a hardcore supporter of the royal family. If they weren't, Commodus wouldn't have put them in charge of casting the bronze statues. However, the Decius, who Zhongheng was going to meet next, was not an important figure in the Calradia family. Technically speaking, he was not even a royal family member, his mother being a maidservant. Besides, the Calradia family had grown so fast that its foundation and background were far from solid. In other words, Decius' status was just slightly higher than an ordinary civilian. This task was vital to him. Zhongheng deduced that if Decius were sane, he would never sabotage this task. Chapter 860. Binota Mine. While Zhongheng was looking at Decius, Decius was also peeking at Zhongheng. He had read Zhongheng's appointment letter and knew that the Asian man in front of him was the newly appointed consultant of Commodus. He made the trip here to investigate the reason why the construction of the bronze statue was delayed. Decius wiped away the cold sweat confidently, proclaiming, "There is no problem with the craftsman. We have already cast all the models. All we need to do next is to pour the molten bronze into the model. After that, we'll just need to wait for it to cool down before shattering the outer layer. Unfortunately, the Binota mine that has been supplying us with copper ore has recently encountered an accident. The mine tunnel collapsed, burying more than 20 slaves. The remaining slaves are still cleaning the mine tunnel. I don't know when they can resume their work. Without the ore, we can't proceed with our work. How about seeking another mine to supply you with the ore? Do you have a backup plan?" Zhongheng asked. "Yes, there are 4 mines at the outskirts of Rome. Binota is just a small one. We also have an agreement with another mine. If Binota can't supply us with enough copper ore, then the other mine will deliver theirs. But Desu stopped halfway. But what? But recently, His Majesty, the Emperor, is casting a large number of new copper coins. Copper ore produced by other mines has been given orders to prioritize the coin minting. Hence, they do not have any extra copper ore to deliver to us, Desu said. What about the mines from other cities? Coupled with the cost of transportation, the price of copper ore is nearly doubled. And it takes time to transport them over. I am afraid that we might not be able to meet the dateline. Desu seemed very helpless. He wasn't of pure blood and wasn't allowed to inherit his father's seat in the Senate. To ensure that he would not starve to death, his father had to pull many strings to get him this job. Initially, he thought that as long as he worked hard, Commodus would appreciate him and grant him a stable job in the future. It was almost impossible to fail this task, but now it seemed like it was on the verge of falling apart. Desu was frustrated that he could do nothing about it. First, he did not ask for any kickback. Secondly, he had never treated his workers harshly. He had always been very cautious when carrying out his given tasks, but somehow, this time, he failed. Recently, it seemed his luck had taken a great dive. However, Zhongheng did not seem to agree with what he said. He then asked Desu after he heard that it would be inevitable that the delivery of the bronze statue would be delayed. You said that there was an accident at the Binota mine. Did you see it with your own eyes? Who? Desu was a little taken when he heard Zhongheng's question. Do I really need to go there and assess the situation myself? According to the contract, if they fail to deliver the goods to us before the deadline, they will have to pay a fine. How much? Well, it's about 20 aureus per day. This is not a small amount. They have delayed the delivery for a couple of days, and I am afraid they'll be earning no profit this time. If they drag it any longer, they will start losing a lot of money. 20 aureus a day, even if the mine cannot afford it, there will be someone in this city that can, Zhongheng said casually. However, he did not go on about the battle between Commodus and the Senate. This wasn't something a nobody like Dequis should know about. Do you know where Binota mine is? Let's take a trip there together. Now. Desu felt terrible, but it is not time yet to get off work. Are you working now? No. No, Desu answered honestly. Then prepare the carriage, Zhongheng said. Although Desu did not understand why Zhongheng had to go to the mine, he still did his best to introduce the Binota mine and its owner to Zhongheng. According to the information provided by Desu, Binota mine's owner was a powerful landlord named Cobb. Hailing from a very ordinary background, he was just a powerless civilian. However, he fell in love with a girl named Mania, whose father was extremely wealthy. He owned a large field and 2 mines. Binota mine happened to be one of them. Mania's father despised Cobb and was always against his daughter from courting this pauper boy. However, the man died of illness before he could choose a son-in-law that he liked. Afterward, Mania married Cobb as she wished. Since her father had no other children, Cobb became the new owner of this large field and 2 mines. Hence, he was also given the nickname Lucky Cobb. I have known Lucky Cobb for some time, Desu said. I've bought a batch of grain for my family from him. He doesn't talk much, but he is pretty reliable. I don't think he will lie to me about the mine accidents. Besides, he won't gain anything from lying. Zhongheng was non-committal when he what Desu said. Instead, he kept asking. Then, do you know who he usually interacts with? And who is his biggest customer? Well, Cobb spends most of his time patrolling the farmland or wandering around the 2 mines. Although he is not a bad person, he is not the kind who likes to make friends. As for his biggest customer, I heard that he sold all the wheat he cultivated to the senator, Devo Braille. More than half of the grain shops in Rome are run by Devo Braille. Who? Devo Braille. Know who he is? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. He did not expect to hear about someone he knew here. Devo Braille was the one that the Jewish gang and the Golden Crown had asked him to deal with. Zhongheng promised that he would get rid of him in exchange for the patrol team's growth in the southeast city. The three major forces in the southeast city even helped him to pass the assessment perfectly. However, Zhongheng couldn't be certain for now if this incident was related to Devo Braille. And if it was, how deep was Devo Braille involved in this? Zhongheng's intuition told him that he might be able to take advantage of this incident to bring Devo Braille down. On the other side, Dusk looked like he was envious of Zhongheng. He now treated Zhongheng as his idol. He was born as a gladiator, but he had managed to climb his way to becoming a consultant. And he seemed to have quickly gotten to know a large number of powerful men in a short time after entering the political world. Although Devo Braille was not as influential as Dior in the Senate, one should not underestimate him. Moreover, the cunning Devo Braille would choose not to choose a side unless it was his last resort. Hence, he did not offend too many people in the political playground. As a result, he ended up having many allies and friends in the Senate. Dusk was thinking about getting Zhongheng to introduce him to Devo Braille as a backup plan after he was done with this job. He did not want to end up a plebeian. But before he could talk to Zhongheng, the carriage had already driven out of the path in the woods, and their destination lay before them. Chapter 861. Details. From what Zhongheng saw, the Binota mine was undoubtedly in trouble. The mine's gates were tightly locked, and there was no cart transporting ore. Even the guards who patrolled the mine to prevent nearby farmers from stealing the ore were nowhere to be seen. Dusk then put on an "I told you so" expression and said, "Cobb has no reason to deceive us. Lying to us will do him no good. Whose side are you on, my friend?" Zhongheng looked at Dusk and asked, If you still want to finish your work and get those bronze statues delivered on time, you'd better pray that Cobb cheated you." "But if he really didn't lie to me," Dusk said in a soft voice, "then I shall congratulate you on messing up your first job given by His Majesty the Emperor," Zhongheng said lightly. Dusk's expression changed. He knew that Zhongheng was intimidating him, but he had to admit that what he said was indeed irrefutable. "If you have figured out your situation, let's get to work," Zhongheng said. After that, Zhongheng climbed the fence and went over to the other side of the mine. Dusk hesitated for a while before hurriedly following Zhongheng. The two walked down a muddy path, climbed a dirt slope, and finally saw the mine at the back. A group of slave miners entered and exited the mine, carrying out baskets of rocks and sand and dumping them outside the cave. A man that looked like an overseer saw Zhongheng and Dusk. So, he quickly approached them. He seemed to know Dusk. "Why did you come here?" asked the overseer in a surprised tone. Dusk then introduced the two to each other. Now, Zhongheng knew that the young man in front of him was Cobb's eldest son, Krasai. Krasai stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhongheng. "I've seen your performance before. It was exhilarating. You are indeed the most powerful man I have ever seen." Although he sounded polite, there was a trace of cautiousness in his behavior and actions. "Oh, Zhongheng is now an advisor to His Majesty the Emperor. He is responsible for the construction of the bronze statue," Dusk added afterward. "Why didn't you continue with the statue's construction? Why are you here in my mine?" While Krasai spoke, another group of slaves came out of the mine. However, they did not return immediately after they dumped the gravel. Instead, a dozen of them just stood there and watched them. They all had burly figures and held iron pickaxes in their hands. "We don't have enough copper ore. So, we have been shutting down for a while now. Now, we are here to take a look at the situation on your side and see how long it will take to resume mining. As you can see, the mine has collapsed, and we are still clearing it. I am not sure how long it will take before we can resume mining. I'll remember to inform you immediately once the operation resumes." "Of course, we believe you. We just wanted to see what we could do to help. Besides, the air in the countryside is fresher." Dusk nodded and looked at Zhongheng. He was trying to use his eyes to tell Zhongheng that he should be satisfied with what he was seeing and that they should leave this place right away. "There is no fresh air in this hell hole. There are only a group of stinky slaves and a pile of broken rocks," scoffed Krasai. "No one wants to stay here. Once I deal with the problem here, I'm heading to the brothel in the city and reward myself with a good long break. Yes, we can have a drink together. By that time, I guess I should be jobless. Desue sighed and looked at Jonghung. The latter raised his eyebrows, indicating that he had no more questions. Immediately, Desue sighed in relief. Krasai and a dozen slaves watched on as Jonghung and Desue left the mine. After walking for a while, Desue could not help but ask, "I didn't want to mention it at first, but now, you should believe that the mine is really in trouble." Cobb didn't mean to delay the whole thing. It's hard to say whether the mine is really in trouble. One thing's for sure. You are now in big trouble, my friend, Jonghung said. Desue started to feel worried when he heard what Jonghung said. I know, but this was an accident. I hope you can truthfully reflect the situation here to His Majesty. This is not an accident. Jonghung shook his head. How is it possible? We saw it with our eyes. Desue widened his eyes as though he did not believe that Krasai had lied with a straight face. All you see are the slaves taking out sand from the mine and Krasai's men blocking the hole to prevent us from entering. Besides, I heard that the Binota mine's miners are not only made up of slaves. There are supposed to be some poor people nearby who asked to work for them. But this time, we only saw slaves, not those poor people. Well, what could it mean? Slaves are the property of the master. It is difficult for them to betray their master. On the other hand, the poor people are not the master's property. So, if they are thinking of doing something bad, it wouldn't be wise to let the poor people get involved, Jonghung said, and... What else? Did you notice that the slaves who were supposed to clear out the mine didn't have much sweat on them? This shows that they had only just started working. And do you remember the muddy road we passed by before going uphill? I don't know if you paid attention to Krasai's shoes and trousers. They have wet dirt on them. This shows that he had just walked the path that we walked earlier. This guy came here shortly before us. They are just putting up a show for us. Besides, when I went to look for you just now, I spotted some sneaky men outside your door. If I'm right, those are the people Cobb had sent to keep an eye on you. They saw that I went to look for you. So, they quickly ran to inform the people at the mine. That's how they prepared everything so quickly. After Jonghung finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Desue. He saw that the latter had his mouth wide open, with a look of disbelief on his face. Oh my God! Who are you? How could you see so many details that no one else would notice? You know me. I was a gladiator, but my observation ability happens to be better than most. Jonghung had no intention of explaining more. As a tenant of 221B, Baker Street, such deduction ability was indeed not something worth fussing about. Okay, what do we do next? Desue asked. I mean, even if we know that the people at the Binota mine are lying to us about deliberately shutting down the mine, technically speaking, they have not violated the contract, and they are still paying us. I still don't know why Cobb would do something like this. It does him no good. Of course, Cobb doesn't have the guts to do something like this. So next, we'll need to find the mastermind behind him, Jonghung said casually. Chapter 862. Messenger. Desue had never been to East District before, but he had heard a lot about this place. Even the coachman was a little reluctant to take them when he heard that Jonghung and Desue wanted to travel there. In the end, Jonghung had to pay an extra fare to make the coachman bring them to their destination. While they were on the way to the East District, Desue held back and did not say a word. However, after he got off the carriage, he could not help but ask, "Didn't you say you want to find out who the mastermind behind Cobb is? Why are you here?" As far as I know, everyone living in this place is either a criminal, a villain, or a pauper. I don't think there's anyone here that can make Cobb obey orders. Yes, you are right, but they are our goal. What? Are you saying that our targets are the criminals and villains? Desue asked, puzzled. No. Our goal is the poor people here. Poor people? Yes, I told you before. Mines like those need a lot of manpower. The slaves alone are not enough to meet their labor needs. Besides, a strong, healthy, and capable slave does not come cheap. If the slave dies, the master will lose a lot of money. On the other hand, if they hire the poor, they don't have to worry about this problem. Disuse finally came to a realization: you want to find the poor people who worked in the mine. That's right. Zhongheng nodded. But Disuse soon frowned again. But this place is vast and chaotic. How can we find individuals that worked for the Binota mine before? That's something you needn't worry about, Zhongheng said with a wave of his hand. A kid that was playing with his companions on the street quickly ran to Zhongheng. However, when the kid saw Zhongheng closing in, he wanted to run away. Unfortunately, he could not do as he wished. In the end, he had to walk towards Zhongheng obediently. Zhongheng whispered a few words into his ear and placed a copper coin in his palm. The latter then grabbed the copper coin and ran away. I don't think he'll be back. Disuse watched the kid running away from the back. Yes, he won't. Zhongheng nodded in agreement. Then what should we do next? You can go around, enjoy yourself, or something. I will visit a friend to see if there are other places where you can get the copper you need. I am used to making backup plans. Let's meet at the Blackwater Bay Tavern later. Then, we will meet the people that worked in the mine, Zhongheng said. I don't think we should act separately. Disuse was startled and had broken out in cold sweat. He did not even have time to ask Zhongheng how he would spot a mine worker in the Blackwater Bay Tavern later. He felt really anxious. So, he hurriedly said, "You are not a Roman. Maybe that's why you don't know how insane this place is." Fabino of the Coruna family was hired as the assessor to appraise this place. He brought 2 guards with him when he came here for the first time. However, he ended up getting robbed on the street, and he was beaten badly. His engagement ring, lost as well. You are the gladiatorial champion of the Amphitheatrum Flavium, and you may not be afraid of the people here, but once we are separated, I'm not sure if you'll see me again. Relax, my friend, you came with me, and many people on the street saw it too. No one will mess with you. I promise, Zhongheng said. How do you guarantee that? Disuse did not believe Zhongheng's words. He held onto his money bag as tightly as he could. At the same, he became suspicious of everyone he laid his eyes on. He could not help but think that the bad guys would suddenly emerge from the crowd, kicking and swarming him and taking all his belongings. Zhongheng did not know what to do with him. Fortunately, at this time, they happened to run into a passing patrol team. The patrol team was currently made up of talented people led by 2 official patrol members. Zhongheng then stopped them and asked them to accompany Disuse. With that, Disuse finally agreed to move separately. But even so, Disuse still did not dare wander around the place on his own. He asked the 2 patrol team members to take him to the patrol station right away. When he saw that the time was almost up, and asked the patrol team member to escort him to the Blackwater Bay Tavern. Disuse was trembling in fear all the time. He bowed his head and stared at his shoes, afraid that looking at the wrong person would cause him some serious trouble. And when he arrived at the Blackwater Bay Tavern, Disuse saw countless fierce-looking men that were best not trifled with. He felt like a little white rabbit that strayed into a weasel pack. After that, Disuse hurriedly ordered a glass of wine and looked for a corner to nest up. Fortunately, Zhongheng's figure appeared at the tavern's entrance before he had to wait for too long. Disuse suspected that he was hallucinating. When Zhongheng entered the tavern, everyone seemed to keep quiet for a moment. No one dared to make a sound. It was not until Zhongheng made a gesture that the tavern became lively again. After that, Zhongheng came to Disuse's table and sat down. "Are you done with your business?" Replied Zhongheng. "How did it go? Did you manage to find other sources of copper ore?" Disuse seemed very concerned about this matter. After all, no one knew when Binota mine could resume operations. This had everything to do with whether Disuse could complete the task given by Commodus on time. It's not that easy. Recently, someone has been secretly purchasing copper ore in Rome. The price of copper ore has soared, but this is not the biggest problem. The main problem is that it seems copper ore has run out of stock everywhere.
Does that mean we can only rely on Binota mine?
Disuse looked a little frustrated. So, this is the case. Jonghung took the wine he ordered from the waitress. His expression was as anxious. At the next moment, two men in worn, old clothes and solemn looks walked into the tavern, heading right toward Jonghung. The older one of the two asked, "Are you looking for us?" "Yes, please sit down." Jonghung pointed at the seat opposite him. He then took out 2 gold coins and tossed them to the men. "Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Please answer them truthfully. This is your reward." "Wait, who are they?" Disuse asked with a look of surprise. "We are workers from the Binota mine." The elderly miner was overjoyed when he received the gold coin from Jonghung. He then thanked Jonghung and responded. It was a huge sum of money for the vast majority of people living in the southeast city. When he received such a large sum in front of everyone, he was supposed to worry if he could keep the money before someone snatched it away from him. However, since Jonghung was the one that gave him the money, it meant no one would dare to take this from him. But Disuse, on the other side, was really nervous. He quickly asked the two of them to put away the shiny gold coins. And at the same time, he looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention to them before he spoke.
"You are the miners of the Binota mine?"
"But how is this possible?" Disuse turned to look at Jonghung. "You found them with the help of a single copper coin." "Of course not. I didn't spend a single copper coin. That is my token," Jonghung said as he took the copper coin he gave to the kid from the old miner's hand. This token was given to the slave girl by Commodus. However, the emperor later discarded this version, with the remaining coins remelted and recast. Hence, Jonghung used this one and only copper coin as his token. Basically, whoever held this copper coin would become his messenger. As for the entire southeast city, no one would dare to ignore what he said. Chapter 863. The person with the red birthmark. "How long have you been working at the Binota mine?" Jonghung then beckoned the waiter to bring 2 more glasses of wine to the miners. "I have been working at the Binota mine for 5 years. However, I did change jobs for 2 years, in between. I loaded and unloaded goods at the wharf. The work there was a little easier than in the mine, but the income was also lesser. Later, I had a 4th daughter and needed more money. So I went back to the mine," the older miner explained. After that, he pointed at the younger miner beside him. "He is my nephew, and he came to work with me in the mines this year. He is a good boy, never complains about anything. All he does is work hard." "Well, when did you stop working this time?" Jonghung then asked. "It was about half a month ago," the old miner recalled. 16 days ago, to be precise," his nephew added. "We went to the mine as usual in the morning, but the supervisor told us that there was an accident and the mine had collapsed. We couldn't start work until they cleaned the place up. So everyone was asked to go home and wait for the news." "Did you check the mine out after the incident?" The old miner and his nephew looked at each other. "We said we could help with the cleanup. After all, our wages are paid on a daily basis. And we have to feed our families. It's torture not knowing when we can resume work. We hope we can continue as soon as possible, but the supervisor did not allow us to go into the mine. Even after we told him that we would do it for him for free, he insisted that the slaves could handle this matter. And he asked him not to worry about it. But now, we have been out of work for 2 weeks. As of now, we can only work random jobs and continue to support our families. If it weren't for the gold coins you gave us, we were ready to borrow money from the loan shark." "Did anything unusual happen before you stopped working? Had anyone you've never seen before come to the mine?" Jonghung leaned back, switching to a more comfortable posture. "Cobb's eldest son, Krasai. He doesn't like the mine and us, but he suddenly went to inspect the mine a few days before the accident. We saw him chatting with the supervisor for a long time, and he avoided all the other people. And a day before the mine collapsed, nothing happened in the tunnel. Also, it didn't rain that night. That was why everyone was so surprised when the mine collapsed the next day, the old miner went on saying. What else? Is there anything else worth noting? Until now, what the old miner said proved that the collapse of the mine might be intentional. However, they provided no clues related to the mastermind behind this incident. Since this was the case, Jonghung had to pay Krasai or Cobb a visit again. The old miner shook his head. Nonetheless, Jonghung noticed a hesitant look on the young miner's face. If you feel that the money is not enough, I can pay you 3 more gold coins, Jonghung added. Oh no, you misunderstand. The 2 gold coins are more than enough, and we can't ask for more. I haven't said this to anyone before because I didn't want to cause trouble to the person who told me about this, the young miner said. I have a friend. She is a servant of the Cobb family. The young miner hesitated. A slave. Yes, she had actually heard about something a few days before we were forced to stop working. She told me about it, but I didn't tell anyone else. And I told her not to breathe a word about it anymore. Don't worry. You have my word. We won't disclose this information to others, right? Jonghung looked at Disuse, who immediately nodded his head with a solemn look. I keep my mouth shut all the time, and I never talk nonsense. Well, I believe you. The young miner finally made up his mind and said, 1 week before the incident, someone visited Cobb late at night. The 2 stayed in the study room for almost the entire night, plotting something. In the midst of it, he called the slave to pour them more water. It was at that time my friend heard Cobb say that this was simply too dangerous a matter. And they asked the mysterious person to pay them more. The visitor then told them that all they needed to do was delay the casting of those bronze statues. After that, my friend left the study room. Did your friend see the visitor's face? Jonghung raised his eyebrows. Yes, she told me. It was the kind of face that she could never forget. She said that there was a red birthmark on the left of the man's face, like a ball of flame. Oh, this narrows the scope, replied Jonghung. There are not too many people in Rome with red birthmarks on their faces. And there are not too many people who dare to delay the casting of the bronze statues either. I believe it shouldn't be too difficult to find out who the person is. After that, he took out 2 more gold coins and threw them to the young miner. You don't have to reject the reward. You did me a great favor. You deserve it. I have nothing else to ask. You can go now. The young miner collected the money, thanked Jonghung again, and left the tavern with his uncle. On the other side, Disuse showed a nervous look and an awkward smile. He put down the wine glass in his hand and asked Jonghung, did we just get involved in something serious? What do you think? Jonghung asked rhetorically. I'm just a nobody. Why do such things happen to me? Disuse complained bitterly, why would anyone mess with the bronze statues? By delaying their casting, what can the person gain other than destroying my life? And we are talking about the bronze statue of His Majesty the Emperor. Who would dare to mess with the Emperor? Jonghung was non-committal. It's too late now to talk about such things. If you don't want to take the blame, you can join me and solve this problem. You heard what the young man said, right? I think you should know some of the people in the Senate. Do you know anyone with a red birthmark on his face? I don't think there's anyone in the Senate with a red birthmark on his face. As for the senator's subordinates, Disuse frowned. With my identity, the number of senators I can meet is very limited. But I have a friend who is a rainmaker. He works with the approval or rejection of a certain proposal. In other words, he has seen everyone's face. If there's someone with a red birthmark on his face, my friend should know who he works for. Very good, let's visit your friend next. Jonghung said. After finishing the wine in the glass, he put down 6 copper coins to pay for the drink. And Disuse was relieved to hear that he could finally leave the southeast area. But at the same time, he also felt a little strange. That was because no one had come to bother them since they arrived. Was this still the same southeast city where someone snatched Fabino's engagement ring and beat him up after that? Chapter 864. Do you mind if we go in and sit? When Disuse stood outside the Rainmaker's house, he felt that something was not right. He wondered how the whole thing got to where it was today. It was supposed to be a job that did not require much effort. All he needed to do was to sit still and keep an eye on the workers. Once he got his job done, he was supposed to be appreciated by the Emperor. However, he ended up looking for a man with a red birthmark all over the city with Zhongheng. But as Zhongheng said, at this point, the only way out for him was to look for the mastermind behind this matter. Otherwise, if he angered Commodus, he would not only lose his job, but it might also affect the Emperor's trust in his family. Unlike him, Zhongheng looked calm and relaxed from the beginning to the end. He even took out the time to see the tenants in the corridor. Disuse was a bit unsure of what was going on with Zhongheng. He thought that Zhongheng would have to bear a part of the responsibility if he failed to ensure that the bronze statues were delivered on time. Or was he preparing to push all the blame to Disuse? If that were the case, Disuse would be living a miserable life after that. Disuse was so nervous that he continued to knock on his friend's door. The latter was still taking a nap, but the continuous knocking on his door woke him up. Getting up from the bed, he groggily slipped on his clothes. While he was walking around in the house, Zhongheng and Disuse could hear the creaking of the floorboards. After that, he hurriedly opened the door and poked his head out. "It's you, aren't you supposed to be busy with casting the bronze statue? Why are you here looking for me?" Disuse's friend was a little surprised when he saw the people outside the door. "We are in a bit of a pickle, and we need your help." Disuse glanced at Zhongheng quickly, not knowing how much information he should reveal to his friend. However, Zhongheng did not say a single word. So, in the end, Disuse asked the most crucial question: "We are looking for someone with a red birthmark on his face." "A person with a red birthmark on his face?" Disuse's friend shrugged. I haven't heard of such a person. Is there anything else?" "Who?" The reply startled Disuse. "No. Nothing else." "Then I hope you can find the person that you are looking for as soon as possible." Disuse's friend was about to close the door as he spoke. But the next moment, a hand jammed the door that he was about to close. "Mind if we come in and sit down?" Zhongheng asked. "To be honest, my house is a mess," Disuse's friend rubbed his disheveled hair and said. "It doesn't matter. We are not here to build a relationship with you." After Zhongheng finished speaking, he stepped into his house. Disuse's friend wanted to stop him, but his small body was quickly pushed aside by Zhongheng. Who are you? I don't even know you. Why did you break into my house?" Disuse's friend screamed. Zhongheng ignored him and looked around his place. As its owner had said, the room was an awful mess, with wine bottles and dirty clothes everywhere. 2 drunk women were also on the bed. Apart from that, being a unit on the second floor with a balcony, the rent was expensive. The place could be compared to Zhongheng's insula by the Tiber River. This is Zhongheng, the gladiatorial champion of the Amphitheatrum Flavium. He is also an advisor to His Majesty the Emperor. Disuse tried his best to calm the situation. "This is my friend, Klaus. He is a rainmaker and works for the senators." "Gladiator? No wonder you solve your problems with brute force." "I am not like you. I rely on my brain and mouth to eat," Klaus sneered. "If you are smart enough, you should have been more polite." "If you had upset me, I'd probably have thrown you out of here," Zhongheng said casually. When Klaus heard that, his expressions changed. Not daring to look at Zhongheng, he turned to his friend, Disuse, instead. He was clearly irritated. "What is going on? Can you give me an explanation?" "This is a misunderstanding, Disuse quickly explained. "We are tracking down a man with a red birthmark on his face. Consultant Zhongheng thinks that he should be working for a high-ranking person in the Senate. I know you know a lot of people in the Senate. That's why I came to you. You are really good at making trouble for your friends." Klaus pulled the sheets and covered the two women on the bed. I made it very clear when you were outside the door. I have no idea about the person that you are talking about. Think about it again. This matter is essential to us, Disuse coaxed with a smile. And Jonghung, on the other side, also spoke up. I heard Disuse say that when a bill is submitted to the Senate, your job is to persuade those who originally agree or disagree with the bill to change their mind. Aha. What does that have to do with this matter? Klaus had no intention to treat Jonghung politely because he was worried that Jonghung would throw him downstairs. Hence, he did not dare to say anything provocative anymore. I believe there's something fishy about this incident. Should I appoint 2 guards to follow you all the time? How can you do that? Klaus snarled. Because I am the Emperor's advisor. It is my job to investigate the corruption of the Senate and ensure that the Empire develops better. So, you want to investigate the corruption within the Senate? Even if you are the Emperor's advisor, I don't believe that you dare offend so many nobles, Klaus scoffed. Who told you I'm going to offend those nobles? I just want to find a right reason to send someone to keep an eye on you, Jonghung said indifferently. I don't care how corrupt the Senate is, nor do I care about what your colleagues do every day. Klaus was frightened and furious. He finally knew what Jonghung was planning to do. For people like them who help their employers do private deals, staying low-key was their way of survival. If 2 guards were keeping an eye on him all the time, he would not be able to move freely. Besides, the competition in this line was very fierce. If he did not perform well, he would be replaced by other rainmakers in a month or 2. If I were you, I would answer his questions honestly, Jonghung pointed at Disuse. Klaus's expression changed. He then walked to the table and poured himself a glass of water. After drinking it to calm himself down, he asked, "Why are you guys looking for such a person?" But this time, before Jonghung opened his mouth, Klaus spoke, "Forget it, don't tell me, I don't want to know." "You are indeed the Rainmaker, a wise move." Jonghung praised. Klaus quickly wrote down an address on the papyrus and handed it to Disuse. "The person you are looking for is also a Rainmaker like me. Forgive me for not telling you where he lives. Being nosy is taboo in our line of job. It is better to keep ourselves out of unnecessary troubles." "I can understand that." Disuse accepted the note and apologized. "I'm sorry about this time. I will buy you a drink when the matter is over." "No. I will be grateful if you can forget about me," Klaus replied with a sullen face. Chapter 865. Short of time. It had been half a day since Jonghung and Disuse met for the first time. The two traveled around Rome, from the Binota mine to the southeast city, then to Klaus's insula. They had been constantly on the move. As the investigation continued to deepen, the truth about the shutdown of the mine gradually emerged. The key person of this incident was the man with the red birthmark on his face, Amidio. As the middleman, he met Cobb and came up with the whole plan. Finding him meant finding the mastermind behind him. And now Jonghung and Disuse were standing outside of Amidio's insula. The sun was about to set. Amidio's lived in a more remote location than Kraus. Although nowhere nearly as chaotic as the southeast city, it was a shanty slum. Most who lived here were short-term tenants, having to pay the rent once a week. If they failed, they would be kicked out of the insula. Although not as famous as Klaus, as a rainmaker for the Senate, it stood to reason that he shouldn't be living in such a place. With his income, he could have easily afforded a better residence. There was only one reason why he'd choose to live here, and that was to keep a low profile. He knew what he was doing wasn't something that could see the light of the day. Hence, he wanted to attract as little attention as possible. With all that in mind, Jonghung deduced that he was not a permanent resident of this place. In other words, Amidio constantly changed residences from time to time. Disuse did not like the atmosphere on the street. At the same time, his stomach was making some weird noises, reminding him that time for dinner was way overdue. In the past, he would have finished his work at this hour. He would have returned home, sitting at the dining table, and waiting for the servant to bring him some steaming hot food. But he knew that they had now arrived at the critical point of the investigation, and it was no longer a matter of whether he was going to lose his job. It was directly related to the future of his family. So, he chose not to complain. Instead, he asked Jong-hung, worried, "Shouldn't we call some guards over? That guy is unlikely to cooperate with us." After dealing with Klaus, Disuse had come to an understanding that it was not easy to get these rainmakers to cooperate with them, especially when asked to betray their employer. "To tell you the truth, I was only appointed as an advisor not too long ago, and I haven't figured out how to deploy the guards. But it doesn't matter. I have you by my side." "You are like my Watson," Jong-hung said. "What am I to you again?" Disuse couldn't understand what Jong-hung said. "Watson? Don't mind me. I just said it for fun," Jong-hung said. From downstairs, he looked up and saw the approximate location of Amidio's room. An insula designed for the poor, there was no balcony on the second floor. The only place where fresh air could enter was via a small window. However, it was now closed tightly. No one could see what was going on inside the house. Other than that, the wall was tilting. It seemed the building had not been maintained for a long time. Jong-hung patted Disuse on the shoulder and said, "Let's go upstairs and meet this, Mr. Amidio." "Oh, okay." Disuse tried to dig through his memory, confirming that he had never heard of such a person named Watson. He then moved forward and followed Jong-hung up the stairs. The two walked through the dark corridor before stopping outside Amidio's house. Disuse reached out and knocked on the door. In following Jong-hung's teachings, he said, "We are the landlord's people, coming to collect rent." However, there seemed to be no movement in Amidio's unit. On the other hand, the tenant beside Amidio's unit opened their door first. And a man walked out of it and said in surprise, "The rent was collected 2 days ago, wasn't it?" Disuse looked at Jong-hung with a look of embarrassment. However, Jong-hung did not change his expression. "The rent has increased. And now it's time for him to pay up." "But the rent was just increased last month." The man looked incredulous. "Only a few days have passed." The man had a rather boomy voice, and tenants from other units came out to see what was going on. After all, a rent increase was undoubtedly something that everyone cared about. Jong-hung knew that he couldn't continue keeping up with the lie. Amidio's room was extremely quiet too. So far, he heard no sounds of movement at all. Hence, he winked at Disuse, signaling him to step aside. He then proceeded to kick on the door of the room. "Oh my God! Is that even necessary?" All he did was he forgot to pay the rent once. Besides, you guys increased the rent on him again. The man in the next room stopped talking suddenly, and his eyes widened. The sight in front of him caused him to inhale sharply. He saw a skinny man lying motionless on a round table. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and the blood was still dripping to the floor. Immediately, everyone instinctively took a step back upon witnessing this bloody scene. Only Jong-hung's expression remained unchanged. He then stepped forward and walked into the room. He had seen similar cases while being Holmes' assistant, and he was numb to such a scene. First, Jong-hung walked toward the round table. He reached out and touched the man's nose to confirm that he had stopped breathing. After turning the corpse over, he took a look at the dagger stuck in his chest. After that, he saw the red birthmark on the corpse's face. "It seems like this is the man we are looking for," Jong-hung said to Disuse. Is he dead?" Disuse's face had already become as pale as a sheet. "Yes, and the time of death should be only a few minutes ago." Jong-hung looked at the bloodstains. No part of it was solidified yet. "It seems someone was in a rush to visit our target before we could. We walked up the stairs earlier. Maybe we walked past the murderer." "Who?" Disuse tried to think of the people he met at the stairs, but he could not remember anything. With a blank mind, all he could think of was that he must have gotten himself involved in something big. What he couldn't understand was that he was a mere nobody responsible for casting a bronze statue for the emperor. Why would anyone mess with him? At that time, the man from next door finally recovered from the shock. There has been a murder case. We should get the patrol team, he yelled. After hearing what the man said, everyone quickly went back to their houses, leaving only Desu standing at the door. Jongheng waved at him. What are you doing? Come in. We don't have much time. The patrol team should be here soon. What do you mean by that? Desu asked doubtfully. Amidio is dead. What else can we ask? People like Amidio do business in the dark. In other words, he carries many secrets with him. He'll definitely be watching out for assassins. Clearly, the murderer was poorly prepared this time. I checked the corpse, and I can tell you that he was killed with a single blow. No other surface wounds are visible, which means the murderer had no time to torture and interrogate Amidio. If we are lucky, we can still get the information we want without Amidio talking to us. Chapter 866. Clue and Ambition. Although the 2nd century Desus did not know who Watson was, he played the role of Watson with due diligence. Although he felt quite uncomfortable with the corpse in front of the round table, Desus still mustered his courage, entered the room, and quietly closed the door. In the old days, there was no such thing as protecting the crime scene. So Desus had no objection to what Jongheng wanted him to do next. After he looked around the room, he did not make a move immediately. Instead, he turned to ask Jongheng again. Although I understand what you said earlier, what are we looking for exactly? Pay attention to all the corners where things may be hidden. Check whether there are any notes or inconsistencies with Amidio's identity. As he spoke, Jongheng came to a cabinet. He then stretched out his hand to open the cabinet door, and he started to pull out all the clothes from the wardrobe. After that, he bent down and looked under the cabinet. So, Desus quickly copied what Jongheng did. He began to search Amidio's residence with Jongheng. Unfortunately, neither of them could find the thing that Jongheng mentioned before the patrol team arrived. Maybe he placed the items at his friend's place. Jongheng asked. By the time the patrol team arrived, Jongheng and Desus had already left Amidio's residence, leaving the messy crime scene behind them for the patrol team. They were taken aback when they saw how unkempt Amidio's residence was. It's bad. We don't know Amidio that well. So, we don't know which friend he chooses to trust. Desus said bitterly, and Klaus will not help us anymore. It's okay. The one who should be feeling anxious now is the enemy. Now, they had killed Amidio. If that thing is with Amidio's friends, he will find a way to deliver the thing to the person that could help to avenge Amidio's death. Who can avenge him? Desus asked. Me. Jongheng said, since the enemy doesn't want me to meet Amidio, they definitely don't want me to know who the mastermind is. So, all I have to do now is tell Amidio's friend to deliver the thing to me. Jongheng waved his hand, beckoning a painter drawing an advertisement on the wall not far away from him. The latter then put down his brush and paint and walked over to Jongheng. Jongheng asked the artist, how much does it cost you to paint a picture? 1 sestertius, sir. I'll give you 1 denarius. Jongheng threw a silver coin at the painter. I need you to write something on this insula's wall. Jongheng, the emperor's advisor, is responsible for investigating the murder of Amidio. Please come to us for clues. Meet me at the Tiber's bank. That's it? It's not supposed to cost you so much. The painter received the silver coin and said, just words. However, I want you to fill the walls of the building so every passing person can see it. No problem. The artist accepted the large sum of money and immediately began to put in work. He put a pause to his previous job first and tried his best to complete the task given by Jongheng first. Will this be useful? Desus looked at the big letters on the wall with doubt. Well, I think we should know about it tomorrow. Jongheng patted Desus's shoulder again. Let's stop here today, Watson. Let's go home for dinner. After a day of running around, I need a good rest, and we will continue tomorrow. After being reminded by Jongheng, Desus remembered that his stomach was grumbling. Due to the incident that he went through earlier, he had forgotten that he was feeling hungry. And now, he realized that he had lost his appetite. With a worried look, he asked, "Do we really have to investigate this matter? We have already witnessed the death of someone. Who knows what will happen next? Will we also be targeted by the enemy?" Zhongheng nodded when he heard Disuse's concern. "I can't rule out this possibility, but I am a gladiator champion, the Emperor's advisor, and not a nobody like Amidio. It would be more difficult to kill me. Besides, they would have to face lots of trouble after they kill me. So strictly speaking, you will be in danger next." "Not me. But don't worry, you are my Watson. As long as I'm still alive, it doesn't make much sense for them to kill you." Zhongheng comforted. Disuse sighed again when he heard Zhongheng's reply, but he did not say anything more after that. In the end, he went home looking worried. By the time he returned home, it was already over his meal hour. Disuse was not the son of a first wife. Hence, he did not expect anyone to wait for him to come back for dinner. However, when he walked to the kitchen with a hungry stomach, he was told that no one had saved any food for him. After a busy day, Disuse had all but anger stored in his stomach. After that, he planned to look for the servant who cooked the dinner and vent his anger on him, but all his anger disappeared the moment he saw another person in the kitchen. That man was an old servant dedicated to serving his brother, Nino. Disuse knew immediately who the person targeting him tonight was. His mother was just a slave, and he was the product of his father's one-night stand. In other words, his position at home had always been very awkward. He was constantly looked down on by his half-brother and mother. Disuse knew that he would be the one to suffer from this quarrel in the end. So, he did not say a word after that. He turned around and went back to his residence, where his wife bought him dinner from outside. Disuse asked his wife while eating, "Did Nino harass you again today?" Disuse's wife hesitated and finally nodded. "It's no big deal. All he has is his potty mouth." "That bastard, his good life won't last long," Disuse sneered. Disuse's wife seemed to worry that his words would be overheard. Hence, she looked around and whispered softly, "He is your younger brother, after all. If you happen to cause some big trouble, who do you think your father will favor? I don't care what the old man thinks. Anyway, I will never be a member of this family," Disuse said. "Don't say that. He is responsible for all our living expenses, and he also found you a job. It's only temporary." Disuse hugged his wife. "But don't worry. I have found a way, and I will be able to enter the Senate soon. Then, we won't have to rely on anyone anymore." "The Senate? But you are not his official son." "I'm not going to rely on that old man. I have my own way of doing things," Disuse said secretively, and he took his wife to the bed, "but before that, I will continue to play the useless big brother role in this family. I'm sorry that you have to suffer because of me. Then, how will you make it up to me?" Disuse's wife bit her lip and gazed at her husband with affectionate eyes. "I will give myself to you tonight," Disuse said with a smile. Chapter 867. Return that thing to me first. Disuse waited until his wife fell asleep before he got up from bed and got dressed again. He gazed at his lover on the bed again as if he had made a strong determination. After that, he walked out of the room quietly. With tiptoes through the dark front hall, he tried not to awaken the sleeping slave, waiting until he walked past the house's domus before he let out a sigh of relief. Glancing left and right, he made sure he wasn't being watched, then moved all the way to the south. However, he did not go too far since most who lived in this area were Roman upper-class nobles. Being the most expensive area in Rome, money simply wasn't enough to buy a house here. The buyer had to have a certain status in society before a purchase could be made. Disuse's family had moved here too after gaining more power. Their domus, however, was smaller than most around them. In contrast, the place where Disuse was going now was more luxurious. It indicated that the owner of this domus was quite famous in the Senate. Hence, Disuse had to tidy his clothes before visiting the owner. Before he knocked on the door, a familiar voice came from behind him. "From a friend's standpoint, I don't recommend you doing this." Disuse was taken aback, especially when he realized whose voice it was. It almost scared him to death.
You? When did you come here?
I have been here for a while now, Zhongheng answered. I have to say, it has a very decent environment. And I like the small fountain outside your house. It's cute. Why didn't I see you just now? Although Decius tried to appear as calm as possible, his heart thumped wildly in his chest. Because I don't want to scare you. However, in the end, I almost scared you to death, I think, Zhongheng admitted regretfully. It's late. Why are you here instead of sleeping at home? I'm a little. I can't sleep. You know, lots of things happened today. That guy named Amidio still got killed right before we entered the house. Have you never seen prisoners getting executed in the arena? Zhongheng asked curiously. I've seen it before, but that's a completely different thing, Decius said. Besides, we might also be in danger following Amidio's death. You carried much thought with you when you came out for a walk, and you even accidentally wandered to the Edile, Andrea's residence, Zhongheng said. It sounds reasonable to me. Decius was left silent after he heard what Zhongheng said. He then raised his head and asked Zhongheng, why are you here again? I'm here to prevent you from doing stupid things. And I want to solve the bronze statue problem with you. And how do you plan to do that? Asked Decius in surprise. Do you know who the mastermind is? Zhongheng did not answer Decius's question. Instead, he stretched out a hand. Give it back to me first. What is it? Decius's heart clenched, but he still did not spill the secret. The necklace you stole from Amidio's room. I stole nothing. Wait, Decius appeared to realize something all of a sudden. With widened eyes, he gasped, you placed the necklace there on purpose. Yes. Do you now understand why I stopped you from meeting Andrea? If you had used this necklace to negotiate with her, I'm worried you'd really follow in Amidio's footsteps, Zhongheng blinked and said. The necklace is not a piece of evidence left by Amidio but, a gift from someone else. I am the one who threw it into the cracks of the bed frame. Since Zhongheng lacked few good options at that time, he could only throw his game item there if he didn't throw the necklace that Lucilla gave him. You set a trap for me. Decius seemed to be in disbelief. But when did you suspect me? I didn't set a trap for you. There are 3 possibilities here. The first possibility is that you did not perform Watson's duty well enough, overlooking the necklace. If that were the case, nothing would happen after that. Second, you found the necklace, and you notified me about it. I really hoped you would have gone for that because I would have praised you for it. Third, our current situation, you took the necklace behind my back, and I need to stop you in time from doing anything stupid. Zhongheng continued, as for when I started to suspect you, I trusted you fully at the beginning. Your family became nobles with the support of the former emperor, Aurelius. They have always been hardcore supporters of the royal family, so logically, you should have sided with us in this bronze statue affair. When I got to know you better, however, I discovered that your family background was rather interesting. Your mother was a slave, and I must first apologize, for what comes next might come off a little harsh. Your birth was actually an accident. Your father had sex with your mother after he got drunk. After she gave birth to you, she was kicked out of the house by your father's wife. I can imagine that you didn't have a happy childhood. In fact, up until now, your position in this family is more to that of a leech. Fortunately, you have a wife who loves you dearly, and she is very considerate as well. Unfortunately, your brother is a B*****. He harasses your wife when you are not there. So, do you really have a sense of belonging in this family? Did you investigate me before you came to see me? Decius looked serious. No, I came to look for you right after I left the palace, Zhongheng said. But we didn't spend much time together. When did you? Decius was startled as a sudden realization came to him. At the southeast city, you said you were going to find a friend to help us to solve the ore problem. At that time, we were apart for a while. Yes. You are really smarter than you seem on the outside. I know a guy. The force behind him is said to be everywhere, specializing in collecting all kinds of information. They don't just nest in the southeast city. So I asked for your background information from him, Zhongheng said. And this solves my biggest doubt. Suppose the bronze statue doesn't get handed over on time, your family will undoubtedly suffer losses, especially new aristocrats like your father, who relied on Aurelius to join the Senate. Once he loses the emperor's favor, your family will start to deteriorate. But I guess this is not bad news for you since you and your family's interests do not align. Zhongheng paused. Of course, I'm not saying that you stand in a different position with your family when it comes to the copper mine incident. Strictly speaking, I started suspecting when you brought us to meet your friend, Klaus. Chapter 868. Drag you down. When we went to see Klaus, did I do anything that made you suspicious of me? Disuse asked. No. Strictly speaking, it wasn't you. Do you remember what I did before we walked into the house? Zhongheng asked. You were looking around, looking at the people in the corridor. Oh, you saw Andrea's man, Disuse said. I don't know who those people are, and I'm not even sure what their purpose is. But my Southeast City friends told me that those guys have been following us for some time, and the murderer killed Amidio a few minutes before we arrived. In other words, someone realized that we were about to uncover the truth. So, they hurriedly killed Amidio to prevent him from talking to us. Here comes another problem. Even if they were following us, how did they know our movements so well? Asked Zhongheng in return. Have you been suspecting me since then? Was that why you made something up and told me that Amidio was likely to leave evidence behind? Well, this isn't something I made up. The likelihood of something like this happening is very high, Zhongheng said. Aren't you afraid that I'd find the evidence he left behind and hide it from you? Disuse could not help but ask. We were in the same room, my friend. Do you think you can hide anything from me? Zhongheng sighed. Disuse was rendered speechless. The only remaining question that bothers me now is, how deeply you involved in this matter? Zhongheng looked at Disuse. I'm tending to think that there's an agreement between you and Andrea. However, your understanding of the whole thing is limited. As the situation developed, your shocked expressions didn't seem faked unless you are an outstanding actor, of course. I think your childhood experience contributed a bit to your acting career. However, you are still not good enough to deceive me. When we saw Amidio's body, the fear and shock you presented in front of me were real. Therefore, Zhongheng snapped his fingers, I was a little surprised that you did not hesitate to hide my necklace afterward. Disuse finally spoke up after staying silent for a long while. You only know me by hearsay. You don't know what my actual life is like. If I get the opportunity to take my beloved one and leave my family, you can be sure I'll be taking it. Before you can do all that, though, you'll be needing chips to bargain with Andrea. And why are you so sure that you won't end up like Amidio? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. I'm also curious about the promise that Andrea made to you. How did he make you side with him? He told me that as long as I don't get involved in this matter, he would provide me with a stable and decent job when it's all over. So that my wife and I can move out from here, Disuse explained. That sounds good. It'll help if you did what he said. Leave the necklace alone, stay by my side, and continue to play the role of Watson, Zhongheng sincerely replied. But I want more. I want to achieve greatness and become a senator. When that time comes, I'll be able to lift my head high in front of my father and that B***-starred brother of mine. If that necklace is important physical evidence left behind by Amidio, I have my bargaining coin to negotiate with Andrea. Disuse clenched his fists. Your courage is commendable, Zhongheng praised before turning around and denouncing him. Unfortunately, you don't have a brain. Well, I probably understand your position in this matter. Let us solve the matter together. Zhongheng clapped his hands. Are you going to confront Andrea? Disuse asked. Amidio is dead. If you were Andrea, would you admit that you were the mastermind? I probably won't, Disuse said truthfully. Yes. Even if you and I confronted him together, he will not admit to anything. And strictly speaking, all he told you was not to be nosy. He didn't instruct you to do anything. Besides, you just took the necklace spontaneously. Then how are you going to convince him to restart the Binota mine? After knowing who the mastermind behind this whole incident is, it isn't that hard getting the mine to resume operations. I don't need him to admit that he did it. I just need to take advantage of his weakness. Let him have a taste of his own medicine. Zhonghang smiled. It's better that you stay oblivious to the details of the plan. You can continue fulfilling your agreement with Andrea. Don't be nosy. I don't quite understand. Disuse looked a little confused. Are you not going to hold me accountable for this matter? Yes. You've been my Watson for a while, after all. It'll do me no good to hold you accountable, Zhongheng said. Be also rest assured that even if Andrea knows that I'm going against him, I won't make you look suspicious. But from now on, you'll have to update me on any news you receive. I might have something for you to do later on. You want to join the Senate, right? Maybe I can help you. After knowing who the mastermind was, Zhonghang immediately formulated a counterattack plan. But before that, there was one important thing he needed to do, and that was to make this an even more chaotic affair by dragging someone into it. Early the next morning, Zhongheng visited the senator, Devo Braille. Devo Braille was still very cautious. Since he remained neutral in the Senate, he had heard about a group of people who were against the new emperor that just inherited the throne. Hence, in adherence to his consistent attitude of not offending anyone, he welcomed Zhongheng, the new emperor's advisor, into his house. However, he didn't seem too enthusiastic. They chatted for a while in the front hall, where Zhongheng proposed that they head to the study to examine Braille's collection. Feeling that it would be inappropriate to reject Zhongheng's request, Braille agreed, and the two proceeded to the study room. Soon, Zhongheng got bored. Hence, he took the initiative to say goodbye to Devo Braille. Devo Braille was relieved. He then sent Zhongheng to the front hall and watched him leave his domus. Zhongheng headed straight to Cobb's residence on the city's outskirts, spending a long time there. It made Andrea, who had been secretly monitoring Zhongheng's whereabouts, very nervous. He knew that Devo Braille was Cobb's largest buyer. Earlier, he had asked Amidio to negotiate with Cobb. He was willing to help Cobb pay the liquidated damages of the mine, and in addition to that, pay an additional sum of money to Cobb. However, the mine was only a small part of Cobb's business. His main income source was still his farm. If Devo Braille got involved and used his identity as the largest buyer to pressure Cobb, Cobb would probably reveal the contents of all his transactions. But Andrea still did not think that he was doomed. After all, the cunning Devo Braille had stayed neutral for a long time. It had made no sense for him to stick his nose into this matter suddenly. Of course, Andrea was not afraid of Devo Braille. After all, Andrea was just an executor that worked for someone even more powerful. Otherwise, Andrea, a small aedile, would never dare to challenge the emperor. And Devo Braille would not transgress them either. Otherwise, from tonight, he'd be clutching Commodus's thigh tightly. Andrea thought perhaps Zhongheng was just trying to scare him. Another day passed, and Andrea received bad news. Last night, the saw pipe in the area under his jurisdiction had been damaged by an unknown person. Chapter 869. I'm not close to him. The aedile originated in the Roman Republic. At first, this position could only be held by the civilians. They were mainly responsible for the maintenance of the temple and the management of the archives. Later, with the development of society, the nobles could also work as an aedile. And at the same time, the power and responsibilities of an aedile had gone through some changes. From managing the archives and maintaining temples to being responsible for the city's municipal administration, they maintained public facilities and even did public security work. In the Republican era, the aedile was not paid. Often, they had to dig into their own pockets to pay for certain items. Like Caesar, he used to be an aedile. He ended up bankrupting himself, racking up considerable debt, and was even prevented from leaving Rome by the loan sharks. Of course, Caesar was no fool. He would not do something that was not going to benefit him. Working as an aedile was one of the most effective ways to gain public favor and political capital. For example, if you built a road for everyone with your own money, it was only logical that they would be grateful to you. Caesar had accumulated a considerable reputation during his tenure as aedile, and it was all done with the help of his money. So, it was not difficult to understand why Caesar went bankrupt at that time. Other than that, becoming an aedile would pave the road for the person to become a financial officer and magistrate in the future. Although it wasn't mandatory for someone to be an aedile before they could become a financial officer or a magistrate, most financial officers and magistrates, according to statistics, had worked their way up from an aedile. It was simply how the politics of that era worked. Andrea had served as an aedile for 3 years, and this year, he was expected to be promoted to financial officer. At this most critical juncture, he certainly did not want to make any mistakes. Hence, when he heard that the sawpipe was damaged, he quickly rushed to the scene as soon as he could. The good news was that the damage was not severe, and it could be repaired within 2 days. The bad news was that if he did not want this earlier, Andrea had only suspected Zhongheng. After receiving the secret report from Dessous, he was 70% confident that his guesses were right. Dessous had told him that Zhongheng did not ask him to tag along when he looked for Devo Braille. Before leaving, he even told him that it was better that a nobody like him didn't participate in such an event. This was also the real reason why Andrea felt that Devo Braille had betrayed him. With the way the cunning Devo Braille usually worked, he would never want to attract too much attention if he ever colluded with Zhongheng. Everyone knew that he would gain more if he kicked Dessous aside. It appeared that an opportunity to confirm his conjecture further had presented itself. In the afternoon, Zhongheng came to his Domus. Zhongheng was no longer what he used to be. Instead of entertaining others with his life as an arena gladiator, he was appointed to become Commodus' advisor. In other words, he had now stepped into the world where most of the powerful politicians nestled. Even if the two were enemies, Andrea had to let Zhongheng enter his Domus. Initially, Andrea wanted to have a quick chat with him. He did not expect Zhongheng to speak first. "Shall we go to your study?" Andrea subconsciously wanted to say no, but he suddenly remembered that someone had damaged the saw pipe. So, he eventually agreed to Zhongheng's request. The two soon came to Andrea's study. Andrea then closed the door. They were the only people in the study room. After a while, Andrea spoke first, breaking the silence. "So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" "Oh, I heard an accident happened to the saw pipes not long ago. I was shocked at how awful it was. I happened to be passing by your Domus, and I wanted to see if I could offer my help." Before Andrea asked Zhongheng to take a seat, Zhongheng pulled the chair out and sat down. "Advisor Zhongheng, you are too kind." Something was flashing in Andrea's eyes. He then said coldly, "My people have total control of the situation, and I believe it will be fixed soon. There is nothing for you to help." "That's good. I came to Rome not long ago. 2 months ago, I was just a gladiator. There are so many things for me to study every day. So, if I make any future mistake, I hope you can forgive me." Zhongheng paused and continued, "A friend told me that it is not too complicated to gain a foothold in Rome's political ground. Just get one thing done, and I'll be able to gain a friend. If today your friend comes across trouble, and you extend your helping hand to him, my friend will naturally lend me his when I'm in a rut myself." "What are you trying to say here?" Andrea frowned. "I'm working hard to make friends," as he said. Zhongheng spread his hands. "You should also know that I am now in charge of the casting of the bronze statue, but I'm encountering a little problem right now. The Binota mine happens to have collapsed, and our ore supply is cut off. Work there has been suspended for some time now. I want to resume the work as soon as possible." Zhongheng looked at Andrea's eyes as he spoke. Andrea then sneered, "What does this matter have to do with me? Besides, don't you already have friends? Let Devo Braille helps you. I didn't say you have anything to do with this. As for Devo Braille, I am not too close to him. I went to look for him yesterday, but he refused to help me. Jongheng shook his head. So I could only come to you and try my luck here. Andrea almost yelled at Jongheng when he heard what he said. At this point, Jongheng still refused to acknowledge his relationship with Devo Braille. Without Devo Braille's help, how could he have come to his Domus the very next day? Previously, Andrea had only suspected Devo Braille's involvement in this matter. Now, he firmly believed that Devo Braille had indeed picked a side after Jongheng denied his relationship with him. It was also because he could sense that Jongheng possessed Devo Braille's unique aura, where he dared not admit whatever he did. And at the same time, he did want to offend anyone too. Chapter 870. Reward. If Devo Braille is unwilling to help you, what makes you think I would? Andrea asked coldly. You know, after I was free from the arena, I joined the patrol team in the southeast city for a period of time. I've investigated far too many criminal cases. According to my accumulated experience, cases like vandalizing public facilities would surely happen more than once. And the next time, I'm afraid you won't be getting it repaired in a day or two. Andrea felt a chill when he heard what Jongheng said, knowing that he was being threatened. Just as he would never admit his connections with the Binota mine, Jongheng would never admit that the damage to the saw pipe was related to him. So, he gave Andrea a fair reminder. Andrea knew what Jongheng was trying to tell him, though. If the Binota mine problem could not be resolved, Andrea would never get his piece as an aedile. And this was the critical time for him to be promoted to financial officer. Even if he had political allies propping him up, he would still lose the support of the people if he did not do his job well. And once he lost the support of the people, no matter how powerful his political allies were, they wouldn't be assisting his promotion to become a financial officer. Andrea knew at that time that Jongheng had gotten a hold of his weakness. As of now, he had two options to choose from. He could insist on sticking to his original plan. If he did that, Jongheng would never complete his task. However, he might lose his entire political career. There were more than a person or two who were against Commodus now. Although everyone was secretly fighting the emperor, each person had their own agenda. Some people wished that they could control the young emperor to gain more power, and some wanted to show Commodus that they were not afraid of him. Some adopted the soft and hard approach, ensuring that they could keep their existing power. Then there were some who wanted to complicate the situation and take advantage. As for Andrea, he chose this side so he could cozy up to certain core political figures and benefit from them. At the same time, he weighed the pros and cons of his decision. For now, if he insisted on following his plan, his personal interests would be greatly affected. Hence, being so stubborn was simply meaningless. On that account, Andrea could only choose the second option. He responded after a moment of silence. You don't have to worry about the mine. I heard that the accident wasn't that serious. Another 1 or 2, no. They can resume work today. Very well. Jongheng nodded and said, I know some people from the patrol team. I can ask them to keep an eye on the saw pipe. If someone dares to do damage it, we will help you to catch the culprit. Thanks for your hard work. Andrea gritted his teeth and muttered a thanks. And Jongheng pretended that he did not hear the man grinding his teeth. Instead, he laughed and said, I'm glad we finally reached a consensus so that the matter can be resolved peacefully. I won't bother you anymore. After this, I'm going to tell Dusk the good news. Since the mine can resume operations tonight, I believe he will want to gather the craftsmen in advance. After Jongheng finished speaking, he got up from his seat. We have lost a lot of time. It's time for us to hasten the pace if we still want to meet the dateline. Andrea struggled for a moment, finally reaching out his hand before Jongheng left. I've seen your heroic appearance in the arena, but I didn't expect you to play so well in the political world too. If someone looks down on you in the future, I believe they will surely regret it. Jongheng discarded his aggressive manner too and shook hands with Andrea. I am also amazed by the importance of the public facilities to you. I believe you will become a financial officer smoothly. It only took 3 days for Zhongheng to restart the construction of the bronze statue, which had been suspended for a long time. And finally, the works were all completed before the deadline. 52 freshly made Commodus bronze statues stood out in an open space on the outskirts of Rome. The rising sun plated the statues with a golden coat. The young emperor, accompanied by his wife, reviewed the bronze statues, and he was pleased that each one looked as majestic as they stood. The statues looked just like him. When these statues were transported to various provinces, especially the more remote ones, the people from there would have a chance to admire the emperor's likeness. You did an excellent job. Once again, you perfectly completed the task I gave you. You will never let me down, won't you? Commodus then patted Zhongheng on the shoulder and looked at his wife. What kind of reward do you think I should give him? It's my responsibility to complete all tasks you ask of me, Your Majesty. Zhongheng bowed slightly. It is also my responsibility as the emperor to reward those who do well, Commodus responded wittily. Queen Christina thought for a while, and she said, I heard from Lucilla that you still perform in the Victor Arena. That means you shouldn't be short of money. Since you used to be a gladiator, I don't think you need any slaves at home. However, you don't have a wife yet. Commodus's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. Helping someone to pick a partner was a skill set all emperors possessed. Zhongheng was also taken aback and hurriedly spoke before Commodus said something, I actually have a lover. Oh, is it? Which girl? Queen Christina was curious. She's a spectator of my shows, and she is a civilian. We have been engaged in a private relationship for a while now. In order to prevent Commodus and his wife from finding him a wife, Zhongheng had to make up a love affair spontaneously. Christina wanted to ask more questions, but she noticed the impatient look on her husband's face. Hence, she hurriedly suppressed her curiosity and returned to the elegant posture a queen should have had. Commodus then continued, I heard that you now live by the Tiber River. The scenery there is good, but it is too far away from the palace. Sometimes I need my advisor by my side as quickly as possible. And you are renting a house. If you want to integrate into this city fully, you need to have your own house. Since this is the case, I will give you a domus. That'll be too expensive, Your Majesty, Zhongheng said. No, this is what you deserve. You did a good job with the southeast city. Working as an advisor is your job, but it is not a reward. Strictly speaking, the house is not a reward too. I'm just giving you a place to stay. Later on, I will pick a fief and reward you, Commodus said happily. However, all the fiefs near the city of Rome are now occupied by others. There are still lots of fiefs in the local province, but they are too remote. You will have to find someone to take care of it for you. I will pick a fief for you afterward. Zhongheng had to admit that although future historians portrayed Commodus as a worthless, bad-habited emperor and he died in an extremely embarrassing as well, the young emperor standing before Zhongheng did treat his men quite well, for now, at least. Zhongheng was actually thinking about finding a fief for himself. Once he was given one, it would mean he'd be completely separated from the plebeians and became a nobleman. Considering that he had freed himself from slavery only 4 months ago, the speed of him being promoted was almost like riding a rocket. Chapter 871. New Domus and Visitor. Wow, is this our new home? The slave girl ran into the new house excitedly. No, it's my new home. You are just staying here temporarily, Zhongheng said. HMPH. Stingy. The domus given to Zhongheng by Commodus was not in the area where Diseusa's family lived, but it was a well-known upmarket area in Rome. And, as Commodus said, it was closer to the palace and more convenient for Zhongheng to travel there from his residence. Since Zhongheng was the only person that lived in the domus, Commodus did not give him a house with large space. Even so, it was about the same size as Mark Roos's domus, especially the large and well-lit front hall. There was also a long and narrow rain-collecting pond. The domus was also fully furnished as well. Lastly, Commodus sent Zhongheng 2 servants to help him upkeep the house. The slave girl was immersed in the joy of moving to a new house. She ran around the courtyard and touched everything she could touch. On the other hand, Zhongheng asked the two servants to move the luggage into the house. He then turned around, walked into the study room, and took out 2 bottles of wine from the cabinet before pouring himself a glass. After solving the mine problem, he could finally relax. With Disuse keeping an eye on the project, he did not need to go there every day to monitor its progress. Other than the monthly gladiatorial performance, he would occasionally return to the Southeast District to deal with the problems Soap and Marcus couldn't solve. After that, he would spend the rest of his time digesting the assassin skills Dardartes had taught him. Now that his assassin skills had been upgraded to LV2, it meant he had almost reached the threshold of a first-class assassin. Coupled with Kreis Heart, an item known as the perfect assassin's costume, Zhongheng's true strength in an assassin was close to the top assassins in the world. Once he digested everything that Dardartes taught him, he needed to accumulate experience like his assassin counterparts and polish his skills to improve as an assassin. He had a shortcut, however. And that was the Assassin's Library of the Balanced Blade. It housed various assassin classics since the establishment of the Balanced Blade. If he could stay in the library for some time, he was confident that he could further improve his assassination skills. He had even reached an agreement with the priestess. After he killed Altrus, he would be granted access to the library. Currently, this was Zhongheng's main goal. On the other hand, being close to Commodus also meant that he could get in touch with people from the royal guards and start investigating who had actually hired an assassin to murder him. This problem had Zhongheng very concerned. Enemies that were hiding behind curtains were usually the most dangerous. His rise to fame had been too quick. It was only normal that someone got jealous. And Zhongheng also realized that he had offended a number of people. Nobody in this world hated him to the point they wanted him to disappear except for the bosses of several small gangs he had previously eliminated. Typically, it was hard for this type of people to come into contact with the royal guards. In other words, there was no other suspect on his list for now. From a motive standpoint, Zhongheng could not find a reason for anyone to kill him. He also knew that, at times, the murderer didn't necessarily have a reason to eliminate their targets. Some serial killers, for instance, had psychological issues, while others would kill by impulse. Looking for the individual that wanted to assassinate him would be a gargantuan task. The only clue that Zhongheng had now was the portrait. It appeared that he would need to meet the royal guards later on. At the same time, Zhongheng did not expect his first guest to be Lucilla after moving to his new Domus. From the time the two first met, Zhongheng did not want to get too close to the woman that possessed the intention to kill her brother. According to historical records, it took 2 years for her to assassinate her brother. By then, Zhongheng would have already left this dungeon. After coming in touch with Lucilla, he realized how crazy she could get at times, frequently executing her actions in defiance of common sense. Since he could never figure out what she would do next, it was best he kept his distance from her. If it were someone else, Zhongheng would have warned her not to get too close to him. However, Lucilla had an outstanding status in Rome. Even her husband was required to treat her respectfully. Not one person in the entire empire could hold her down except for Commodus. Although she crossed the line sometimes, most people turned a blind eye to her. And just like the others, Zhongheng couldn't refuse her request as well. Therefore, in return for receiving the necklace, Zhongheng gave her and Queen Christina a ticket to his gladiatorial show as promised. Unsurprisingly, Queen Christina declined the invitation. It was something that Zhongheng expected. Christina grew up in a prestigious family, after all, and special attention had to be paid to manners and character. She was also now married to Commodus and had become a queen. Hence, she had to make sure that she acted like a queen. She could no longer go crazy as she liked and did all those things she wished. As for Lucilla, she was very interested in Zhongheng's gladiatorial performance. So, she accepted the ticket. However, she did not show up on that day. Mark Roos was left in an awkward spot since he had prepared a welcome speech for her. After that incident, Zhongheng thought that Lucilla's enthusiasm for him had faded, but he did not expect that the woman would suddenly show herself in front of him after disappearing for 2 months. Lucilla did not inform him before she came over. She walked into the Domus just like that. And she also encountered the same obstacles as her brother visited Zhongheng for the first time. The excited slave girl stopped her. Lucilla wasn't as nice as her brother, though. She signaled the guard behind her with her eyes. With a solemn face, the tall knight walked toward the slave girl. The slave girl suddenly became very nervous. There was just too much of a difference between her height and size compared to the knight. To her, Lucilla's guard was like a small hill. However, this was her home, and she was half-master. So, this time, she insisted on not taking a step back. That was how the slave girl thought, but she did not expect her subconscious to force her to retreat. After that, Zhongheng came out of the study room and picked her up by her collar. He then put the terrified girl down behind him while nodding at Lucilla. "Augusta. Just call me Lucilla." Lucilla smiled at Zhongheng and waved at her guard as if she had done nothing to the slave girl before Zhongheng came out of the study room. Of course, Zhongheng wasn't expecting Lucilla to admit her mistake. He simply asked the aggrieved slave girl to go to the second floor before asking, "To what do I owe this pleasure, Augusta?" "Call me Lucilla. I don't want to repeat it the third time." Lucilla still wore her smile. "You men are such unsympathetic animals. You haven't seen me for so long. I would have forgiven you if you told me you didn't miss me, but how dare you ask me why I came looking for you?" Zhongheng did not know how to answer the question. So, he chose to maintain his silence. Chapter 872. Banquet. Fortunately, Lucilla did not dwell on the previous conversation. She looked around, nodded, and said, "This is a good place. My brother seems to value you a lot. His Majesty graciously rewards those who have helped him and rightly punishes those who go against him. He has always treated his men well," Zhongheng said. Lucilla smiled nonchalantly when she heard what Zhongheng said. "I heard you are the first to solve the public security problem in the southeast city. And right after that, you made sure that the bronze statues were delivered on time. I believe that these two achievements made my brother really happy. It's all part of my job. Let's put aside the fact that this is your job. I have to admit that you are indeed quite capable. I wonder why you keep trying to avoid me." Lucia paused. "You know who I am, and I can give you something my brother can never give." Zhongheng remained silent. "Do you know what I'm most curious about?" Lucilla continued. "I appreciate further details. You approached my brother to gain more power. You don't have to deny that. That night at Senator Dior's Domus, you deliberately provoked Sartanilos to attract Commodus's attention. At one point, I thought that you were no different from the others. But what's interesting is that you have no intention to get close to me. If you become my friend, there is no doubt that it will be useful to your political career. But you don't seem to think so." A glint flashed in Lucilla's eyes. "Either I am that ugly that it makes you sick, or I've misjudged you from the beginning. You are not simply approaching my brother to gain more power. It seems like you have another agenda in your mind." Zhongheng's heart clenched when he heard what she said. He did not expect that this seemingly unreliable woman would have such extraordinary observation skills. Indeed, Lucilla had asked the right questions this time. If Zhongheng had indeed approached Commodus to gain more power, he would have worked hard to gain Lucilla's adoration as well. The real reason why Zhongheng approached Commodus was that he wanted to know Altrus' whereabouts. And Lucilla had nothing to do with Altrus. Hence, Zhongheng had no reason to please her. Fortunately, Zhongheng's advantage in understanding history could be brought into play at this time. After a moment of silence, Zhongheng said, "Your beauty is distinguished across the land of Rome. And no man can reject your invitation. I didn't dare to approach you because I heard rumors that your relationship with His Majesty is not as good as everyone thinks." Lucilla raised her eyebrows. She was a little surprised. "Who told you about that?" Zhongheng shut his mouth, making it clear that he did not want to answer this question. Not wanting to delve into it, Lucilla put away the smile on her face and said casually, "Since you have entered this power circle, you should know that unverified rumors are something that will always be around. These rumors are the weapons politicians use to attack each other. I'm the only remaining blood relative of Commodus. How could I go against my only brother? Commodus's real enemy is the one souring our relationship. Zhongheng bowed. I have learned my lesson here. I am the Emperor's advisor, after all. I have to maintain my loyalty to His Majesty no matter what, even if unpleasant rumors circulate me. Lucilla interrupted impatiently without waiting for Zhongheng to finish his sentence. You are a conscientious man. I'm overjoyed that my brother has finally found a decent person to work with. He needs an undespicable person to lessen his burden. If that's the case, I won't interrupt you putting on a show with your loyalty. Zhongheng took out the necklace that Lucilla gave him some time ago. Keep it. I don't lack jewelry. Besides, I do not take back items I gave out. After Lucilla finished speaking, she seemed to have lost her interest in Zhongheng. She turned and walked out of the front hall with her guard. Zhongheng followed her and respectfully sent Lucilla out of the door and waited for her to leave. When she got to the street, she stopped again, turned to Zhongheng, and said, "Don't think that no one knows what you are doing. I will keep my eyes on you." Zhongheng frowned, wondering what Lucilla meant. At the same time, the latter had already gotten into her carriage. And the slave girl ran down from the second floor when she saw that everyone had gone. Is she the Emperor's sister? She doesn't look like a nice person. What makes you say that? Is it because she ordered her guard to get rid of you? Zhongheng asked. Also, what did I tell you about blocking people from entering the house? You don't even know who the person is. I can't be letting people into our house as they please, can I? The slave girl replied angrily. It's my home. I don't mind. You don't have to get angry. If a similar thing happens again, ask the servant to deal with them. If you can't stop them, just let them come into the house. Don't go and stick your nose into their business. Okay. Seeing that the slave girl was still a little unhappy, Zhongheng took out a gold coin, gave it to her, and said, "Go to the tailor's shop and bring back the clothes I ordered. I will wear it for the evening dinner later. By the way, use the rest of the money to get yourself a set. Are you going to the palace to attend the dinner party?" Making the slave girl happy again was a breeze. She immediately felt better once she received the coin. Zhongheng had recently discovered that the slave girl liked money a lot. Yes. I'm going to the palace to attend dinner later. I have worked as an advisor for a while now, but I have not met most of my colleagues. It's time for me to meet them, Zhongheng said casually. Lucilla's visit was an expected event. Zhongheng needed to attend the upcoming dinner. It was the banquet that Commodus had dedicated to him, welcoming him into his small political group. According to Commodus, his advisors and other hardcore supporters would be there tonight as well. Of course, what Zhongheng cared about most was Altrus. He had never seen him before. Zhongheng could have killed Altrus at the dinner party, but he promised the priestess that he would hand him over to her for a while before he killed him. Since this was the case, he wouldn't be able to kill him at the banquet. Besides, if Altrus died there, he would get into trouble as well. Although Zhongheng was confident that he could make the death look like an accident, he would look as if he had something to do with Altrus' death since he was the main protagonist of the night. Hence, Zhongheng decided to put a temporary hold on his plan and use this opportunity to get to know Altrus a little more. He would look for chances afterward to eliminate him. And he had to make sure that no one would suspect him. Chapter 873. Make Rome Great Again. Zhongheng rushed to the palace before dark. And now he got closer to the guards outside the palace. They knew that he was someone that the emperor valued. So, they no longer stopped him when they saw him entering the palace. However, it would be better if Zhongheng was given access to a secret passage that led directly to Commodus's study room, like Altrus. Unfortunately, he realized it would be something he would never get. Commodus's trust in Altrus had reached a level that no one could match, greatly surpassing the relationship between the emperor and an advisor. From this standpoint, Zhongheng could understand why the Balance Blade, which had considerable political resources, had to eliminate Altrus. Other than assassinating him, there was no other way for them to separate him from Commodus. At the same time, Zhongheng became a little curious about which side the balance blade was on. Killing Altrus would surely weaken the Emperor's influence and leave Commodus no one to rely on. Perhaps they did not want Altrus to continue bewitching Commodus. This matter had nothing to do with Zhongheng. He was simply thinking about it while traveling in the carriage. After that, he handed his Persian short swords to the maid beside him and followed another maid into the palace. The hall was already filled to the brim with people. However, Commodus was not there yet. Zhongheng, too, hadn't seen anyone that remotely resembled Altrus. On the other hand, Clint had arrived early and was walking through the crowd. Zhongheng could see that he was quite popular among his peers. Everyone seemed to respect him a lot. When Clint saw Zhongheng, he gave the young man he was talking to a pat on his back and walked over to Zhongheng. "Welcome, I heard about the mine. You handled it very well." "The batch of bronze statues was delivered as scheduled," said Clint before lowering his voice.
Did you find out who the mastermind was?
Zhongheng shook his head. "I have no idea as well. I asked Senator Devo Braille, hoping he could provide me with some help. Unfortunately, he refused to help me. Anyway, the matter was resolved afterward." "Devo Braille?" Clint raised his eyebrows. "That cunning old fox. It's not surprising that he refused to help you. That man would always stay neutral because he doesn't want to offend anyone. However, why did he secretly help you in the end? Could he have done it in good faith?" Clint seemed a little baffled. "I heard that you encountered some troubles recently." After Zhongheng realized that he had drawn Clint's attention to Devo Braille, he quickly changed the topic. "Oh, someone wanted to interfere with the introduction of the new copper coin. I killed some of them." After that, the rest of the people began to fall in line obediently, Clint said with disapproval. "Some people in the Senate are living so comfortably that they have forgotten who grants them their power. His Majesty's father was too tolerant of the Senate when he was still on the throne. And some of them are way over their heads now. We need to change the way they work. If I'm right, I believe that will be our next task." Clint had inadvertently revealed some of his plans to Zhongheng. It was his way to gain political allies. The two chatted for a while before Clint stopped talking about politics. He then started to talk about the food, the drinks, and enjoying himself. He recommended several famous restaurants in Rome to Zhongheng. Writing it down, Zhongheng planned to take the slave girl to those places. This was his only chance to dine at Roman eateries of the 2nd century. He also wanted to know if he could gain any points from it. After a while, Commodus finally walked into the hall. The crowd stopped talking and paid their respects to the young emperor. The latter seemed to be in a good mood tonight. He waved his hands and chirped, "The purpose of our banquet tonight is to welcome a new friend. There are no outsiders here, so you are free to loosen yourselves." After speaking, he looked at Zhongheng. Upon seeing this, Zhongheng walked toward Commodus. The young emperor immediately put his hand on his shoulders. He then said with great enthusiasm, "Next, I will introduce my new advisor. I believe you are quite familiar with him. The entire city of Rome knows his name. He makes all the women go crazy for him. He was the champion of the Amphitheatrum Flavium, and he can defeat a bison empty-handed. He is Zhongheng from another Far Eastern empire." Commodus deliberately raised volume when he said Zhongheng's name, and a festivus round of applause rumbled through the banquet hall. As the applause died down, Commodus continued, "I'm betting that all of you here combined may not be enough to defeat Zhongheng. Never for a second should you think that he is simply a man that knows only violence to solve problems. In fact, his wisdom amazes me. All of you here know about the southeastern city. The public security problem there has existed for at least a century or two. Countless emperors have attempted to improve the area, but none have yielded any result. And indeed, most believe that the area no longer has hope. Zhongheng spent only 2 months there, and he greatly improved the security situation. Compared to his combat skills, his intelligence is more valuable to me. My father told me constantly that the brain is always better than the sword. Everyone nodded when they heard the emperor's speech. Commodus took 2 glasses of wine from the waiter, gave one of them to Jonghung, and raised the glass in his hand. Let's pay our respects to this mystical Oriental man who will never let us down. Let's welcome him to join us. Let us all make Rome greater together. When he heard that, Jonghung raised his glass too and said, His Majesty, under your leadership, Rome will be filled with glory. To our emperor and Jonghung, our new friend, everyone toasted and hollered. After that, Commodus asked Clint to take Jonghung to meet the people that attended the banquet. Jonghung then shook hands with the guests one by one. As Clint continued introducing the guests, his heart gradually sank because he discovered that Altrus was not there. Almost all of Commodus's men were there tonight, except for the mysterious Altrus. This also meant that Jonghung's previous plan was now nullified. He realized that he wouldn't be approaching Altrus anytime soon. If Altrus was so cautious that he even refused to attend a banquet his colleagues attended, it meant that no one else could see him except for Commodus. The difficulty of assassinating him would become very high, not to mention that Jonghung needed to hand him over to the priestess for some time before he got to kill him. After that, Jonghung did not bother making any new friends. He had a different purpose from everyone here. After all, he was just a passerby in Rome during the 2nd century AD. It would be pointless for him even if he were promoted to Clint's position. Chapter 874. Surprise Meetup. The banquet ended in a relaxed and happy mood. Only halfway through the function, Commodus had already made a move. Jonghung wanted to leave as well, but considering the personality he had created for himself, he had to wait until the end of the banquet before he could leave the place. Lucilla's visit this afternoon also reminded him that as he became more and more famous, more people would be paying attention to him now. It was crucial that someone like him attended such an evening banquet. It allowed him to exchange conversation and make friends with powerful political allies. If Jonghung wanted to maintain his power-hungry persona, it would be unwise for him to leave too early. Although Jonghung was not interested in socializing, he had to pretend that he was fond of talking to them. He did not remember how many glasses of wine he drank that night. The Roman nobles liked to drink their wine with lead glasses. Besides, red lead could effectively reduce the sourness in wine. Other than that, the water containers that supplied the water to everywhere in the city were made of ceramic and lead. Smaller items like tableware, kitchen utensils, jewelry, and cosmetics contained lead, not to mention that Roman ladies liked lipstick that contained lead or cinnabar, red mercury sulfide. It was not hard to understand why the Roman nobles found it difficult to bear children. Jonghung was not bothered by it, though, considering he would only be in this dungeon for a year and a half. When he returned to the real world, his physical state would be restored to the state before he entered the dungeon. So, in theory, as long as Jonghung did not drink himself to death within a year and a half, chronic lead poisoning was not a big deal to him. However, he suddenly felt dizzy when he was drinking a glass of wine with a young man. An ordinary person would have thought that Jonghung might have consumed too much alcohol that night. However, for a well-trained assassin like Jonghung, it was easy for him to realize something wrong with the wine. Not to mention that when Jonghung met Dardates not too long ago, the latter used the same method to doze him off. That was why Jonghung was extra cautious when he encountered a similar situation. Hence, he reacted immediately after taking the first sip. He saw a honeypot and vomited the rest of the wine in his mouth. After that, Jonghung pretended that he was drunk and dropped the honeypot on the ground. Immediately, a maid went over to clean up the shattered pieces. The other maid who helped Jonghung up said, "His Majesty mentioned that if you are drunk, you can rest in the room upstairs." Jonghung mumbled a few vague words. Although he vomited most of the wine, he could still feel that the small sip he took had started to take effect. Not only did he become dizzy, but his breathing began to accelerate as well. His pupils became dilated. Fortunately, Jonghung could still manage to control himself. He figured that he had around 80% of his strength left. If he drank all of the wine in the cup, he would have lost all his mobility, and others could do whatever they want to him. Now, he still had enough strength to protect himself, at least. Zhongheng was a little surprised at the beginning because he was at the royal palace. And it was probably the most difficult place for someone to poison others. Not to mention that many guests attended the banquet tonight. Now it seemed like he was the only victim, which meant that the person that poisoned him had control over the maids. And the person had also prepared a room for him. In other words, Commodus probably knew about it. Even if he did not know anything, it seemed he wasn't opposing it from happening. Since Zhongheng had already known who did this to him, he actually felt relieved. The maid helped him to get to the room upstairs. Unlike the magnificent banquet hall below, the room was empty, with only 2 chairs facing each other. The maid put Zhongheng on one of the chairs, then turned on the light and walked out. Zhongheng immediately closed his eyes. He made use of the time he had to feel the state of his body and analyzed what he had consumed earlier. With that, he would be able to act like he had drunk the entire glass of wine. Before coming into this dungeon, Zhongheng possessed the LV1 herbalism skills. Other than that, Dardates also taught him a thing or two about poisons. Judging by how his body reacted after taking a sip, Zhongheng figured that his glass of wine most likely contained scopolia. The ordinary person might not know what scopolia was, but most people should have heard of the name truth serum. The original truth serum was discovered by an obstetrician. It was used to reduce the pain of the parturient women. He injected some alkaloids extracted from scopolamine into the parturient women's bodies. After that, with no opposition whatsoever, the parturient women would subconsciously answer all the questions truthfully. There was also a precedent for using scopolia to treat mental illness and relieve pain for Chinese medicine. Scopolia affected the respiratory center, causing those who had consumed to have dilated pupils and a significant inhibitory effect on the cerebral cortex. It matched Zhongheng's previous body response. The smell of it was covered by something else. Luckily, the tingling sensation on his tongue would not deceive him. In addition, scopolia itself was highly toxic. Logically speaking, if one directly consumed scopolia to achieve the truth serum's effect, the dosage should be enough to kill them. However, Zhongheng's sixth sense told him that drinking the entire glass of wine should not be enough to poison him. In other words, the other person's purpose was not to take his life. The culprit had somehow found a way to eliminate the poison. The above was the information Zhongheng got during this period of time. After that, he heard someone calling his name. Zhongheng then opened his eyes, but he did not see anyone sitting on the opposite chair. The voice came from behind him. "Don't worry. I just want to ask you a few questions," the person behind him said. "Who are you? What's wrong with me?" Zhongheng muttered. He tried, but he could not seem to turn his neck. "You drank too much wine. I think you should take a good rest. Don't worry. I will take care of you. As for me, you should have heard of my name before. I am Altrus. Just like you, we are the Emperor's advisors. You are Altrus, the mysterious man that everyone talks about? You have never shown your face to anyone before." Altrus smiled when he heard what Zhongheng said. He did not seem to be bothered by Zhongheng's offensive comments. He then responded, "Yes, I know about what others are talking about me. I don't care. Both you and I are the advisors. We should know that our work serves the Emperor. As long as the Emperor trusts us, the opinions of others are not important." Altrus paused and then said, "Well, enough chit-chat. Let's get to the topic." "What's the topic?" "As I said, I want to ask you some questions. You just have to answer me truthfully. Let's start with the Southeast City. You have done a beautiful job there, but I want to know what agreement you made with the Jewish gang. I know Lockheed is not afraid of us sending 1,000 Imperial Guards over there. So, I want to know what you promised Lockheed. Did you promise him that he could run the place without the interference of the higher authority or something else?" Lockheed's desire to get rid of Senator Devo Braille was supposed to be classified. Only the 4 people present at the time knew that Lockheed had made Zhongheng swore that he would never tell anyone. Otherwise, with Devo Braille's power, he would cause a lot of trouble to the Southeast City. Initially, Zhongheng wanted to make up a lie to deal with Altrus, but in the next moment, he suddenly remembered what Lucilla said to him before he left. At the time, it sounded like a threat that came from her frustration. Especially the first half of the threat. She told Zhongheng that some people knew what he was up to. But now Zhongheng suddenly realized that Lucilla was probably reminding him, especially since a man from the beehive called Cornu was also there. And Zhongheng did not know whether he was someone from the Hounds or Balance Blade. Zhongheng realized that he had to make a choice here. If Altrus was testing him with this question and he answered incorrectly, Altrus might soon discover that truth serum was not working. After a moment of silence, Zhongheng answered, "They asked me to deal with someone."
"Who?"
"Senator Devo Braille. He is too greedy. Lockheed doesn't like him. I shouldn't tell you about it. I promised Lockheed that I would keep it as a secret." Altrus snorted, and Zhongheng tried to judge from Altrus's tone whether he had known about it a long time ago. But unfortunately, Altrus did a good job at concealing his emotions. After hearing Zhongheng's answer, he said softly, "It doesn't matter. I will keep it a secret. Are we friends?" Chapter 875. Gift and Trouble. "Are we friends?" Zhongheng asked in a daze. "Of course, we are advisors of the Emperor. So, that makes us friends." Altrus's voice sounded as sincere as a man could get. Making someone believe him would be a breeze. Coupled with the scopolia alkaloids, an ordinary person would have opened up to him immediately. At the same time, Altrus was also very satisfied with Zhongheng's current reaction. He continued asking, "I heard that you come from a faraway Eastern Empire, and there are rumors saying that you are a nobleman there. Why didn't you enjoy your comfortable life over there? Why did you leave your home and come to Rome, a land thousands of miles away?" "Oh, that's a long story. I was from a once prominent family. My father was a general of the empire, but he was accused of something that he didn't do. He was imprisoned by the authorities after that. In the next political warfare, my family was completely defeated by our political enemies. I lost all the people and things that I cared about. In the end, I was the only one left alive. I was forced to leave my country and head west. I didn't know where I would end up. I just needed to escape from there. The past is like a nightmare to me. I didn't know that I would come to Rome at that time, and I don't want anyone to know about my previous life." Zhongheng knew that Altrus could never verify any story he would tell him. Hence, he could make up a story like this with confidence. At the same time, the tale doubled up as an explanation as to why he had such outstanding skill and political experience. "Understandable," Altrus nodded. "You are a citizen of Rome now, and this city will be your new home in the future." "I hope so. Let's continue to talk about what happened after you arrived. When did you first meet His Majesty?" Altrus asked. "The first time I met His Majesty was at the dinner at Dior's Domus," Zhongheng said. "I heard about what happened that night. You provoked Sartanilos and attracted His Majesty's attention. Did you do this because someone wanted you to do it?" "No, I did this because I wanted to be free and enter the upper class of society." Zhongheng's voice began to waver, sounding a little murky. "Trust me, my background makes me no stranger to this kind of thing. If I'm looking for someone that I can lean on, of course, I have to choose the most powerful one I can find." "A wise choice." Altrus paused. He then asked another question. "What do you think of Lucilla?" "Who?" "The Emperor's sister, Augusta Lucilla of the Roman Empire." "She wants to sleep with me," Zhongheng blurted without hesitation. Altrus seemed amused, and he laughed out loud. "You are right. Lucilla behaves just like her mother in private. Men are like her trophies. You are the gladiatorial champion of the Amphitheatrum Flavium. You are still very interesting to her. I'm not surprised that she is interested in you. However, this is not what I wanted to ask. I want to know, what is your opinion or impression of her?" "I can't see through her," Zhongheng said truthfully. "I heard some rumors about her. Her relationship with His Majesty the Emperor is not as good as it seems on the surface. Hence, I have been trying my best to stay away from her." No one likes a man that sits in the middle of the wall. You are smart, smarter than most people. Altrus raised his eyebrows. Last question. Have you heard of the Balance Blade? Balance Blade? What is that? Jonghung wondered out loud. An ancient assassin organization that believes in Christ. Its members believe that they are responsible for maintaining the balance of the world. Christ, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Jonghung showed a thoughtful look. There is a person that goes by the nickname Cornu that seemed to have mentioned Balance Blade and other things to me. But I don't really care about these things. I just want to mind my business, and I don't want to cause any trouble. Wait. Am I in any trouble? For now, no, Altrus said. I am quite satisfied with this conversation. I like honest people. I hope you can continue to maintain this precious quality. Please forgive me for being cautious. It has been quite eventful recently. As the Emperor's most trusted advisor, I have the responsibility and obligation to find out about everyone's background. Since this is the first time we are meeting, let me present you a gift. What's the gift? Jonghung yawned. You will know soon. Altrus smiled when he heard Jonghung's question. However, he did not elaborate on it. He then said softly, you are very tired tonight and have drunk too much wine. Why not have a good night's sleep? You're right. I'm going to sleep now, Jonghung muttered sleepily. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. And he finally fell asleep on the chair. Altrus waited for a while and clapped his hands to signal the waitress waiting outside the room to come in. Altrus then said, take care of him. And when he is a little more awake, send him home safely. That's it? What if he wakes up and remembers that we drugged him and wants us to pay for what we did? The maid frowned. No, he won't remember a single thing after he drank that glass of wine, Altrus said confidently. Besides, even if he remembers it, he will dare to do nothing to us. That's because I know a lot of his secrets now. What about Clint? He doesn't like you, right? You two appeared by Commodus's side at almost the same time. However, you have always managed to gain more of Commodus's favor. Clint was jealous of you. He was willing to let this Easterner become Commodus's advisor because he wants to work with him to deal with you. Don't you want to solve this problem? Altrus still remained indifferent when he heard the concern. Clint is insignificant. He treats me as his biggest competitor that stops him from climbing up the ranks. However, I have never treated him as an opponent. He is just a self-righteous fool. I'm never worried about him. The maid fell into silence when she heard Altrus's comment. Altrus then reminded the maid, I will do my part, and you'd better do yours too. Let's deal with the balance blade first. We are fully prepared this time, snorted the maid. It's time for the people from the balance blade to pay off the blood debt they owe us. This time, we don't plan to let any of them live. Very well. This assassin organization is too dangerous. There is no need for it to exist. It is better to destroy it. Altrus also agreed, and now they are trying to get rid of me. If that's the case, we need to make a move to get rid of them first. Chapter 876. Speculation. The unexpected meeting with Altrus that night didn't last too long. From the beginning to the end, Jonghung did not see Altrus's face. This, however, did not stop him from collecting information about him through other means. Although Jonghung was also affected by scopolia, he could still control his body well. All 5 of his senses were still working. At the same time, his calm mind also provided him with an objective and accurate analysis. Judging from Altrus's voice, Jonghung knew that Altrus was not that old. He was estimated to be as young as him or Commodore, which was around 20 years old. Jonghung was a little surprised by how cautious Altrus was. Jonghung thought he should be at least 27 or 28 years old in terms of maturity, but he did not expect him to be so young. Unlike the rumor, Altrus was different from someone like Clint, who had climbed from the bottom of the pit to where he was today. Although the latter was now a nobleman and he had learned their manner of speech and way of life, his choice of words and how he constructed his sentences still contained traces of bad habits he cultivated when he was a child. Clint would roll his tongue when he pronounced some words because his former elementary school teacher was a Cappadocia. However, Altrus did not have a problem like this. His accent was pure, and he could show that he was a true noble from his word choices and how he constructed his sentences. Zhongheng had strong reason to believe that he had grown up in a very decent environment. The possibility that he grew up in a large family couldn't be ruled out too. But in this way, he could not explain why Commodus trusted him so much. Judging from Commodus's attitude towards the Senate, it was apparent that he was not that stupid. From the moment he inherited the throne, he had always guarded against the nobles and was also why he was dared to use newcomers from a humble background like Clint and Zhongheng. If that was the case, he should not allow the descendants of a great noble family to enter and leave his study room freely. Other than that, Zhongheng also noticed how Altrus's footsteps sounded unique. They seemed feathery and light. If he hadn't gone through stealth training as Zhongheng had, it would indicate that his weight was also very light. Zhongheng estimated that he weighed only 60 to 70 kati. Even for a lady, he would be too light, not to mention that Altrus was a man. Zhongheng figured that Altrus might have some kind of disease and it was incurable in this era. The latter was also dragging his right foot on the ground when he walked, which also proved Zhongheng's deduction. Other than that, Altrus also held a cane to assist him in walking. Judging from that, Altrus had not shown his face because he did not want others to see his current physical condition, apart from the fact that the balance blade wanted to assassinate him. It was interesting to know that the most mysterious and trusted advisor of Commodus had some physical disabilities. A great many people would be shocked if he were exposed. Zhongheng also learned Altrus's identity from the subsequent dialogue between Altrus and the maid. The maid who helped him was probably from the Hounds. Coupled with the previous encounters that Zhongheng experienced, Cornu, from the Beehive, was suspected of being a Hounds member. In other words, the influence of the Hounds in the city of Rome was probably quite insignificant. It was very likely they had secretly mobilized their men to the city of Rome. And it was very obvious that Altrus was working with the Hounds, and the two sides planned to join forces to deal with the balance blade. And that wasn't even the worst-case scenario yet. The worst part was that it seemed like the tragedy that happened to Balance Blade during the Caesar era was likely to happen again. And Zhongheng now had enough reason to suspect that there is a traitor in the Balance Blade. It was not only because of how much Altrus and the Hound knew about Balance Blade, more importantly, Zhongheng was more concerned about the attitude displayed by the Balance Blade's priestess. There was no doubt that she or the political forces behind her wanted to get rid of Altrus. Otherwise, she would not issue an oracle like this. After that, she found Zhongheng through Dardates and reached an agreement with Zhongheng privately. She wanted Zhongheng to hand over Altrus to her first before he killed him. Zhongheng suspected that the priestess might have also discovered the traitor not long ago. On the other hand, Altrus had probably identified the traitor as well, or at least the information related to the traitor's identity. With that, everything could be explained perfectly now. The oracle that the priestess issued to kill Altrus could not be withdrawn. Hence, she was forced to come up with a contingency plan. She wanted to get the traitor's name from Altrus first before letting Zhongheng kill Altrus. Zhongheng was originally not interested in the war between the Balance Blade and the Hound. However, with how the current situation developed, the Balance Blade was in a tough spot. Although Zhongheng did not get any sense of belonging from the Balance Blade, he had to consider the problems that might drag him down after the Balance Blade fell from its grace. So Zhongheng decided to remind the priestess about it. Early the next morning, he traveled to the southeast city and went through the complex terrain to get rid of the possible people that followed him. After that, he used his LV2 makeup skill to come up with a new disguise for himself. Once that was done, he left the southeast city and came to Perfume Street. As promised, he looked for a perfume shop with irises outside. Zhongheng told the shopkeeper that he was going to buy a bottle of perfume that had a very light smell. After that, he paid a sestertius to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper felt a little surprised initially. After he heard about the perfume that Zhongheng requested, he thought that he was here to mess with him. However, after he received the copper coin given, his expression changed, and he quickly led Jong Hung to the storeroom at the back of the perfume shop. After a while, a woman with a veil on her face appeared and said, "Have you found the whereabouts of Altrus?" "Not yet, but I have a clue. As long as I'm in the right direction, I should be able to locate him soon," Jong Hung said. However, the woman wearing the veil was indifferent when she heard Jong Hung's update. She frowned and asked, "Since you haven't found Altrus, why are you here?" "Because I want you to pass some words to the priestess." "Sorry, this is not within my responsibility. But I can help you make an appointment with her," the woman wearing the veil said coldly. "You can talk to her in person when you meet her. We didn't get along well when we met for the first time. I don't think it is necessary for me to meet her again. Anyway, let me tell you something important. As for whether you want to tell her about it, it has nothing to do with me." Before the woman could say anything, Jong Hung continued to talk. "Altrus is working with the Hounds. I guess they have most likely moved their core members to Rome. And they may attack us at any time soon. As for the traitor, I think you should have known about it a long time ago. I hope all of you have prepared to handle this trouble." The woman wearing the veil seemed a little surprised when she heard what Jong Hung said. She was not surprised by the news that Jong Hung told her, but the fact that Jong Hung knew about the traitor shocked her. This changed her attitude toward Jong Hung slightly because she now discovered that Dardates did not make any exaggeration. There was something special about the Oriental man in front of him. So her tone also eased up a little. "We knew about what you just told us quite a while ago. You can rest assured that we are different from 200 years ago. Now, except for the speaker and the priestess, the members of the organization do not know each other's identities. Hence, the damage that the traitors can cause is also limited." Jong Hung was non-committal when he heard what she said. "Better be. Altrus and the Hounds seem to be very confident that they can destroy Balance Blade this time. If I were you, I wouldn't talk too soon. Don't worry. Strictly speaking, you haven't fully joined us yet. So you don't know how powerful Balance Blade is. We have faced many enemies throughout history, but we are still standing here." The woman wearing the veil said confidently, "There will be no exceptions this time." Chapter 877. You might need to travel somewhere far or... Jong Hung contacted the lady in the perfume shop according to how the priestess instructed him. As a result, he gained nothing other than the lady telling him that the Balance Blade was confident that they could deal with their enemies this time. It left Jong Hung with a bad feeling. The woman wearing the veil was right. It was a fact that Jong Hung did not know the true strength of the Balance Blade. However, he had just come into contact with Altrus not too long ago, and he knew that people like Altrus were not easy to deal with. What more, Altrus had now made it clear that he was teaming up with the Hounds, preparing to take down the Balance Blade together. In Jong Hung's initial prediction, the battle between the Balance Blade and the Hounds lasted for more than 200 years. In other words, telling who would win this time would be pretty challenging. Through this, the candidates of the Balance Blade would get to observe their opponents before the battle of the century began. Jong Hung felt like he might have overestimated the Balance Blade's leader's abilities. At the same time, he also underestimated the comeback of the Hounds. If Cornu was indeed from the Hounds, that could mean that Beehive was probably the Hounds' peripheral organization. And this also meant that the Hounds had probably been operating in Rome for quite some time. The previous assassination in Britannia was probably just the Hounds' way of diverting attention. The Balance Blade knew nothing about the powerful opponents that grew under their noses. And as we know, this made it hard for Jong Hung to believe that the Balance Blade had the upper hand in this battle. And once the Balance Blade was defeated, it would be hard for Jong Hung to survive alone. Jong Hung knew that some preparations had to be made to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. According to Dardates, only 4 people in the Balance Blade, himself included, knew Jong Hung's identity. But from that moment on, Jong Hung also needed to prepare a backup plan if his identity was leaked. However, he did not intend to give up his plan of assassinating Altrus. In addition to his need to enter the secret library of the Balanced Blade, eliminating Altrus would allow him to lessen the Balanced Blade's burden. With Altrus's cautious character, there were few opportunities for him to reveal his flaws. This time, he did not expect that Zhongheng hadn't actually finished the glass of wine and that he could still stay awake to answer his questions. He was obviously not expecting Zhongheng to extract so much information by simply listening to his tone, diction, and pace. If he knew Zhongheng was capable of something like that, he would have never come to meet him in person. Next, Zhongheng might have to race against time. What? You've gotten your fief? And it's in the province of Mesopotamia. Where is that place? The slave girl was taken aback. She had been a slave in Rome since birth and had never left the place. She had heard of the nearby provinces, but not the places further than that. Well, the province of Mesopotamia is located southeast of Rome. It is thousands of miles away from us. You have to travel by carriage, then a boat, and go on another carriage to get to the final destination. It is probably going to take a few months to get there, Zhongheng said. That's far. But I thought you couldn't leave Rome. The slave girl was puzzled. Then how are you going to manage your fief? After she finished speaking, she noticed Zhongheng looking at her. The slave girl was bewildered for a moment. After that, she understood why he was staring at her. Her face turned pale immediately. Are you trying to ask me to go there to take care of your fief? Yes. I might need your help. But didn't you say that it is thousands of miles away? The slave girl was completely terrified. Nothing to worry too much about. I'm in no rush anyway. Take your time and enjoy the scenery along the way and have a taste of the delicacies from abroad. I will give you enough money for your expenses. You haven't left Rome before, right? This is your best opportunity to check out some other place. But I don't want to leave Rome. The slave girl almost blurted out that she did not want to leave Zhongheng. Fortunately, she quickly replaced the word "uk" with Rome at the last moment. I know. Just consider it as doing me a favor. I don't have anyone else I can trust now. But I've been a slave since I was a child. I don't know how to manage a fief. The slave girl finally came up with another valid reason to not travel to the fief. She then quickly added, I'll stay by your side. I'll wash and cook for you, take care of your daily life. I'm the best at this. But she did not expect Zhongheng to react colder than she thought. After that, Zhongheng heard what she said. He replied, It's okay. If you lose money in the business, just write me and ask for more money. If you make money, you can spend it on yourself. That's okay. The slave girl was completely stunned by Zhongheng's open-mindedness. Later, she wanted to tell Zhongheng that that was not the point. However, before she could say anything, she heard Zhongheng saying in an incontrovertible tone, You should go and clean up, leave the day after tomorrow, and get on the road early. Otherwise, it will be winter when you arrive in Mesopotamia. The slave girl fell to the bottom of her heart when she heard Zhongheng's reply. There was nothing else she could say after hearing that Zhongheng wanted her gone as soon as possible. She then walked away with her head bowed low. Zhongheng knew that the slave girl would return to her room and cry. But this wouldn't change any of his decisions. Commodus had initially wanted to choose a fief near Rome, but Zhongheng requested his fief to be located somewhere remote. He mentioned that he wanted more land. However, that was just an excuse he used to send the slave girl on a long trip. There was no mobile internet or telegrams in this era. When someone traveled to a faraway place, they would be unable to contact those back at home. No matter what happened in Rome, the slave girl would not be affected. In other words, Zhongheng had just sent the person closest to him out of the whirlpool. As for the farewell, it would happen sooner or later. Even if nothing happened, Zhongheng would leave this dungeon after 1 year. Instead of separating after 1 year, it was better for them to part ways now before they spent more time together. Zhongheng also gave all the money he made during this period to the slave girl. After sending the latter away, he was finally able to do as he wished. That night, with the help of Christ's heart, Zhongheng sneaked into the temple where the citizens' archives were stored and found the list of nobles born 20 years ago. He was a little surprised, though, by the results. After taking about a week to go through the list, he realized that Altrus was not among them. This was a little strange. Either Altrus had taken away his files, or Jonghung was looking in the wrong direction. As the rumor said, Altrus was not a nobleman. However, this couldn't explain the habits that he got from the noble family. Secondly, there were more nobles compared to civilians. It was not possible for Jonghung to collect each and every file of civilians that were born 20 years ago. Jonghung felt that he might be missing out on something. Chapter 878. Altrus's Gift. While Jonghung was still investigating the true identity of Altrus, he did not expect to receive a gift from him. Earlier, when the two met for the first time, Altrus promised Jonghung that he would give him a gift. However, he did not receive anything from Altrus after waiting for a few days. Jonghung thought that he must have forgotten about the gift. After all, Altrus mentioned that Jonghung would not remember a single thing after he drank the glass of wine that contained scopolamine alkaloids. Technically speaking, no one would know whether he had fulfilled his promise. However, someone as noble as Altrus would never break his promise, even if the person might not remember it. Around 2 weeks later, Jonghung received a card at noon. There was no signature, and there was only a sentence written on it. "Your gift has been delivered, I hope you like it." In the afternoon, a piece of shocking news broke out from the Senate, saying that Senator Devo Braille was suspected of accepting bribes and involving a tremendous amount of money. Accepting bribes was a severe crime in Rome. The amount of money a person took determined their punishment. The offender could receive the death penalty or exile from Rome. Usually, such a crime would only be committed by lower-level officials. The nobles usually had a way to clear their names after accepting bribes, let alone a powerful man like Devo Braille. He would never come forward to take the proceeds in person, so even if something went wrong, the authorities could only trace it back to the men that worked for Devo Braille. Otherwise, Lockheed would not need to worry that Devo Braille was getting greedier and greedier. There was nothing that Lockheed could do about it, which was why he agreed with Jonghung. He was willing to let the patrol team and Soap continue to expand their power, but in return, Jonghung had to help them to deal with Devo Braille. But this time, Jonghung learned that Devo Braille was not in a good spot. The authorities collected detailed evidence, more than enough to expose Devo Braille. Besides, there were many witnesses. At the same time, most of the bribery offenses were carried out when Devo Braille was a financial officer. This amount of money was also closely tied to a new park in the city of Rome. The park was built by the former Emperor Aurelius to commemorate his deceased wife. The royal family was responsible for most of the fundraising. Other than that, the former emperor received a lot of donations from the nobles as well. According to the latest news, Devo Braille had embezzled 1/3 of the money. When he used the money for his personal gains, it meant that he had offended all the nobles that donated their money to the former emperor. The situation was not looking good for him. However, those selected to join the Senate consisted of more simple-minded folk. Everyone could see that someone was targeting Devo Braille because the evidence presented by the other party was too perfect and convenient. It seemed like the whole thing had been premeditated. The senators in the Senate had to admit that whoever was targeting Devo Braille had to be indeed very powerful. Even if all those pieces of evidence were fabricated, the person would have to be of great influence to execute such a complicated plan. Generally, the senators from the Senate would choose to stand by Devo Braille's side. After all, if the person could do such a thing to Devo Braille, it meant they could also pull the same trick on other senators. No one was squeaky clean in the Senate. Besides, Devo Braille had always been neutral, and he rarely offended the people around him. His character made him a very popular and likable person in the Senate. To everyone's surprise, none of them expected that only a handful of people would step up to support Devo Braille this time. On the one hand, the incident happened so suddenly that no one could receive any news beforehand. The evidence and allegations were brought forward by a young senator who had no sense of existence in the Senate. Everyone had yet to figure out the powerful people that supported him secretly. On the other hand, nobles who had donated their money to build the park fell into a foul mood when they learned that their money had fallen into Devo Braille's pockets. It made no sense for them to support him right now. Other than that, Devo Braille chose to side with Commodus during the Binota mine incident, causing others to resent him. The neutral image that he worked hard to build had now been weakened. At that time, they did not have enough evidence to put him under the spotlight. Hence, no one came forward to trouble him. On the contrary, senators who were close to the royal family stood up and defended Devo Braille. It seemed the rumors of Devo Braille siding with the royal family were further confirmed with their support. Now, there were not many options left for Devo Braille. With the previous relationship that he built in the Senate, no matter who made the waves, he could always get insider news in advance. The waves were clearly targeting him this time, and he did not receive anything in advance. Completely kept in the dark, he was indeed terrified. Zhonghang might be one of the few people in Rome who knew the person targeting Devo Braille. At the same time, he also knew that Altrus showed kindness to him while simultaneously sounding a fair warning. Altrus played the whole thing perfectly. While fulfilling his promise, he had also used this opportunity to show Zhonghang what he could do. In just 2 weeks, Altrus was able to unearth most of Devo Braille's dark secrets. It made a powerful senator lose almost all of his reputation overnight, and the incident had surely embarrassed him. His ability to plan and execute was top-notch. He deserved to be the chief advisor of Commodus. Clint had always regarded Altrus as his competitor. However, Zhonghang thought that the gap between the two parties was probably bigger than he expected. Both of them were not on the same level. Although the outside world called the two of them the right-hand men of Commodus, the influence they had on the emperor was very different. When Zhonghang thought of this, his expression suddenly changed, and he realized what he missed out on earlier was. It was actually something self-evident. However, Zhonghang's understanding of Roman history caused him to rule out this possibility immediately. There could be only one explanation to how he was born a nobleman, and Commodus still trusted him unconditionally. He must be Commodus's relative. And Altrus was not just some distant relative of Commodus. Instead, they shared the same father and mother as Lucilla. At the same time, unlike Lucilla, his physical disability would never allow him to walk on the stage like Commodus. Hence, he could only assist him in the dark. Only after all the above conditions had been met did Commodus trust Altrus unconditionally. Zhonghang soon thought of someone, Commodus's twin brother. Chapter 879. Trap. In written history, Commodus's only family member after he inherited the throne was his sister, Lucilia. But this did not mean that he had no other siblings. In fact, Aurelius had many children, but most of them failed to reach adulthood. And eventually, only 2 children were left after his death. If Aurelius's dead children were included, Commodus was supposed to have many brothers. And among them, the one closest to Zhonghang's age was Commodus's twin brother who died at the age of 4. Aurelius held a funeral for him, and the Senate stopped working for a day to express their grief. The ordinary citizens in the city of Rome still remembered it fondly until today. As far as everyone knew, Commodus's twin brother had indeed passed away. This was also the reason why Zhonghang did not think of this in the first place. Of course, these were just his speculations. If he wanted to prove that Altrus was indeed Commodus' dead twin, more evidence needed to be collected. Considering the special nature of the palace, almost all the political forces would secretly plant their men here. Hence, there were no secrets in this building. It was obviously impossible for a prince to keep living in the palace for so many years and not be discovered by anyone after his death. So if Aurelius wanted his child to continue living hidden from the world for whatever reason, he could only send him away from the palace. The safest option was to send Altrus out of the city, and the farther away, the better. It was like Zhonghang sending the slave girl away on a long journey. The good news was with the disability that Altrus had, it was impossible that the people at the place where he lived and grew up hadn't the slightest impression of him. As long as he could find who Aurelius's most trusted person 16 years ago was and the nobles that possessed the most remote fief, Zhonghang would be able to confirm his conjecture when he visited the place. But the bad news was that Zhonghang realized that he did not have the time to do so. After that, Zhonghang went to the perfume shop again. he discovered that the shop had a new owner and the shopkeeper he had previously talked to was now gone. It was then that Zhong Heng knew that he had been abandoned. It did not mean that the balance blade had thrown him to the Hounds. Instead, the war between the balance blade and the Hounds was likely to break out soon. The situation on both sides was extremely tense. Besides, the balance blade found it hard to place their trust in Zhong Heng as their backup core member. Coupled with the fact that there were traitors in the organization, they decided to put aside the volatile factor during this critical time. If that were the case, Zhong Heng wouldn't be bothered by it. In his original plan, the only thing he planned to do was observe how the whole thing developed. Hence, it was not a big deal getting ignored by them. Afterward, Zhong Heng had to face a new problem when he heard an order given by Commodus. Commodus planned to inspect a military camp 20 miles outside the city of Rome. Other than Clint and him, Altrus was asked to accompany him as well. The politicians in Rome were not unfamiliar with this name. However, no one had seen what Altrus looked like. The owner of this name had been living in the dark for a long time. Altrus was probably the second most powerful person in the city of Rome, second only to the emperor, Commodus. Under such circumstances, the emperor would be easily jealous of him. Be that as it may, Commodus seemed to have great trust in his chief advisor, and he had never doubted him before. This made Clint and other consultants extremely envious of him. And this time, Commodus had announced in a high-profile manner that Altrus would be one of his companions. It seemed the emperor was gradually pushing the man who worked behind the scenes to the front stage. This caused this routine inspection to attract a lot of attention. Not only did the nobles and senators want to catch a glimpse of the emperor's chief advisor, but Clint and the other advisors were extremely nervous too, threatened by his presence. Up until now, Altrus had been working in the dark, and they had already witnessed how powerful he could be. Once he stepped onto the front stage, he could begin to use his power and influence to make more friends, form his own forces, control the Senate or even the entire country in the near future. What Clint and others did not understand was why Commodus allowed such a thing to happen. No matter how much he trusted Altrus, what he might do would undoubtedly damage Commodus's power. Clint had even assembled a group of people who had a good relationship with him and prepared to persuade Commodus together. And Clint did not forget about Zhong Heng, the newcomer that Commodus had recently been fond of. The speed of Zhong Heng's rise to fame during this period was something no one had achieved in the entire history of Rome. From slave to civilian to an advisor, to the noble that was given a fief, this usually required 3 generations to achieve. Zhong Heng, against all odds, completed it in just over half a year. And now Clint regretted introducing him to Commodus so early. However, Clint now had a more troublesome opponent to deal with. Hence, he had no time to take care of Zhong Heng. When he left Zhong Heng's Domus, his face turned gloomy. Clint did not expect that Zhong Heng would reject his proposal. Although he did not regard Zhong Heng as his political ally, their last cooperation worked out pretty well, and Zhong Heng had shown intention willing to join forces with him to deal with Altrus. That was the reason Clint agreed to help Zhong Heng using the Imperial Guards to give the major forces in the southeast city a good scare. Not long after that, Zhong Heng broke up the alliance agreement with him and made it clear that he did not intend to deal with Altrus together. Clint almost failed to maintain his usual gentle image, slapping the table in frustration before he left. However, he did not want to make a new enemy at this critical time, so in the end, he gave Zhong Heng a cold stare, turned his head, and left. In all honesty, Zhong Heng had hoped Clint would win this battle. This matter was clearly a trap they had set to deal with the balance blade. Zhong Heng was one of the few people who knew Altrus's physical condition. He knew that Altrus would never show up in front of the public. At the same time, Zhong Heng also knew very well that Clint and others had no chance of winning this time. The final result fell within Zhong Heng's expectation. Clint and others were unable to persuade Commodus not to bring Altrus along. 2 days later, Commodus still insisted on bringing Altrus with him, as if he wanted to tell the world how much he trusted Altrus. And Zhong Heng also realized that he had to meet the priestess before the inspection. Chapter 880. Enemy. The balance blade had unilaterally cut off all connections with Zhong Heng, but that did not mean that Jonghung would never find them anymore. A while ago, Jonghung was lying blindfolded in the carriage to travel to where the priestess was to meet her. Along the way to the destination, Jonghung silently made mental notes about the sounds he could hear on the path that the carriage traveled on and its condition. After that, he reached an agreement with the priestess, and he was busy working as an advisor for Commodus. Hence, he did not look for the secret location at that time. And now he needed to reconnect with the balance blade. The only way to achieve such a goal was to look for their secret location. Later, Jonghung looked for Marcus and asked the latter to get a carriage for him. In order to reenact the scene on that night as much as possible, Jonghung even ordered a carriage that was exactly the same as the one he had laid in before. Once that was done, Jonghung asked Marcus to drive to the arch bridge by the Tiber River in the middle of the night. This was the spot where Jonghung got on the carriage that night. If he wanted to retrace the path he traveled on, he had to start his journey from the exact same spot. After that, he would need to dig deep into his memory and look for the place where he met the priestess. However, that night's first attempt ended up in failure. This was because it rained in the afternoon and the water had changed the road's condition. Even if there were only a slight deviation, it would greatly affect the location of the bumps and the sound that he heard on the paths. So, Jonghung had to wait until the next day to do it again. The day after tomorrow was the day for him to inspect the barracks with Commodus. In other words, Jonghung could not afford to fail again tonight. Otherwise, he would not be able to contact the balance blade before he inspected the barracks. Fortunately, he was quite lucky today. Not only did it not rain, but the sun in the afternoon was quite strong as well. Without the moisture, Jonghung's memory was no longer affected by external factors. Hence, Marcus drove the carriage, and Jonghung lay in the carding and instructed Marcus at the same time. But even so, it took them 4 hours to look for the final destination, accompanied by constant trial and error. Jonghung got off the carriage, looked at the Domus in front of him, and asked Marcus on the side, "Do you know whose house this is?" Marcus had apparently done some research in advance. He immediately replied, "The owner of this Domus is Stukas, a young man from the Korosu family. It is said that he rarely comes here for about 2 years now. There is only an old servant who lives here." Jonghung nodded, "I can do the rest alone. You can go back now." Marcus did not ask much after that. He turned around and left with the carriage. This was what Jonghung admired about him the most. He knew very well what he should be asking and what he shouldn't. While waiting for Marcus to leave his sight completely, Jonghung put on a hood. This was a special time. Let's not talk about whether there were Balance Blades members in the Domus. Even if this place was a secret stronghold for the priestess, Jonghung decided it was better he covered himself up after knowing that there were traitors in the Balance Blade. After that, he jumped over the wall and landed in the front hall. And as soon as he landed, the hair on his body stood on its ends. He could feel that someone was about to stab his waist with a dagger. Fortunately, Jonghung's reflexes were fast enough. Earlier, he had been working hard to improve his footing, and his hard work allowed him to dodge the attack in time. However, the enemy had no intention to stop, becoming even more aggressive instead. He drew another dagger to charge at Jonghung again. And Jonghung also drew out his 2 Persian swords and flicked them backward. They landed accurately on the attacker's dagger. Jonghung's response to the attack managed to stun the attackers for a split second. And Jonghung did not plan to waste this rare opportunity. When he finally turned around, he saw the face of the attacker. There was a veil covering the attacker's face, and although Jonghung could not see the other person's appearance, he recognized that it was the veiled woman from the perfume shop. When the two met for the first time, Jonghung knew that this woman was also an assassin. However, he did not expect her to be so skillful. After fighting with her for a few rounds, he realized that her assassination skills were way better than Dodatis. Jonghung also speculated that she was most likely a core member of the Balance Blade. The woman on the other side seemed to recognize Jonghung as well, not through his appearance but his moves. "It appears Dodatis values you a lot. He taught you all his unique skills," the woman said. "Of course, you are a fast learner as well. I saw how you fought in the Victor Arena when you were still a gladiator. Technically speaking, you shouldn't have avoided my attack just now. Zhonghang immediately thought of something. Dardates had once told him that there were only 4 people who knew his identity. The woman in front of him was obviously not the priestess nor faceless. So, there was only one possibility left. Zhonghang raised his eyebrows.
Are you Hyacinth?
It seems Dardates has mentioned about me, the woman wearing the veil said. I'm very curious.
What does he think of me?
Zhonghang could sense that Hyacinth and Dardates had a rather complicated relationship. They were surely more than just friends. Therefore, Zhonghang decided to help out Dardates by saying something good. He said you are the best assassin ever. Hyacinth sneered when she heard what Zhonghang said. Save it. I know him well enough that he will never say such a thing. He did tell me about your unlimited potential. You are like an unpolished gem. If someone put in some hard work to train you well, you will surely become the strongest assassin in Rome. Well. Zhonghang was interrupted by Hyacinth before he could say anything. But now it seems he was exaggerating. You haven't been able to kill Altrus for so long. Even if you are a talented young man, you are definitely not limitless. If I remember correctly, didn't you guys fail to get rid of him for a long time, too? Asked Zhonghang. You don't even know what he looks like. That was in the past. Now, we have found the opportunity to assassinate Altrus. In other words, you have failed your test. As for whether the organization will accept you in the future, you'll need to wait for the evaluation after this event, Hyacinth said casually. The opportunity that you are talking about is when Commodus inspects the barracks tomorrow, right? But as far as I know, Altrus's physical condition does not allow him to appear in public. Zhonghang was not bothered by Hyacinth's sarcastic tone. We know that the Altrus, who go with Commodus tomorrow to the barracks, is a fake. Hyacinth's answer surprised Zhonghang. She paused at this point and continued, not only do we know that Altrus is fake, but we also know why the real Altrus would do something like this. Other than baiting us, he wanted to cover his true purpose as well. Hyacinth put away her dagger while talking. Anyway, it's impressive that you managed to find this place. Thank you for the information, especially the fact that Altrus is physically inconvenient. We will verify it when we find our target. Other than that, do you still have anything else you'd wish to talk about? Although Hyacinth's tone was still polite, her mannerism indicated that she did not want Zhonghang to stay here any longer. It was not because she was unhappy with him or anything. She actually had a more important thing to attend to. After Zhonghang saw the reactions from her body, he stopped talking. He just nodded and said, "Then I wish you all the best tomorrow." Chapter 881. Herto. In the second meeting with Hyacinth, Zhonghang learned what the Balance Blade thought of him. Even if he took the initiative to warn Hyacinth that Altrus, who would be appearing next to Commodus tomorrow, was a fake, Hyacinth would be still unwilling to disclose more information about their next plan. She had made it clear that she did not fully trust Zhonghang. And there was nothing Zhonghang could do about it. This was probably the negative impact of his disbelief in Christ. It had caused the Balance Blade to doubt which side he was on in the upcoming war. Considering that he mingled with Commodus now, whether he was willing to abandon everything to join the Balance Blade to help them to maintain the balance was also a question worth discussing. And the Balance Blade clearly wasn't willing to bet on Zhonghang's loyalty at this critical time. There was nothing wrong with that. If Zhonghang were in their shoes, he too wouldn't have trusted a newcomer who did not have much sense of belonging to the organization. That would mean Zhonghang had now become an outsider. After that, Zhonghang came to the palace to report on time the next morning. Unlike before, Clint seemed to have missed his arrival this time. He was still talking to his colleagues around him. When the others saw how their leader, Clint, had treated Zhonghang, they started to do the same. Zhonghang knew that this was Clint expressing his dissatisfaction over his refusal to persuade Commodus with him. However, he had all his attention diverted to the war between the Balance Blade and Altrus and the Hounds. Since Zhonghang had no intention to work as an advisor for the rest of his life, he was not bothered by how he was being treated. Thus, he looked for a corner and stood there alone. After a while, the generals of the imperial army responsible for the emperor's safety showed up. The emperor's departure from Rome was a major event. The security detail had to be perfected no matter what. Fortunately, Commodus was only 20 miles outside the city, and there was also a military camp there. Therefore, it was not necessary for him to bring too many guards with him. 60 elite guards were more than enough to deal with all kinds of emergencies. However, to be safe, the general assigned 9 teams of soldiers to protect Commodus, exceeding 100 people in total. Other than protecting the emperor, Commodus, they were tasked to protect Altrus as well. After all, the latter's identity was very sensitive. There had always been rumors that he was on the target list of assassins. Besides, this was the first time he showed up in public. This time, the imperial army had to pay extra attention to their surroundings. The leader of the imperial army was the civic officer, Scimitar. Fully covered in armor, he wielded a sword as well. With a red cloak behind his back, he gave off a majestic look. And he had even brought 2 centurions as deputies. When Zhongheng saw one of the centurions, he was a little surprised. He realized that the man looked very similar to the portrait given to him by the one-eyed Samaritan. Zhongheng had been a target for assassination while he worked in the southeast city. He pursued the assassin, and the assassin led him to the middleman. He learned that the person who hired the assassin was probably someone from the Imperial Guards. But at that time, he did not get the opportunity to get close to the Imperial Guard. Hence, he was forced to pause the investigation. After Zhongheng became an advisor, he did come in touch with the Imperial Guards. However, their base camp was not in Rome. These guards were tasked to protect the palace, and the emperor adopted a shift system, where a new batch would come into the palace to replace the old guards from time to time. It meant Zhongheng was only looking at the most recent batch of Imperial Guards. And he did not find his target among them. This time, the guards were said to be directly transferred from the base camp. As for the guards in the palace, they still stayed there to protect the queen and others who lived there. Zhongheng didn't know the name of the centurion behind Scimitar. As of now, he had been boycotted by Clint and the other advisors. It would be impossible to extract any information from them for the time being. That being said, it was not that hard to solve the questions that he had in mind. He simply had to walk toward Scimitar. The civic officer had just arrived at the palace, and he still did not know the bitter relationship between Zhongheng and Clint. Seeing Zhongheng walking towards him, he seemed quite excited. He knew that the Oriental man in front of him was a new rising star. However, he was puzzled to see that Zhongheng standing alone in the corner. Before Scimitar figured out the reason, he saw Zhongheng walk towards him. Thus, Scimitar also took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Zhongheng, before the two exchanged a few words. Strictly speaking, Scimitar and Zhongheng belonged to different systems. However, that did not mean that he did not need political allies, especially those always by Commodus's side and knew what the young emperor had in mind. And after Scimitar chatted with Zhongheng, he did not forget to introduce his 2 important subordinates. And he found out that Zhongheng seemed to be interested in one of his centurions, namely Herto. Zhongheng looked into Herto's eyes while shaking hands.
Are you from Thracian?
Yes. Herto did not seem to want to look at Zhongheng. After a short moment of eye contact between the two, Herto looked away.
Have we met before?
I think you look kind of familiar. Herto was taken aback. Have I? I don't think so. I usually stay in the barracks and don't go into the city very often. Scimitar was the kind of person that took good care of his subordinates. Seeing that Zhongheng was interested in Herto, and how Herto did not seem to be very good at talking, Scimitar tried to help Herto out. Herto is an honest man. He doesn't talk much, but he fought valiantly in the battle. He once participated in the Roman-Parthian War with General Pomponius and achieved outstanding feats. Later, he followed General Pomponius back to Rome, and he was asked to join the Imperial Guard. Actually, it is a waste of his talent serving as a centurion. Sooner or later, my position will belong to him. Herto was not particularly excited after hearing what Sebutul said. Instead, his expression changed slightly. He took a quick peek at Jonghung, saw that his expressions remained the same. It relieved Herto a little. Then Jonghung said, "I didn't expect Centurion Herto to be so brave." He then started to talk about another Centurion. And the four chatted for a while afterward. They then saw Commodus and a man with Secuta's helm walking down the stairs together. The crowd, too, had also calmed down. This time, Commodus was no longer the protagonist in the house. Most of the people had their attention focused on the mysterious man beside him. The Secuta's helmet was designed to protect his head. Therefore, the materials used to craft it was extremely tough, leaving only 2 observation holes. Chapter 882. Assassination. Commodus did not even have to make an introduction, everyone already knew that the man under the helmet was Altrus. Even with his face hidden, there was no doubt that this was the closest the people had ever been to Commodus' most mysterious advisor. Right now, Jonghung was probably the one among the crowd who knew that that person was Altrus. It wasn't that anyone was unaware that Altrus could have probably used a substitute, but that no one believed that he would actually use one. This was the day that he would step out of the shadows and into the limelight, something that would earn him unparalleled authority. In life, there were always moments, such as the crowning ceremony of a prince or on a newlywed's wedding night, where there was just no way anyone would let someone else take their place. Clint knew this very well. If he were Altrus, he would be there in person no matter what. What more, Altrus was but a name. Whoever showed up and stood next to Commodus would naturally become Altrus, the Altrus everyone recognized. Even if he was a fake, it was true that he would become the second most powerful person next to Commodus from now on. Clint looked at the figure with an inexplicable expression on his face, fists clenched. He knew that if Altrus revealed his face, it would basically mean that he had already lost this battle. Even though the majority was on his side, Clint knew it was only because Altrus never showed his face. So, the closer they were to Clint, the closer they would be to the center of power. In a sense, Clint was a representation of Commodus' will. But starting from today, it would no longer be that way since there was someone who better embodied Commodus' will, where all power and authority would forever have a center. Soon, all these people behind him would become Altrus followers. And it was because of this that Clint feared that Altrus would come forward. But it would appear that there was nothing he could do to prevent this from happening. Jonghung, on the other hand, conjectured that Altrus would most likely use a stand-in. But when Altrus' stand-in really did show up, Jongheng had a strange feeling that there was some part of Altrus' plans that he had yet discerned. Due to his condition, Altrus could not appear before the people. It was simply not a question if the person standing next to Commodus would be him. Moreover, if Jonghung was right, if Altrus were to die, he could not be brought back to life again. But using a substitute would also complicate things. Just like everyone present thought, once Altrus' stand-in came forward, in addition to Commodus' endorsement, he would become the real Altrus. Even if Altrus were to reclaim his identity right now, no one would believe him. Of course, with Commodus present, it would not turn out too bad. Since all of Altrus' power came from Commodus, Commodus could also take it all back, which would greatly limit the substitute. However, the problem lay in the fact that if the substitute were to reveal his face to the public, Altrus couldn't wield his authority as freely as he could before. He would have to go through the stand-in and give orders on his behalf. This extra little coupling in the middle was not insignificant since it would make it seem that Altrus' cane had suddenly doubled in length. Altrus would undoubtedly find a cane of such length unbearable. Jongheng did not know how Altrus planned to finish this show. There was also something else that caught his attention. The person who assassinated him was none other than Lucilla's husband Pomponius, which surprised Jongheng since Pomponius had always kept to himself. He had fought alongside Aurelius and gradually climbed the army's ranks to become a general under Aurelius. And after his marriage to Lucilla, she was said to be a bad wife and rumors were rampant about her in Rome. Pomponius became one of Aurelius' people. As a result, he was often handed important duties. When Aurelius passed away, Pomponius became the top horse in the military. But even at such a propitious position, he remained the same. He was still as conscientious, humble, and gentle as before, still respectful towards his wife, Lucilla. He allowed her to go around and do as she pleased, turning a blind eye to her misconduct. It was the one thing he had in common with Ole. Zhongheng could not wrap his head around why this military bigshot would want Altrus killed for no reason. Altrus had practically no association with Pomponus at all, and he had never done anything to harm Pomponus in any way. As Zhongheng was trying to piece the puzzle together, Commodus finally introduced Altrus to everyone present, but he allowed nobody to get to know him. Instead, he immediately set out for the barracks outside the city. Sebutul quickly gathered the troops to guard Commodus' carriage. As for Altrus, he did not share Commodus' carriage, electing to ride behind instead. However, considering his special status, the Praetorian Guard had also assigned a small troop to escort him, and the rest accompanied by 2 small squadrons. This was during the early days of Commodus' reign. The war had just ended, and coupled with the gifts the young emperor had distributed to solicit the hearts of the people when he ascended to the throne, the civilians in the city generally led a decent life. Public order had also improved, so naturally, no one wanted to cause trouble to the emperor. Having heard that the emperor was traveling, a large group of civilians had gathered on both sides of the street, cheering for him. Commodus waved back at the people from the carriage, maintaining the image of an emperor in touch with his people. However, it resulted in the troops having to move slowly. They only left town at noon. Fortunately, once they left the city, they could pick up speed. Sebutul, the military tribune, breathed a sigh of relief. The civilians were too enthusiastic, and it was a little too chaotic for his liking, but Commodus did not allow him to use harsher means to disperse the civilians, so he was distraught. Fortunately, there were no major mishaps in the end. They would be much safer once they were outside the city. There were several military camps nearby, and the whole area was secure. Just as the military tribune thought so, the troops suddenly stopped. He rode to the front and found that a donkey cart carrying smoked fish had overturned and blocked a section of the road in front of the small bridge. Other than the military, there were also a few travelers, including a group of Jews. The military tribune, knowing that the young emperor enjoyed showing his compassion, ordered a few of the soldiers to help the owner of the donkey cart. However, as they were doing so, his gaze fell upon the group of Jewish people, and he could sense that something was wrong. The Jews were covered from head to toes, and their waists bulged. Sebutul had some military experience and was about to warn the soldiers around him, but the Jews were too quick. They had already removed their overcoats, revealing the armor underneath. Then, one after another, they drew out their weapons. Chapter 883. Unexpected event. Protect His Majesty the Emperor. The civic officer was shocked and furious. Yelling, he rushed to Commodus's side with his horse. He wasn't expecting someone bold enough to attack Commodus less than 10 miles away from the barracks. Fortunately, the number of assassins disguised as Jews was only less than 20. The Imperial Guards had an absolute advantage in number. However, they were more scattered, and they were at a disadvantage in some areas. This was also a very skilled group of assassins. They attacked together, managing to eliminate the group of Imperial Guards tasked to protect the Emperor at the front line. After that, they started to approach Commodus's carriage. They killed the Imperial Guards who came midway before they could line up and organize themselves. When Sebutul saw such a scene, his back was drenched in a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that his horse seemed to be running a little too fast. Although he was a civic officer with some combat experience, he could only obtain his position thanks to his family. As a general, he did not need to fight very often. Sebutul now regretted not practicing his swordsmanship a little more. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards he brought with him this time were well trained. The 2 centurions were extremely powerful, especially Herto. Being the nearest to Commodus, he swiftly led his team and rushed to the Emperor's carriage. Although they could not completely block those assassins, they managed to delay them, allowing the subsequent squads to get there in time. However, the factor that changed the course of the battle was not the Imperial Guards. Zhongheng discovered the abnormalities among the Jews earlier than the Imperial Guard, but he did nothing about it. It wasn't until the group of assassins was about to attack Commodus that Zhongheng jumped off the horse and pulled out both his Persian swords. One of the assassins had also noticed Zhongheng's quick reactions. He did not pay much attention to him, however, since he wasn't dressed like one of those Imperial guards. The attacker waved his short sword casually and attempted to drive Zhongheng away. However, he did not expect that such a simple move would cost him his life. Zhongheng leaned back slightly to avoid the assassin's attack. Taking advantage of the moment when his enemy waved his arms, he thrust his Persian sword and planted it into the assassin's heart. One hit, one kill. The assassin did not even realize that Zhongheng had stabbed him. After that, Zhongheng pulled out the sword as the corpse fell backward. He then walked toward the second assassin. After learning the lesson from his companions, the second assassin was clearly more cautious. He also noticed that Zhongheng was about to attack him. Just when he was thinking about performing a more effective charge, Zhongheng had moved against him first. Zhongheng slashed at the neck of the second assassin with his sword, but the latter reacted quickly, immediately raising his sword to block Zhongheng's sword. The attacker was elated when he realized that he was strong enough to block the gladiatorial champion's attack, feeling that Zhongheng was no stronger than an ordinary fighter. His joy, however, lasted only half a second. The next moment, all the assassin could see was a cold light flashing before him. Zhongheng had already cut his throat with another sword. Zhongheng killed the other two assassins in just a few breaths, rushing toward the front line and completing the feat easily. By the time he stopped the third assassin, the two teams of Imperial guards had finished organizing themselves and quickly rushed to Commodus's side. At this point, Commodus's Imperial guards had gained the upper hand. The remaining assassins had been either stuck with Herto, or attacked by the Imperial guards that had just organized themselves. Spears stabbed the flesh of the enemies from all directions. When everyone felt that they had regained their control over the situation and almost killed all the assassins that came out of nowhere, nobody would have thought that the donkey cart owner, trembling in fear earlier, would pull out a bow from the side of the overturned cart. When the Imperial Guard saw that, they hurriedly gathered up and shielded Commodus with their bodies. The donkey cart, however, was not aiming for Commodus. Instead, he fired an arrow at the Altrus on the other side. The civic officer realized that they had just made a mistake. These assassins disguised as Jews were a decoy to attract their attention. Their real target was Altrus, who was following Commodus from behind. It was already too late by the time he realized it. Altrus was hit by the arrow. His body started to sway before falling off the horse. On the other hand, the donkey cart owner immediately put down the bow and arrow in his hand and jumped into the river beside him. "Get out of the way!" An angry voice came from the crowd. The civic officer advised in a hurry, "Your Majesty, we don't know if there are more of them." "You should." He was, however, interrupted by Commodus before he could finish. "I have to know whether my best advisor is still alive or dead." "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." "Advisor Altrus has stopped breathing," said the other centurion, who was right beside Altrus. When the arrow hit Altrus, he was the first person who checked on him. The arrow had pierced squarely into Altrus's chest. Although he wore a helmet, he had no armor on his body. His heart had already stopped beating before he even fell off the horse. As soon as the centurion finished, an uproar erupted. This ambush came as completely unexpected. Today was supposed the day Altrus emerged from the shadows. His presence was enough to change the political structure of Rome's upper class. Everyone was left in a massive shock and disbelief after seeing how Altrus was assassinated so quickly after he stepped out of the castle. It happened so fast that even Clint, who had always wanted Altrus to die, was stunned. He could not believe what he saw. After the ambush, Commodus wanted to inspect the barracks no further. With the last two assassins captured, he hurriedly returned to Rome. The young emperor vowed to make the murderer who killed Altrus pay for the crime. The first thing he did upon returning to the palace was to order Clint and Zhongheng to interrogate their court assassins. They needed to extract the mastermind's name from these captured assassins. After leaving the palace, Clint took a deep breath and looked at the moon above him. He could no longer hide the joy in his eyes. He then said, "Fate is really an interesting thing, isn't it?" It was also Clint's first time taking the initiative to speak to Jonghung today. However, Jonghung did not answer Clint. Clint seemed unbothered. He then continued, "I have looked down on you. You are more mature than I thought. I have to admit that you are smart enough to choose the right team. You chose the side that is impossible to lose. I almost lost, but the world is unpredictable, isn't it?" After that, Clint patted Jonghung on the shoulder again. "Let's go. We are going to get busy tonight," he said with a laugh. Chapter 884. Reminiscence and Interrogation. The two assassins they had caught were tougher than they imagined. The guards at the dungeon used various methods to get them to speak, but it yielded no result. However, that did not affect Clint's good mood. He and Jonghung were now sitting in the guard room, munching on a freshly baked suckling pig, listening to the screams from the torture room at the end of the corridor. "Interesting." Clint put down his knife and fork. "I don't think Altrus would have thought that after he was assassinated, I'd be the one to help him track down the killer." Clint thought that Jonghung would not speak to him. The latter had not said anything since he came down to the dungeon, sitting there alone with his eyes closed. No one knew what was going on in his mind. After Altrus's death, Clint assumed that Jonghung would go into full panic mode. After all, Jonghung did not persuade the Emperor with him earlier. It was only logical for Clint to think that Jonghung had chosen to side with Altrus. And Jonghung's new support was now dead in less than half a day after he showed up. Clint felt that he could understand the grief in Jonghung's heart. However, he did not expect him to open his eyes, asking, "When did you and Altrus meet?" "Well, about 4 years ago." Clint was in a good mood, so he did not mind answering Jonghung's questions. In fact, he also needed someone to help him remember the toughest opponent he had encountered in his entire life. He then gladly elaborated, "At that time, I just started to work for His Majesty. We were fighting against those D*men Germanic tribes by the Rhine. His Majesty mentioned a man named Altrus and said that he was brilliant and loyal. I have never seen him before, though. Was Altrus by His Majesty's side when you were fighting the Germanic?" "No. To be precise, Altrus would not be in the barracks like the rest of us. Instead, he stays in Rome to take care of His Majesty's affairs. We have a clear division of labor. From time to time, he would question and express his opinion about the battle on the front lines. It seems he understands the people's hearts very well, especially the thoughts of the Roman civilians. It was him who had told His Majesty that the people were tired of the long war that had lasted years. And that strengthened His Majesty's will to put an end to the war." Clint paused and continued, "It seemed like it was Altrus's forte to collect valuable information. I'm not surprised that he knew what the civilians thought about the war. He could have spent some money to ask someone to gather opinions. What surprised me the most was that he knew what the nobles thought about the war as well. It is something I still can't figure out. He even knew about some of the darkest secrets no one else would know. He made it look like he had mastered some witchcraft that allowed him to get inside someone's head. This, too, is among the reasons why I don't like him." Seeing that Jonghung was listening to him attentively and that there was nothing else to be done right now other than to eat the roasted pork and chat with Jonghung, Clint then continued, "However, His Majesty believed in him completely. To be honest, I have never seen His Majesty put so much faith in a man. His Majesty and I have been getting along well, but I know that he would never trust me like he trusts Altrus. I admit that I am a little jealous of that man. However, even the smart Altrus made some mistakes before. About 3 years ago, His Majesty returned to Rome for a short time to marry Queen Christina. So, Altrus arranged a boat trip for them at the Tiber River. Mainly, he wanted to give them some space since they were newlyweds. Hence, His Majesty did not bring a single guard with him. And both of them were traveled in casual clothes. However, they did not expect to encounter a group of boatmen at the pier asking for payment. They blocked the river and caused a massive ruckus. Fortunately, in the end, both His Majesty and the Queen were fine. When they returned to the palace, His Majesty was a little unhappy with Altrus. It was because Altrus hadn't informed him in advance about such big news. That was one of the few times Altrus made a mistake. After so many years of fighting with him, I have never managed to take advantage of him. And this time, I knew that he was about to defeat me again. However, I did not expect to die at the hands of a group of assassins. This is really ironic. Altrus, the man who knew almost everything, suddenly died, pierced by a sharp arrow that landed on him. Clint then picked up a piece of meat with his fork. To our old friend. Although I have always regarded him as my adversary, I still think that perhaps we could sit down and have a meal together one day. However, I don't think it will ever come true. Right after Clint finished talking, a prison guard bathed in blood walked up toward them and said respectfully to Clint and Jonghung, "Masters, one of the prisoners has decided to speak, but he insists that he wants to tell you in person." Clint curled his lips. He then saw the sunlight falling on the stairs. Is it already dawn? When you start talking about the past, time flies. Okay. Let's go and hear what he has to tell us. It was the younger assassin, a female actually, who had decided to speak. However, after numerous rounds of brutal torture, her body was in such a bad state that no one could tell that she was a woman. Clint took a quick look at her and looked away immediately. He did not want to spit out the roasted pork that he had just eaten. After that, he said softly, "We actually don't want to torture you too much. After all, you are just a tool. Tell me who the mastermind is, and I will look for a doctor to check on your wounds." The assassin, however, merely put on a sad smile. "I know it's impossible for me to survive my injuries, right?" she croaked in a barely audible voice. "Well, at least I can make your death more comfortable," Clint shrugged. The female assassin nodded. "Come closer, and I will tell you who the mastermind is." Clint then looked at the prison guard who tortured the female assassin and nodded, indicating that she was incapable of hurting him. Hence, Clint moved his head closer to the dying girl. "Well, I have done what you asked me to do." Instead of the answer, however, he was greeted by a blob of the assassin's bloody spit. "Stop dreaming, you can destroy my body, but Christ will take away my soul. There is balance, hidden among all things, everywhere. D*MNU, woman." Clint was furious. However, there was nothing he could do. He had lost his chance to get his revenge. The assassin had mustered her last straw of strength to talk to Clint, and she died shortly after that. "Didn't I tell you not to kill her?" Clint vented his frustration on the prison guard in charge of torture. "Do you know how angry His Majesty was when Advisor Altrus was assassinated? If we can't find the mastermind, you will not get to stay here anymore. I will make sure that you will be sent to the Rhine's border to spend time with those smelly Germanics." While he spoke, Clint pulled out a handkerchief and wiped off the drool and blood on his face. He then asked Jonghung, "What did she say last?" "Christ and something about balance. There are ghost things like balance hiding among all things. Do you know what that is?" Clint had asked casually, not expecting an answer out of it. To his surprise, Jonghung answered him. "Well, I know a little about it." Chapter 885. Arrow and Scimitar. When Jonghung stayed in the southeast city, Cornu tested him with the balance blades doctrine once. After that, Jonghung told Altrus about this matter, which was why he could not lie to Clint in the dungeon. At the same time, Jonghung also realized why Commodus ordered him and Clint to interrogate the assassins. It seemed the ambush wasn't some random event. They wanted Jonghung to expose the existence of the balance blade. In other words, the assassination that took place on the bridge that afternoon hadn't been led by the balance blade. It was a plan that Commodus and Altrus had come up with together. Altrus had no intention to use a representative on the front stage. The person who pretended to be him was supposed to sacrifice himself and put the blame for the assassination on the balance blade. With that, they would have a reason to use the Empire's resources to get rid of balance blade once and for all. The whole thing far more dramatic than Jonghung imagined. When Clint and Jonghung reported the information obtained from the female assassin to Commodus, he immediately issued an arrest warrant to all the balance blade's members. In order to avenge his most trusted advisor, Commodus even withdrew 100,000 gold coins from his vault as a reward. The Senate also expressed their concern about this matter. A group of nobles led by Dior expressed their condolences for the assassination of Altrus immediately. Since it was inappropriate to use the funds from the treasury as a motivation to capture the murderer, the nobles donated a total of 200,000 gold coins to the reward pool. With all that aside, many were actually happy that Altrus was dead. Altrus had worked by Commodus's side for a long time and was regarded as the emperor's right-hand man alongside Clint. With the death of Altrus, Commodus had lost one of his most trusted advisors, which meant he would have to rely on the Senate more often in the future. Such a situation was undoubtedly what the group of nobles led by Dior would like to see. However, their happiness only lasted for less than half a day, soon to be taken aback by what they would discover. They realized that they had underestimated the young emperor. With the death of Altrus, Commodus began to purge the high-ranking generals. Except for civic officers like Scimitar, who had escaped the fate of losing his job because he protected Commodus during the ambush, all the other noble officers were either transferred to other places or retrenched. They were replaced by a group of soldiers who had fought alongside Commodus against the Germanic tribes. Regardless of their different background, they all had one thing in common: their absolute loyalty to Commodus. In the end, except for the highest commander of the Imperial Guard, every middle and high-level general was replaced. In other words, Commodus now had complete control over the military forces in the city of Rome. It was already too late when the Senate realized that Commodus had made the changes. Dior and others could only stare at each other. However, Zhongheng did not have much time to care about this political turmoil for the time being. 5 days had passed since Altrus' assassination, and the balance blade still hadn't contacted him. For the past 5 days, nothing happened on his side. This morning, however, Commodus summoned him. Apparently, he had done well to protect Commodus during the ambush at the bridge, killing 3 assassins in total. Commodus decided to reward him with a piece of land again. Thus, the landmass Zhongheng owned now surpassed many noble families who had lived there for a few generations. The only downside was that the land he owned was quite a distance from Rome. In the event of a future war, his land might turn into a battlefield. Still, his good fortune had made many jealous of him. After all, every advisor had different achievements. Everyone now knew that Clint would replace Altrus as chief advisor, and Zhongheng would become the next Clint. Before that, Zhongheng would need to find a way to fix his conflict with Clint. Clint was now waiting for Zhongheng to bow at him. Although he still felt that Zhongheng was a threat, it did not stop him from enjoying the victory that he achieved currently. However, the thing that embarrassed him the most was that Zhongheng did not look for him for the next few days. He had no idea what Zhongheng was up to since the latter was away from home most of the time. But that night, Zhongheng finally returned to his Domus. He stretched out his hand to open the door, then walked toward the front hall when he suddenly halted in his steps. He had sent the slave girl away almost a month ago. Now, only he and the other 2 servants who came bundled with the Domus as gifts were supposed to be here. The 2 new servants hadn't been living with Zhongheng for a long time, and they had nothing worthy of his attention as well. However, they did do a good job at taking care of the Domus. In the past, when Zhongheng came home, one of the servants would come out to greet him. Now, he realized how the house was eerily quiet. As he stood in the front hall, he saw moving ripples in a rain puddle shimmering on the wall, reflected by the moonlight. He even heard the shrill sounds made by the clashing of some kind of sharp weapon. Zhongheng moved his foot forward and in microseconds, an arrow landed at the spot where he stood just a moment ago. Zhongheng did not need to raise his head to know that the archer was hiding on the 2nd floor. It was probably the same assassin that assassinated Altrus. Zhongheng could never forget his archery skills. He dashed to the marble pillar beside him. Just when he was about to approach the pillar, he stopped abruptly. A scimitar came from behind the cylinder, aiming squarely for his face. If he had not stopped moving just now, he would have been sliced in 2. The threat was not over yet. Although he managed to escape the premeditated ambush by relying on his inhuman hearing and reaction, he did not forget that there was a masterful archer on the 2nd floor. Clearly, he would not miss a golden opportunity like this to land a critical shot on Zhonghang. As expected, when Zhonghang started to make a move, the archer took advantage of the split second he had and released his bowstring. Hence, Zhonghang wasn't only facing the scimitar in front of him, but he also had to deal with the second arrow flying towards him. Without any hesitation, he made a critical decision. Since the scimitar was approaching his chest, he had to deal with it first. He swung his Persian short sword, and at the same time, placed his other hand on the hilt of the second. The moment Zhonghang blocked the scimitar, the deadly arrow was about to pierce through his body. The Bato Jutsu was performed with lightning speed once he drew the second Persian sword at the last moment. After that, he used the same method he used to deal with the archer gladiator at the Amphitheatrum Flavium. In the end, he managed to deflect the feather arrow aiming at him. The two assassins had never seen Zhonghang's previous gladiatorial performance. When they witnessed this miraculous scene, they were left in bewilderment. This was not something an ordinary human could achieve. Chapter 886. Surrounded. The moment the assassin with the scimitar got distracted, Zhonghang retrieved the Persian short sword he used to deflect the arrow, then performing a quick slash in the air. When the assassin with the scimitar snapped back to reality, he saw the blood on Zhonghang's weapon. When he was not paying attention, Zhonghang had slashed his neck and chin. It's not a good habit to get distracted during a battle. At that time, Zhonghang had retreated to the marble pillar. After that, the assassin with scimitar collapsed on the ground slowly. Zhonghang fought two enemies at the same time, and he succeeded in killing one of them. Not to mention that the ambush was premeditated. Since these assassins decided to get rid of him tonight, it meant that his identity was finally exposed. To make matters worse, it could also mean that the Balance Blade was completely defeated in the war with the Hounds and Altrus. And unlike the cannon fodder assassins he dealt at the bridge earlier, the assassins who ambushed him at his Domus tonight were highly skilled, probably the Hounds core members. In terms of strength, the Hounds assassins were slightly worse off than the Balance Blade's assassins. However, they were still be considered top-tier assassins around the world. Zhonghang still could not keep up with these experienced killing machines when it came to assassination skills. That said, he still had his LV for swordsmanship with him. Once his opponent missed the first hit, there was a high probability that they would defeat him in a head-on battle. The bad news was that his opponent had the intention of facing him one-on-one tonight. After Zhonghang killed the scimitar assassin, two more assassins came out from the other two marble pillars. They looked at each other and moved slowly to where Zhonghang was hiding. Since there was an archer on the second floor, Zhonghang could not stick his head out to observe the situation. In other words, he would not be able to see the two assassins that were approaching him quietly. When the two assassins arrived at the pillar when Zhonghang was standing, they swung their daggers and tried to deliver a fatal blow to Zhonghang. However, Zhonghang was no longer standing at that pillar. Fortunately, the two of them reacted quickly. They immediately raised their heads and looked above them, seeing a shadow under the eaves. The space was wide enough for a person to climb over without being noticed by others. One of the assassins immediately reminded the archer, "Be careful, God's eye. The target has left his original position. He may be heading towards you." The heart of the archer on the second floor named God's Eye tightened when he heard what his allies said. He had witnessed how Zhonghang fought at the bridge, killing 3 assassins with a clean hit. He did not even perform a second move on them. Earlier, the scimitar assassin had also been killed by him in a split second. It could only be said that the gladiatorial champion of the Amphitheatrum Flavium had lived up to his reputation. As an assassin that was excellent in using the bow, the last thing he wanted was to be close to Zhonghang unless he had a death wish. Therefore, he did not hesitate after hearing the reminder from his companions. Immediately, he began to pay extra attention to his surroundings while maintaining a squatting posture. He then began to move quietly. He knew that the previous 2 arrows he fired earlier had exposed his position, and staying here any further would prove extremely dangerous. His decision had saved his life. Zhonghang moved quietly to the second floor like a ghost. The latter's companion did not discover him until his shadow fell on the spot where the archer assassin squatted earlier. It was then that the archer assassin had moved away, and he immediately turned around and aimed at Zhongheng. He then completed his next action in one go with not a single second wasted. Unfortunately, Zhongheng was only quicker. The moment he released the bowstring, Zhongheng had already sliced the wooden bow with a single slash. Without the supporting force, the arrow fell straight to the ground. However, Zhongheng couldn't do anything to the archer assassin after that because another assassin dashed out from the next room to stop him. The latter had been waiting quietly for him over there. Since Zhongheng was wearing the heart of Christ, the assassins had failed to detect his movements. Hence, the assassin missed the opportunity to attack Zhongheng with the archer assassin. And Zhongheng did not expect that the Hounds would regard him as a powerful opponent. To make sure that they could kill him, they dispatched at least 5 top-tier assassins to deal with him. Zhongheng also wasn't sure if other assassins were waiting to ambush him in his Domus. Though he failed to kill the archer assassin, he got to at least destroy the latter's weapon. The next moment, Zhongheng dashed to the 2 assassins downstairs before climbing up to the 2nd floor. With the Persian swords in his hand, Zhongheng managed to push back the opponent in front of him. After that, he ran and rolled into the room where the slave girl lived before. Fortunately, there were no other assassins in the room. Zhongheng pried open a piece of the wooden floor as fast as possible and took out the pestilence bone bow and Paris arrow that he had hidden in the floor. When the assassins dashed into the room and saw Zhongheng holding a bow and arrow, they ran out immediately. Under normal circumstances, the assassin would think that he was now safe, but the arrow that flew out of the room took a quick turn and flew toward him. And it landed on his forehead. After that, Zhongheng approached him and retrieved the Paris arrow from the corpse. Right after that, he kept walking and jumped directly onto the roof. As expected, it seemed the Hounds were determined to kill him, having placed their men on the roof to ambush Zhongheng. They blocked off all the possible exits. However, Zhongheng didn't panic when he saw the enemies, simply looking at them approaching from all directions. He then jumped directly into the air and spread out the huge pair of wings behind him. They were expecting him to be affected by the gravity, but Zhongheng flew past the dumbfounded assassins and plunged into the distant darkness. It wasn't long before the Hounds assassins came back to reality and realized that they had failed the mission. They were not thinking about explaining the failure but were thinking about the magical scene they just witnessed. Some of them heard some rumors about Zhongheng, but none took it seriously until they witnessed it with their eyes. The leader assassin then said, "The balance blade is gone. It's not a big deal to let him, a core member, escape. Whether he is human or something else, it doesn't matter anymore. When the sun rises tomorrow, his wanted portraits will be all over the streets and alleys. If he is smart, he should leave Rome tonight. He will have no place to stay in Rome anymore." The harsh words made the magical scene less impactful now. However, the assassins could still see the doubt and anxiety in each other's eyes. Since they had the victory in hand, they decided to suppress their doubts, for now, trying their best to forget what just happened. Chapter 887. Night Visitation. That night, Lucilla's residence. Lucilla had been living in the palace since her father became the Roman emperor. Later, she married her first husband, Lucius, whose father ruled the Roman Empire with another emperor at the same time. Hence, Lucilla could naturally continue living in the palace. However, when Lucius died, Lucilla was asked to marry her second husband, Pompinus, by her father. That would mean she had to move out of the palace. Fortunately, her father asked the Senate to compensate her. Hence she was awarded the title Augusta. Although Pompinus was not as powerful as her previous husband, he had an impeccable attitude toward her. After they were married to each other, they were not as affectionate as other newlyweds, but they got along harmoniously. Pompinus would usually stay at the barracks and not interfere with Lucilla's private life. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Lucilla had a married life that most women envied. She constantly held banquets at her Domus and usually provided an endless flow of wine, accompanied by many hunks. But tonight, neither of these things could make her happy. In fact, Lucilla's mind seemed to be absent from the beginning of the banquet. It was as if she had been traumatized before. The laziness and pride she had in the past were now gone. When her maid asked if she would cancel the banquet tonight, Lucilla told her that everything was business as usual. When those handsome men invited her to dance, she rejected every single one of them without exception. After that, Lucy got up and left her seat, telling the maid that she wanted to head back to her room for a change of clothes. However, after undressing, she did not go to the closet to get a new set. Instead, she stood in front of the bronze mirror and stared at herself in the mirror motionlessly. She seemed to be obsessed with the person in the mirror. She started to stroke her skin with her palm, bit her lip, and reached into a drawer on the side. Among all the perfume bottles, she picked a small verdant jade bottle. When she picked up the bottle, an indecisive and unwilling look flashed in her eyes. But in the end, she removed the cork. When she tried to bring the jade bottle to her lips, she heard a coughing sound from behind her. Lucilla was startled, and the jade bottle in her hand also fell to the ground. They said that Cleopatra VII learned that her death was approaching after the Battle of Action. So she asked her maid to hide a poisonous snake named Apis in a basket of figures. After that, Cleopatra VII let a poisonous snake kiss her chest, and she ended her splendid and legendary life just like that. Her death also meant the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Eventually, Egypt was annexed by Rome and became a province under Rome. When did you show up here? Lucilla turned around and saw the person that talked to her. Sorry, I actually just arrived here not long ago. Zhongheng wiped the blood off his 2 Persian short swords with the silk bed sheet. I faced some troubles just now. I came here to look for you right after I dealt with my problem. To be honest, I didn't expect you to take off your clothes as soon as you came in. I wanted to wait for you to change before talking to you to avoid an embarrassing situation like this, but they got to you too, didn't they? Lucilla's expression changed slightly. Zhongheng nodded and inserted the cleaned Persian short swords back into their sheaths. It looks like your toy is broken. Lucilla did not argue with Zhongheng when she heard what he said. We lost this war. In fact, we lost not only this war but everything else as well. I can't agree with the last statement. You still have me. You really shouldn't have kept it from me from the beginning, Zhongheng said. It's too late now. Lucilla shook her head. She then asked, how did you find this place? Augusta of the Empire, the Emperor's sister, is the priestess of the Balance Blade, the mysterious assassin organization. It must be admitted that people with no imagination would have never connected you and Balance Blade. When you played the Priestess of Christ, you were so different from who you are right now. Zhongheng paused. Why don't you find a dress to wear first, and we will continue talking? I don't think it is necessary. After the initial panic, Lucilla quickly calmed herself down and stood in front of Zhongheng, naked. Are you not interested in me? I remember you rejected me more than once before. Well, if you are not afraid of catching a cold, you can just be like this. Zhongheng rubbed his nose and continued what he was trying to say. The time you met up with me as the priestess, you were wearing a mask, and you sounded completely different from now. However, you overlooked one detail, which is the smell of the perfume on your body. The smell of the perfume on my body. Lucilla frowned. I didn't overlook this detail. Every time I played the Priestess of Christ, I would bathe first and put on a different perfume. Yes, but the 2 kinds of perfumes that you use are the perfumes from the palace. In the beginning, I didn't suspect that you were with the Balance Blade. I thought that the priestess was hiding in the palace as a court maid. The day I started to suspect you were when you visited me in my new Domus. When you left, you said something inexplicable to me. I thought you were threatening me, but Altrus looked for me that night, and he asked some questions. It was at that time when I finally understood what you said to me. Lucilla nodded. On that day, I was told that Altrus might meet you. It was too late for me to summon you as the Priestess of Christ. Hence, I could only go and look for you personally. Fortunately, I have quite some rumors surrounded me. It is not uncommon for me to like a gladiator. However, I don't think you identified me as the priestess with just one sentence, right? Yes. After that, I found the place where we met that night, Zhongheng said. That house belongs to Sktuz, a young man from the Kolasu family. A friend of mine told me that he rarely comes here for 2 years now. Out of curiosity, I investigated Sctus and found that 2 years ago, there were rumors that he was one of your secret lovers. That was where you had an affair, right? Zhongheng said as he stared at Lucilia in front of him. This is something I still can't figure out. At that time, your eyes were covered, and you were put in the carriage. How did you manage to find that place? Lucilla asked in surprise. This is a little trick taught to me by an old friend of mine from Baker Street. If he were the person who was loaded into the carriage that night, he would have figured out the route a lot sooner than me, Zhongheng said. Chapter 888. Is our agreement still in effect? So now, you found me after everything has settled. It's just you and me now, the 2 remaining remnants of the balance blade. Oh. And maybe your teacher is still alive. But considering his age, I don't think he'll be getting to the place I sent him, Lucilla chuckled. We are the only surviving members of the balance blade now. Admit it. We have already lost the fight. If I were you, I won't waste my precious time on a dying person. You should leave Rome overnight before they catch you. Maybe. Zhongheng was non-committal. What about you? Why don't you leave this place? He then asked. Because I am the daughter of Aurelius, the wife of Lucius, and Augusta of the Roman Empire. I will not run away. No matter where I escape to, someone is bound to recognize me, Lucilla continued. They won't do anything to me for the time being because I'm the only blood relative of Commodus, and they must take this face into consideration. So, you plan to end your life here just up like this? Zhongheng pointed at the jade bottle on the ground. As I said, we lost this time. And I accept this result, but I will not put my fate in the hands of others. Now, I have to die with dignity. Lucilla puffed her chest and continued, don't underestimate a woman's determination. Cleopatra has her viper, and I have mine as well. It's admirable, but I'd like to correct something. You lost the battle, not us, Zhongheng said. I haven't lost yet. Have you lost your sanity after what happened tonight? Lucilla frowned. You are not even qualified to participate in this war. You have no right to talk about winning or losing. Sometimes, a bystander sees more, Zhongheng replied. Oh, and I'm not talking about your naked body. However, there's something I want to confirm with you first. What is it? Lucilla asked. Is our previous agreement still valid? Our agreement. Lucilla was puzzled. I'll help you get rid of Altrus, and you take me to the secret library of the Balance Blade, Zhongheng said. As you said, we are the only 3 remaining members of the Balance Blade. Given that I have no idea where my teacher is, it seems you are the only person that can bring me to the Balance Blade secret library. I believe you know why I didn't escape the city tonight and came to look for you instead. Zhongheng looked at Lucilla. I need you to be alive until I enter the library at least. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I will be making some losses here. Not only will I have to kill Altrus for you, but I'll also have to help you deal with the Hounds. You are alone now, without any companions and support. And you want to fight 2 powerful enemies at the same time? What are you planning to do? Lucilla asked with a puzzled look. Just you wait until the next morning. Even if the Hounds fail to hunt you down, a warrant for your head will be all over the streets and alleys of this city. Well, since we are an assassin organization, let us solve this problem the assassin's way, replied Zhongheng said. After all, the person who taught me these skills always emphasized the importance of keeping the tradition alive. Let's not talk about the fact that you haven't passed the assessment to become a real assassin. How can you kill them without knowing who or where the target is? Lucilla continued to ask. Zhongheng smiled and took out 3 copper coins from his pocket and placed them in the palm of his hand one by one. Balance Blade, Altrus, and Hounds. If I can't see what is on the back of any of these coins, I will follow your advice and escape Rome overnight. After that, you won't get to see me anymore. I wonder if this answer satisfies you. Do you know where Altrus is hiding? And do you also know who the Hounds leader is? Lucilla's eyes widened. How is this possible? The Balance Blade has been investigating this matter for so long, but we haven't heard of a single answer. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed so badly. As I said, sometimes a bystander sees more than the insider. And I must admit that it took me a lot of time to investigate this matter. With a little luck, I managed to sort out all the problems. I'm glad that my luck is still working well. Jonghung stood up from his seat as he spoke. If you don't mind, I will start to work on it next. After that, he walked to the balcony, and he stopped in front of a pot of cosmos. By the way, I do have a question that I haven't figured out quite yet. Who is the traitor in Balance Blade? Lucilla shook her head when she heard the words, "There are no traitors in the Balance Blade." After the tragedy 200 years ago, we have strict requirements when it comes to selecting members. We need to make sure our members are loyal and faithful to us. People like you are unique. This is also the reason why we find it hard to accept you into our organization. Oh, I understand now. The so-called traitor is something you people come up with to bait Altrus? In that case, the previous agreement you came up with me was just to confuse the enemy. The Balance Blade didn't need to extract any information from Altrus. When you guys asked me to get close to Commodus, the Balance Blade actually tried to use me to distract the enemy. None of you expected me to locate Altrus, right? Jonghung raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's right, Lucilla sighed. That's because Altrus's whereabouts are too secretive. We wanted to plant someone that could gain Altrus's trust. However, but it turns Altrus will never trust anyone. In the end, our people were used by him to convey the wrong information to us, which eventually caused the Balance Blade to lose the war. If you hear about Altrus's childhood, maybe you won't get your hopes up, Jonghung said. What was his childhood like? Altrus is the twin brother of Commodus. He contracted a strange disease when he was 5 years old. From what I know, I believe the disease is called polio in our country. The condition can cause its sufferer physical paralysis. However, the priest in the palace said that this child was cursed and would bring bad luck to the family. For the sake of this country and people, the priest told the emperor that he had to kill this child. I believe you know about the story better than I. After all, you were a teenager when it happened, and it took me a long time to find out the backstory. Yes, that's right, my father asked someone to kill the child, claiming that he died of disease, Lucilla said. I still remember this tragedy. I can't forget the way the child looked at me when I said goodbye to him. Actually, your father didn't kill the child. Instead, he sent him away secretly and entrusted the child to someone he trusted. The person that cared for the child was someone that guarded the border. There is no one who knows about it. Is he my brother? Lucilla asked in disbelief. Yes, you still have time to change your mind. You can show him mercy. After all, he is your brother. No. Kill him, Lucilla said firmly. Between him and me, only one person can live. If he doesn't die, it will have to be me. As for his story, you can tell me more after you kill him. Now I like doing things for the royals. At least, none of you are indecisive. Jonghung shrugged. Chapter 889. Al and Bad Luck. Jonghung jumped off the balcony and landed gently on the ground. On his left, the guests in Lucilla's Domus were still singing and dancing. When the musician plucked the lyre's string, its melodious tune coupled with the laughter of the guests broke through from the other side of the wall. It was as if the happiness would never end. But in comparison, the street outside the Domus was quieter. It was past midnight. Hence, no pedestrians were walking around the street. This was not good news for Jonghung since assassins usually preferred chaotic environments like crowded markets or an arena full of spectators or a tavern or brothel with a constant flow of customers. In places like these, Jonghung could make an assassin disappear easily. Fortunately, the moon was not too bright tonight, and the darkness could provide Jonghung with some disguise. He didn't go looking for Altrus right away after leaving the Domus, heading back to the southeast city instead to change into a set of black clothes, one more suitable for what he was about to do. He also heard the sound of footsteps in the corridor when he added some arrows to his quiver. They were almost silent, and if it were not for the zero-maintenance floor of this apartment, Jonghung would find it hard to hear footsteps through a door even with his excellent hearing. These footsteps could only belong to an assassin. Jonghung was not surprised to find an assassin following him. It was no secret that he had formed a new force in the southeast city. Besides, the Hounds had beehive collecting all kinds of information for them in Rome. After Jonghung foresaw his identity might be exposed, he asked Marcus from the southeast city to arrange several safe houses for him. However, now it seemed the Hounds also controlled the location they were at. In addition to the assassins that ambushed him at his Domus, the Hounds had also arranged for some personnel to deal with Jonghung here. The footsteps from the hallway finally stopped outside his house. Still counting the arrows in the quiver, Jonghung pretended that he did not hear him. He even packed 2 figs to snack on during his journey later. The assassins in the hallway, on the other hand, were probably ready to attack Jonghung. He quietly unlocked the door. However, when they entered the room, they found out that there was no one inside. They could not help but glance at each other. In the room opposite his, Jonghung put on his hood and looked back again to make sure that he left nothing behind. After that, he stuck his body out of the window and climbed the brick wall to the top of the building. Upon arrival, he jumped from the top of the building to the slightly lower apartments next door. When he landed on the ground, he walked into a dark alley and disappeared completely. The safe house Jonghung had arranged with the help of Marcus was to bait the Hounds. Later, he asked Soap to find a few trusted locals to rent the opposite unit quietly. It would serve as Jonghung's real hideout in the event of a crisis. After losing the assassin behind him, Jonghung set off to the first place that he wanted to go tonight. That place was Rome Square. Every city has its center, and Rome was no exception. Its center was located at Rome Square. More than a dozen centuries ago, it was but a desolate, mosquito-ridden swamp, with not a single soul inhabiting the place. There were even Romans who buried their dead relatives here. However, several centuries later, a large drain was built, draining away all the water from the valley, and turning the ground hard. At that time, Rome was still in its republican phase. The people who lived there paved the way and built the temples and basilica, making it more and more prosperous as time went by. Gradually, it formed a huge square. When the Empire era arrived, the continuous expansion of the territory caused an explosion in population. The original Rome Square could no longer meet the people's needs, so a total of 5 new squares were built around it, one after another. But there was no doubt that the Roman Square was still the most central area of Rome. The former Emperor Mark Aurelius once gave a speech about how he felt about Caesar here. The pillar coated in gold in front of the podium was the starting point for all roads leaving Rome. Hence the saying, all roads lead to Rome. However, Jonghung was not here tonight to visit Roman Square. He walked through the huge arch built by Augustus and passed through the center of the square, where a vine, an olive tree, and a fig tree were planted. They were known as the sacred trees of Rome. After that, Jonghung looked up and saw the temples on Capitoline Hill, where the gods of Rome were enshrined. Among them, the 2 most majestic temples stood on the top of the mountain, one on the left and the other on the right. They were the temples of King Jupiter and Queen Juno. Knowing that Altrus had to be in one of the 2 temples, Jonghung wasted no time and ascended the wide stone steps. During the daytime, the Roman Square was the busiest place in the entire city of Rome. Crowded with people, the devoted believers would line up in front of the large and small temples. At the same time, the beggars took the opportunity to ask for food or copper coins. Vendors, too, would sell their products in the stalls around the square. One could always hear the constant haggling among vendors here in Basilica. But now, after entering the night, everything fell silent. Only the holy fire of the Temple of Vesta was still burning. Jonghung did not encounter any obstacles along the way and quickly made it up to the top of the mountain. After a short bout of hesitation, he went up to the Jupiter temple on the left. The flame on the altar had been extinguished, leaving only some charred bones and garlands around. Jonghung walked around the altar and came to the closed bronze gate. He then picked up a stone and threw it at the gate. After Zhongheng waited for a while, the bronze gate opened slowly. A young priest rubbed his eyes and stuck his head out of the temple. However, after scanning his surroundings, he saw no one. He strained to look a little further before eventually seeing an owl standing on the wall. He could not help but curse. Owls had always been a symbol of bad luck in Rome. Hence, spotting one was not a good thing. The young priest did not dare to look around anymore. He retreated and closed the gate again. While he looked at the bird, a person slipped into the temple silently. Recently, Zhongheng had been practicing his stealth ability assiduously. Coupled with Christ's heart's blessing, it was difficult for an ordinary person to notice him unless he was spotted. Zhongheng was not in a hurry. He waited for a while on the ceiling. It was not before the young priest walked back to his residence that Zhongheng returned to the ground, closing up on Jupiter's marble statue. His attention was not focused on the lifelike idol, a magnificent work of art on its own right. Instead, he was looking at the stone seat under the idol. He knelt down and touched the hole with air coming out of it. Chapter 890. Altrus's ear. Located at the back of the statue, those vents were not that easy to spot. If one did not walk to the back of it, they would be impossible to find. Other than the vent holes, the stone slab under the idol was also movable. In other words, the space underneath the stone slab was not filled, built with an arched structure like the Amphitheatrum Flavium. Zhongheng removed the slate and saw only a tiny room beneath it, a space that could only fit a child under 14. He also found some bread crumbs and a bowl of unfinished water in it. And that was all he found. Hence, he walked around to the back of the temple, where the priests were living. The young priest who opened the door to welcome him earlier had now gone to bed again and was asleep. Besides him, 2 older priests and 6 attendants were doing some chores. Zhongheng completed a search of their residence without waking them. The search yielded little results, though, so he retreated to the hall where the statue was located, opened the bronze gate, and quietly left the temple. A quarter of an hour later, Zhongheng stood in front of the temple of Queen Juno, getting ready to use the same trick to get the gate opened. He threw the stone in his hand, and the next moment, the temple's gate suddenly opened by itself. A woman dressed as a priest came out with a group of children. There wasn't time to climb onto the roof, so Zhongheng could only roll to the side in a hurry, and that was when he got to the edge of the cliff. When the gate was fully opened, he hung his body on the cliff and climbed the rock wall with one hand. He did move as fast as he could, but the whole thing happened so suddenly that the first child who stepped out of the temple saw Zhongheng moving. The child stopped and looked at the cliff where Zhongheng was hiding with some doubts. "Priestess Vera, I believe I see something." The priestess named Vera glanced in the direction shown by the child and found nothing unusual. She then said, "It's just wind, Mosmere, let's move quickly. You will need to get up early tomorrow." Blinking, Mosmere did not think that he saw the wind. However, he still obeyed the priestess's order and continued to walk forward while the other children followed him. When the children left, the bronze gate did not close immediately. Instead, a male priest walked out from inside the temple. Compared with the priestess, he paid little attention to etiquette. After watching the children leave, he walked to the edge of the cliff, unbuttoned his pants, and was about to urinate. Unfortunately, the liquid that flowed out from his body was not urine but his blood. A shadowy figure that breathed death came from behind him, slit his neck, and hugged his falling body at the same time. With that, the priest could not scream when he died. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the killer's sleeve as if he did not want the killer to escape. However, he lasted only a few seconds before he lost his strength completely. Afterward, Zhongheng placed the priest's corpse aside and grabbed his right hand to examine it. There were many calluses on the index finger and thumb. And there were also scars on the arm. Clearly, he had endured tough military training and might have participated in the war as well. Although he was dressed like a priest, he carried a demeanor that was more akin to a soldier. And judging from his appearance and skin, he was not born in Rome. If Zhongheng speculated correctly, he should be one of the elites that Altrus had brought from the frontier to Rome, and he also belonged to the group of guards that he trusted most. It was at that time, Zhongheng figured out that he was at the right place. Speaking of Zhongheng's ability to find Altrus's hiding place, he had to thank Clint for the information he revealed while they had a long chat at the dungeon. Without him, Zhongheng would have never found this place. Clint described Altrus as someone that could read minds. Since Zhongheng was drugged by Altrus before, he knew that Clint was talking about Altrus using a truth serum on others. However, using plant alkaloids like scopolamine to force the truth out of someone had a big problem. One of the problems was toxicity. Zhongheng did not know the method Altrus had used to neutralize some of the toxicity in the truth serum. However, he was certain that Altrus did not make the toxin disappear completely. At Zhongheng's current fitness level, he was not affected after he drank the poisoned wine. This might not apply to the average person. In terms of efficiency, this was not a good way to gather intelligence. Altrus needed to convince the target to drink the poisoned wine and look for a place to bring the target there for questioning. In that case, he could only interrogate 7 or 8 people in one day at most. It was impossible for him to know the secrets of every civilian or noble, as Clint had said. And Zhongheng did not think that Altrus would waste his truth serum on the civilians. He should have other means to gather the information. The serum was more like his special move to respond to certain emergencies. Besides, Clint had also mentioned that Altrus made a huge mistake 3 years ago. The dock workers on the Tiber River were asking for wages, and they paralyzed the traffic on the river. Zhongheng was surprised that Altrus did not receive such big news in advance. It did not make sense no matter how one tried to explain it. However, when Zhongheng combined all the facts that he knew, he saw the answer. Altrus was gathering intelligence through the temple. Temples and public bathhouses were probably some of the few places open to the poor and nobles. And these were also the 2 places where people liked to discuss secrets. When the believers prayed, they would not hesitate to say out their most secret wishes. Similarly, many would discuss business and personal matters in the public bathhouse as well. What made Zhongheng eliminate the public bathhouse was the embarrassment that Altrus received these 3 years. Altrus did not receive any news about the dock workers in advance because most of the dockers were Jewish. They either believed in Judaism or Christianity, which meant they would not come to the temple to pray to the Roman gods. There was another reason why Zhongheng was more inclined to the temple. And that was, Altrus was sentenced to death by the priest in the palace. If it weren't for his father's final act of mercy by sending him away, he would have been dead when he was 4 years old. In the end, he lost his identity as a prince, and even though he survived the death penalty, and he would never be able to show his face to the public again. After many years, he returned to Rome and regained power. Zhongheng did not believe that he would not retaliate against the priests in the temples. Through this, he could control these temples and transform them into a place for him to gather intelligence. The hiding place that Zhongheng found under the stone seat of the Jupiter statue was the best proof for his theory. And the group of children who were taken away by the priestess should be the ears of Altrus. Chapter 891. Backfire. Zhongheng dealt with the priest who came out to pee as fast as possible. After that, he went to the temple's door and took a quick look at the temple's interior. As compared to the Temple of Jupiter, the place was enveloped in darkness. The Temple of Juno, on the other hand, was well lit. Zhongheng saw 2 servants helping a priest tidy up something. They looked like they were dealing with some valuable information they had obtained from the children just now. The 3 men were positioned quite far away from the door. Zhongheng figured that it would be almost impossible to sneak past the 3 of them, so he removed the pestilence bone bow from his back. The first arrow accurately pierced the throat of one of the servants. Before the servant could say a word, his body collapsed onto the marble pillar behind him. Immediately, the other servant beside him was alerted by the sound of the arrow penetrating his ally's body. He then drew his weapon, opened his mouth, and was about to warn the others loudly, but the last thing he expected was to end like the dead servant beside him. The second arrow came faster than he thought, and it penetrated his heart. In order to get rid of those 2 servants in the shortest possible time, Zhongheng used ordinary arrows for his first shot and the Paris arrow for the second. He took a quick aim at his targets and released the arrows without any hesitation. The moment the Paris arrow left the bow, it corrected its flying path and went for the target's weak point. When the two servants fell on the floor, the priest, focusing on sorting out the papyrus, realized that something had gone wrong. The moment he raised his head, Zhongheng's Persian short sword was already placed on his neck.
"Where is Altrus?"
Zhongheng asked in a low voice.
"Who?"
The priest looked a little panicked. "I don't know who Altrus is. This is the temple of Queen Juno. We don't have much money with us. If you want to rob someone, you should go to the nobles that live under the mountain." "You know I didn't come here for the money," Zhongheng said. As soon as Zhongheng finished talking, he heard footsteps coming from behind the statue room. The priest's face showed a touch of joy, knowing that someone was coming to save him. That could mean the mysterious man in front of him would have to surrender soon. However, he did not expect Zhongheng to push the short sword into his neck after hearing the footsteps. The priest looked at his blood coming out of his throat, and he felt surprised that Zhongheng would make such a move. After that, Zhongheng quickly moved to the side of the corridor's entrance. Before the owner of the footsteps walked out of the corridor, he saw the priest pressing his neck with his hand. Subconsciously, he wanted to walk closer and check on him, but before he could do that, a shadowy figure appeared in front of him and inserted a dagger into his heart. So far, Zhongheng had eliminated 5 enemies. All of them were killed with only a single move. It prevented the dead from making too much noise and attracting too much attention. Zhongheng was not on a whim to pursue a 5-star achievement for killing his enemies stealthily. It was because he knew that Altrus had a secret path that could lead to Commodus's study room. The entrance of the secret path could very well be located at this temple. Besides, Zhongheng did not know if other exits were in the middle of the secret path. In order not to cause too much trouble for himself, Zhongheng hoped that he could deal with Altrus before he entered the secret passage. That was why he chose to eliminate his enemies as stealthily as possible. So far, there was no hiccup in his plan. Although he did not extract any information from the priest about Altrus's whereabouts, he was fortunate that the temple was not that huge. Zhongheng then put away his arrow and continued towards the corridor. The oil lamp on the stone walls was not as bright as the one outside the hall. Zhongheng's quivering shadow was cast on the wall, distorting and looking a little scary. Zhongheng walked past a couple of old-looking stone chambers in the corridor. He speculated that these chambers were once rooms of the priests hundreds of years ago. However, after the temple went through several expansions, the priests now lived in their new residencies. Hence, the stone chambers were now used as a place to store files and sundries. After Zhongheng walked for a while, he realized that something was not right. First of all, he had walked a long way, and he could feel the altitude was getting lower and lower. Secondly, he saw that there were more stone chambers than the Jupiter temple next door. Most of the stone chambers were connected, like a maze. So Zhongheng had to remember the paths he walked on while searching for what he was looking for. Suddenly, he heard a loud rumbling noise. Turning around, he saw a huge boulder appearing out of nowhere on the path he had walked on. At the same time, he heard Altrus's voice coming from behind him. "Who sent you to kill me?" Zhongheng turned his head and looked at the place where the sound came from. However, all he saw was a stone wall with no one standing there. Altrus then spoke again. "Don't waste your time. You can't see me. Do you know what place this is?" "I would like to know more about it," Zhongheng said as he walked toward the stone wall and looked up. "This is the underworld," replied Altrus's ghostly voice. "Except for those who have died once like me, no living being can leave this place alive." Zhongheng knew that the underworld was more than a myth. There was an actual underworld beneath the Roman square. Right beside the golden pillar that symbolized the beginning of all roads, there was a small building. The Romans regarded the upper part as an umbilical cord, and the lower part was the underworld. Romans believed that a crack connected the living world on the surface of the earth to the underworld beneath the ground. The underworld would open its doors 3 days a year, and these 3 days were considered bad days. Zhongheng would never believe in such a thing, though. After a while, he found what he was looking for on the stone wall. It was a copper pipe hidden in the cracks of the stone. Altrus's voice had come from this pipe, and he had used the underworld legend to put fear in Jonghung's mind. Jonghung then leaned closer to the copper tube and mumbled a few words. He knew that Altrus was paying attention to what he had to say. After that, Jonghung took out his dagger and scratched the copper pipe a few times. Altrus, on the other side, was impacted by the enhanced screeching. He almost vomited out his dinner after Jonghung attacked him with the sound wave. Jonghung wasn't simply messing with Altrus out of boredom. This time, Altrus had been outwitted. The rock that he lifted to throw at Jonghung had now landed on his foot. He wanted to use the underworld's legend and talk through the copper pipe to scare off Jonghung, but it turned out to be a failed attempt. One had to admit that it was indeed a powerful technique in this era. Coupled with the truth serum that he used earlier, Jonghung felt that it was a waste of talent for Altrus to work as Commodus' advisor. He should have been an inventor or scientist of the 2nd century AD. His ideas could have enlightened humankind. Unfortunately, his ingenious ideas did not work on Jonghung, who had completed 9 years of education in the modern world. Besides, Jonghung was baptized by science as well. Such a childish technique would never work on him. Judging from the volume of Altrus' voice, Jonghung knew that the latter was not too far away. With the sound wave attack, Jonghung was hoping that he managed to provoke Altrus. He also wanted Altrus to stay put and wait for him to knock on his door. Chapter 892. Altrus's death. There was also a reason why Altrus did not escape right away. Not only was Jonghung wearing a black suit, but he had also put on a hood. Although Altrus did notice Jonghung's arrival in time, he did not know who sent the assassin to deal with him. According to the news that he received, the balance blade was now dead. There was only one backup member left. Even if he was still alive, Altrus figured that he would be overwhelmed by the troubles he had to face, and he should not have time to come here to assassinate him. Although the Hounds was his ally, Altrus would not trust them completely. The two had only formed an alliance because they had a common enemy, but now that the enemy was gone, their ally relationship would be dismissed naturally. Altrus was not too surprised if the Hounds sent this assassin. Other than that, he had made a lot of enemies throughout the years. He had to find out the identity of the assassin as soon as possible. And how did the enemy find his hiding place? Hiding at the temple was Altrus's greatest secret. If this secret were exposed, his most important channel of intelligence would be cut off. Although Altrus was quite capable, losing the temple was like a magician losing his magic wand. If possible, Altrus still wanted to keep this secret safe. That was the reason why he took the risk to talk to Jonghung. Altrus had always been a very cautious person, but at the same time, he was also very conceited. Most of the time, he was very confident with the tricks in his sleeve. By making use of the legend of the underworld, no matter how determined enemies were, they should have been nervous about the whole thing. To his surprise, Altrus received a small gift from Jonghung, and it did anger Altrus at the beginning. He wished to crush the bastard who scraped the copper pipe with a knife. However, after he recovered from the effects of the screeching, he gradually calmed himself down. And Altrus realized that it might not be safe for him to stay here anymore. He regretted that he did not leave as soon as he realized that there was an intruder. Fortunately, it still wasn't too late to leave, hence Altrus did not hesitate this time. He grabbed his cane and said to the guards around him, "Let's go to the tunnel." The moment the guards received his order, they quickly surrounded him and formed a protection circle. After that, they left through the side door to another room. However, after taking only 2 steps forward, the guards positioned at the back of the team suddenly knelt on the ground. His heart was shot through by a sharp arrow. And it caused the remaining guards to become nervous. They spontaneously divided into 2 teams. One team stayed back to stall the enemy, while the other team continued to protect Altrus and move towards the underground path with stone rooms. While getting panicked, Altrus, who had a physical disability, fell and dropped his cane. However, Altrus did not have time to pick it up. Although the copper pipe was good at transmitting the sound, it would get quieter once he got too far away from it. In order to listen to what Jonghung was saying, he chose to enter a stone room that was closer to Jonghung. However, the price he had to pay was that he could not enter the tunnel from that particular stone room. He had to walk for another 50 meters to get to the tunnel. Altrus felt that the 50 meters were the longest distance that he traveled in his life. Right after he fell, 2 guards would quickly get to his feet. After walking for another 30 meters, the guards carried him to run towards the final destination. Altrus faintly heard the sound of fighting coming from behind. However, it did not last too long. After the fighting sound disappeared for a few seconds, a glimpse of hope reappeared in Altrus' heart. The 6 soldiers that stayed back to fight with Zhongheng were brought over here by him from the front line. Logically speaking, they were not supposed to be trounced by the enemy. Their odds of killing the assassin were greater. However, Altrus did not stop moving. He continued to run towards the stone room. And now, he was only less than 2 meters away from the stone room. But the next moment, he felt a blast of air passing over his ears. And the guard on his left fell to the ground with an arrow penetrating his body. It caused Altrus to lose his balance. The guard on his right attempted to draw his weapon to protect Altrus. However, the assassin with the Persian short swords cut open his chest without much effort. After that, Zhongheng walked to Altrus's side, who was still crawling on the ground. The latter was extremely close to touching the stone room's door. However, he heard the assassin next to him saying, "Your sister asked me to send her regards to you." At that moment, Altrus had finally lost all his pride and composure. He pleaded, "No, this is impossible. How much is she paying you?" "I can double it." "No. I can pay you 10 times her offer." "Don't kill me." "I feel your sincerity, but I'm sorry." "You can't give me what she paid me," said Zhongheng as he grabbed Altrus's hair. The fear in Altrus's eyes gradually turned into anger. He kept repeating, "No, I have escaped death once. I won't die here. I won't die here. I won't die here. It's a pity. This time you will die for real. But the good news is that everyone heard of your death 5 days ago. I also attended the funeral held by His Majesty. It was pretty good." Zhongheng slit Altrus's throat as he spoke. The latter's fear and anger eventually turned into unwillingness, forever enshrined in his eyes. Zhongheng had eliminated his first target of the night. However, he ran into a bit of trouble when he attempted to get out of the stone chamber maze. Since his way in was blocked, Zhongheng had to take a long route before he could get back to the ground. By the time he left the maze, the sky had turned bright. After that, Zhongheng saw his wanted portrait posted on the streets. Immediately, he put on his hood when there were not a lot of people around him. The first thing that he did was to return to the southeast city. There was still one person on his assassination list. It was someone that had managed to hide well. The person was the Hounds' leader. So far, Zhongheng had not obtained any information about him. Altrus was mysterious enough, but most of the people from the upper class had heard of his name before. However, when one compared him with the leader of the Hounds, no one knew if he was even a real person. If it weren't for the coincidence, Zhongheng would have never known who the Hounds' leader was. Initially, Zhongheng wanted to assassinate the leader after killing Altrus, but he was accidentally trapped in the maze. Last night was the best time to eliminate him. Unfortunately, he missed the window of opportunity. When his wanted portrait was posted everywhere on the street, Zhongheng's actions were also greatly affected. Fortunately, since Zhongheng knew who the Hound's leader was, he knew the best time to eliminate him. Zhongheng ceased all his actions and waited quietly for his target to approach him. Chapter 893. Leader of the Hounds. Although Lucilla gave up the thought of committing suicide after Zhongheng talked her out of it, her heart was still full of anxiety, especially the next morning when she saw Zhongheng's wanted warrants posted almost everywhere in the city. Let alone getting close to the target. It was now getting very difficult for him to even walk on the street. And with the passage of time, Zhongheng's circumstances would only become more and more dangerous. The two had lost contact since that night. Lucilla did not know if Zhongheng was still alive and how long he could hide if he were. She knew that Jonghung was somewhat influential in the southeast city, and with him on the wanted list, the bounty alone was enough to turn anyone into a traitor. Besides, the people that lived in the southeast city had no sense of honor. As long as someone paid them enough, the poor people would betray their fathers. Jonghung was no longer Commodus's advisor too, which meant he had the least control over his life now. Lucilla could not figure out how Jonghung would restrain his subordinates so they would not betray him. In fact, she felt that Jonghung had more likely already escaped Rome by now. This was the only reason to explain why he did not look for her or get caught. Lucilla's heart sank at the thought of this. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist, and Pompinus's voice came from behind her, as gentle as ever.
"What's going on? Are you not feeling well?"
Lucilla retracted her gaze from the street downstairs, and she barely smiled. "It's nothing. I was just thinking, it's Saturnalia in a few days." "Oh, yeah, Saturnalia," Pompinus nodded. "I heard that a grand celebration will be held on Trajan Square that day. Maybe we can go there and have some fun." "Yeah, that's right." Lucilla dealt with her husband with an absent mind. "But now, my dear, we are going to the Victor Arena to watch the gladiatorial show." Pompinus picked up the necklace on the table, put it on for Lucilla, and tidied her hair. "It's a pity that your favorite Easterner can no longer perform in the Victor Arena. Fortunately, we still get to watch Tarufalo's the Giant. We have to hurry up, or we won't make it to the show. I'll be done soon. Why don't you go downstairs and wait for me first?" "Okay." Pompinus smiled and kissed Lucilla on the forehead before opening the door. However, after he took a step forward, he stood there, stunned. And he slowly retreated into the room. Lucilla frowned when she heard the footsteps behind her. She then turned back to ask, "Did you forget something?" However, the next moment, she saw a servant holding a dagger against Pompinus's chest. And a chill suddenly crept up in Lucilla's heart. She had never expected the Hound's assassin to come so quickly. "I'm your target," she said. "This has nothing to do with him. He doesn't know anything." "No. I'm afraid this has something to do with him." The assassin dressed as a servant opened his mouth, and Jonghung's voice came out. "You still haven't left Rome." Lucilla was taken aback. "Yes, our agreement hasn't been fulfilled yet." "Of course, I won't leave Rome," Jonghung said. "I killed Altrus for you, but the Hound's leader usually spends his time in the barracks. It will not be easy to kill him. And after I kill Altrus, he would definitely be more cautious. Fortunately, I know an excellent opportunity to completely avoid all his men and guards. And that window of opportunity is when he returns to his home from the barracks." "Hold on. Are you saying that my husband is the leader of the Hounds?" Lucilla looked incredulous. "How is this possible? This is just a lie you made up so you can enter the library, right?" "Unfortunately, no. To be honest, I had never doubted him before, because he had an almost perfect disguise. He is Aurelius's crony, your husband, the #1 figure in the military, and has always been known for his gentle personality. At the same time, he hardly participates in any faction wars. Under normal circumstances, no one will associate him as the Hound's leader, and neither would I." Jonghung continued after a short pause, "But a few months ago, when I was still in the southeast city, I was targeted to be assassinated. At that time, I was more inclined to think that Clint was the one that sent the assassin because he had always felt jealous of Commodus's favor for me. Until a few days ago, I saw a centurion named Herto, and I realized that he had served under your husband for a long time. And he seemed a little flustered when someone mentioned his relationship with your husband. This made me believe that your husband may not be as simple as he seemed. But until then, I still didn't think he would be the leader of the Hounds. Firstly, the person who wanted to assassinate me was not from the Hounds. And secondly, my identity was not exposed when I was being targeted. No matter who hired the assassin, the person didn't want to kill me because I was a backup member of the Balance Blade. In fact, I still haven't gotten an answer to this question," Jonghung said as he cast his gaze on Pompinus in front of him. The latter, however, merely listened quietly and did not say a word about it. So Jonghung continued, through that incident, I found out that the man behind Herto is your husband. At that time, I only knew about Altrus and your identity. And I still could not figure out who the Hounds leader was. Hence, I didn't plan to stay in Rome anymore. I have a friend named Vero. It's Well, I met him in the gladiator school. He was an antique dealer before he became a slave. His wife and his best friend teamed to set him up. Afterward, I hired someone to help him investigate his property. I found out that this matter was not as simple as I thought it was. Whether his wife or friends, they were hired by someone else. The mastermind behind the whole thing was a senator named Pei. And this is not the first time he has done this kind of thing.
What are you trying to say here?
Lucilla did not know why Jonghung suddenly mentioned a civilian. Jonghung continued, don't worry, you will understand after I tell you everything. After the assassination of Altrus, the balance blade did not contact me. I knew that you weren't in a good situation, so I waited for another 2 days, and I was ready to escape. At that time, I thought since I'm running away, I might as well help my friend to get rid of his troubles. After all, Vero and I got along with each other quite well in the gladiator school. Consider that my last favor for him. Chapter 894. Love. I went to Pellegrino's Domus and eliminated 6 of his 6 guards. By the way, I didn't break a sweat throughout the whole thing. I even took the time out to walk around his Domus. To my surprise, Pellegrino, who was always busy bringing in more money, lived way simpler than I thought. There were not many slaves in his Domus, and there was nothing particularly valuable. Considering that he makes a lot of money every year, I doubted Senator Pellegrino valued money more than anything else. When I kicked on the door of his room and put my dagger on his neck, he was so scared that he knelt in front of me and kept begging for mercy. However, he didn't mention anything about using his money to buy his life. It was rather strange. According to my experience, no matter how stingy a person is, they are usually more than willing to spend some money when they are about to lose their lives. Unless the money he earned over the years is no longer in his hands. Lucilla raised an eyebrow. He is making money for others. Yes. Something interesting came up next. After that, I asked him who he gave the money to. He told me that he gave all his money to a centurion. And this reminded me of something else. What was it? Rome had always been the balance blade's territory. It wouldn't be easy for the Hounds to ask their assassins to infiltrate this place. Besides, my teacher and other assassins that work alone would need external support as well. The middleman is not the only person they talk to. They would need an efficient intelligence channel that could provide them with all the useful and updated information. And a place like that would need a lot of money to operate. There is an organization called the Beehive in the southeast city. It is a very mysterious organization. And their influence is not limited to the southeast city and the Senate. It seems that there are some of them in China, and it's pretty obvious that they have spent a lot of money to collect intelligence. But unlike the other 2 forces, the Beehive does not have any income. Or, to be more precise, they earn no apparent income on the surface. In other words, its owner needs to keep bleeding money to keep it running. And as far as I know, the Beehive's owner was the Hounds. Their spokesperson was a guy called Korn. He once tested me with the balance blade's doctrine. From then on, I started to cast my doubts on your husband. After that, I did a thorough investigation on your husband. I looked for information about him when he was still young. Jonghung looked at Pompinus, you came from a famous family. However, your family started to deteriorate by the time your father became the head of the family. In order to revitalize your family, you joined the army and began to follow Aurelius to go to a different war. At first, you were just an unremarkable centurion. However, you started to put more effort into making more contributions. Aurelius began to appreciate you more and regarded you as his confidant in the end. Your situation, however, is kind of similar to mine. Although Aurelius valued you very much, you were not the only young general that he favored. You had a lot of competitors, and many people are better than you. But in the next 2 years, those younger generals who were better than you died one after another for various reasons. In the end, you became the most dazzling rising star, and Aurelius became more and more dependent on you. Although there were many people in the military who were older than you and more powerful than you, they were all too old to pose a threat to you. You were the only one who could threaten yourself. Lucius! Lucilla suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. She was standing in front of her dressing table, but took 2 steps back and moved away from Pompinus when she heard what Zhongheng said. Yes, the younger brother of Aurelius, Rome's co-ruling emperor Lucius, Zhongheng said, the first man in the military at the time, with outstanding achievements. He was at his prime. Logically speaking, he should be the one to rule the army for a long time. And he, like Aurelius, was the emperor of Rome as well. With him being alive, you will always be his subordinate. After that, Lucius was killed by the plague when he was returning to Rome from the front line. He did not even make it back. You bastards killed my first husband. Lucilla looked at Pompinus. Seemingly to have forgotten her fear, she started yelling at him, I could have continued to be a queen in the palace. After my father's death, Lucius was supposed to become the only emperor in Rome, and our child was supposed to be the next ruler of the Roman Empire, not my stupid brother. Pompinus only smiled but made no comment whatsoever. Instead, he looked at Zhongheng and finally said, Enough. Stop here. You don't know me at all. You said you didn't understand why I sent an assassin to assassinate you. The reason is very simple. It was because of jealousy. What? Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. He felt a little surprised. Oh. I do not envy your transformation from commoner to a nobleman or the fact that you gained Commodus's favor. I don't care about such things. The jealousy I'm referring to is my instinct as a man and a husband. You mistakenly thought I was your wife's lover. Zhongheng suddenly realized, let's not talk about whether I'm your wife's lover. As far as I know, your wife has had many lovers. You shouldn't mind about these. Do you know where they are now then? Pompinus asked casually. I can even kill the Roman emperor, Lucius, to get her, let alone the toys she's gotten tired of playing and has thrown away. But if this matter bothers you, why didn't you stop her in the first place? Oh. You've gravely underestimated her? Lucilla has never been the woman that would live under someone's control. Even her father can't control her. If she did it to acquire the sheer pleasure of cheating, why would she let the entire city of Rome know about it? Clearly, she was trying to declare war on her father, who used her as a political bargaining chip to marry her to someone. She wants to trample on the royal honor that her father valued. To me, she is like an out-of-control flame, incinerating everything on every path that she travels on. And that's why I can't stop loving her. Pompinus smiled. With my status, I need to spend no effort to find a gentle and obedient woman. Of all the women I met, none of them have her charm. She is made up of wild vehemence, rapacity, beauty, and debauchery. She is the epitome of perfection. I fell in love with her the first time I laid my eyes on her. I can't change her, and I don't want to. Chapter 895. Long-distance traveling. You are lying. Lucilla took a deep breath. You only said that to make me forgive you for what you did. Perhaps. Pompinus did not argue too much on this issue, nor did he panic. From the moment his identity was exposed, he had kept a calm expression as if oblivious to the dagger pointed at his chest. He then continued casually, no matter how much you hate me, there is at least one thing you can't deny. I am indeed the best person for you in this world. No. You are just a liar that tells all kinds of lies. Lucilla then looked at Zhongheng, who was watching the drama unfold before him. She seemed to have finally made up her mind. Hence, with gritted teeth, she growled, "Kill him. Kill him. I'll tell you the location of the Balance Blades library. Deal." Zhongheng was very straightforward. He had been waiting for Lucilla to drop the order. Without any hesitation, he thrust the dagger cleanly into Pompina's chest.
That's why I like you.
Still staring at Lucilla at the last moment of his life, Pompina smiled.
Don't worry, my dear. Even death can't separate us. What does that mean?
Lucilla's expression changed slightly. Pompinus could no longer answer her because he had stopped breathing. Zhongheng pulled the dagger and said, "He is dead, and I have fulfilled the agreement with you. It's your turn to fulfill your part." Wait, what did his last sentence mean? Lucilla frowned. "I can't answer your question. My understanding of him is limited to the part that he was related to the Hound." Zhongheng said, "Perhaps it is something you should be asking yourself. After all, you and he have been a couple for so long." Lucilla looked uncertain. In the end, she decided not to dwell on this question anymore. Instead, she said, "You seem to have a way to hide well in this city.
Can I hire you to be my assassin?
In this war, I lost all the assassins from the Balance Blade. However, we can always recruit new ones. You can become the assassin speaker. You can freely use all the resources left behind by the Balance Blade. Other than that, I will pay you a huge sum of money." Zhongheng seemed indifferent when he heard her offer. He then wiped the blood from the dagger. "Sorry, I am only interested in the whereabouts of the library." Lucilla had a sullen expression on her face, but she soon sorted out her emotions. She still had many political allies, and she was also the Emperor's sister. The destruction of the Balance Blade had indeed weakened her power a lot. She was glad that Zhongheng had managed to kill Altrus and exposed Pompinus's identity. Although it was a pity that Zhongheng did not accept her offer, Lucilla did want to make a more powerful enemy at a time like this. So she nodded and said, "That's a shame. Hold on." After that, Lucilla walked to her dressing table, took out one of her makeup boxes, and took out a map from the hidden compartment. "Where is this?" Zhongheng took the map, looked at it, and asked with confusion. "Egypt," replied Lucilla. The secret library of the Balance Blade was originally located in Greece. However, the tragedy that happened 200 years ago forced us to relocate it. It was for security reasons. The library is now located in a desert in Egypt. It seems I can enjoy my long-distance travel next. I hope the scenery along the way is not too bad," replied Zhongheng with his eyebrows raised. After killing Pompinus, Zhongheng was done with all the tasks in the city of Rome. Before he left, he returned to the southeast city to make some final arrangements. Lucilla was curious of why Marcus, Soap, and others did not betray Zhongheng for the considerable reward. The answer was simple. It was not because of Zhongheng's charm. He revealed his shadow wings to them, causing a significant impact on their mental state. Zhongheng had no idea how long his trick would last. However, it was definitely enough for him to survive the complex situation in the meantime. The last place Zhongheng headed to was the Red Nose blacksmith shop to withdraw the game items he deposited here. If he were right, he would not be returning to Rome anymore after his journey to Egypt. He employed his LV2 makeup skill to join a team leaving the city, successfully going past the city gates. After that, he took a last look at Rome behind him. In just 6 months, he went from being a slave to a gladiatorial champion to being favored by the emperor. He was granted the status of a free man, and he worked his way up to become a nobleman with a fief. In the end, he became a wanted criminal by the entire empire. Probably no one could beat his life experience. However, Zhongheng was not too emotional about it because he was just a passerby in 2nd century Rome. To him, the scenery of the city was more interesting than becoming a noble. Zhongheng withdrew his gaze after that. He had less than a year of game time left in this dungeon. It seemed quite long, but considering the logistical difficulties he would have to face on the path, he might have to spend a long time traveling from Rome to Egypt. If he chose the land route, he would need at least a couple of months to get to his destination. Fortunately, he could take a ship across the Mediterranean Sea. And the current wind direction favored his journey. So, Zhongheng found a grain ship at the pier that was about to make a return. Many modern folks believe that Egypt had always been made entirely out of desert and pyramids. During the 2nd century AD, however, Egypt was known for shipping grain to Rome. Every year, the grain from Egypt fed at least half of the population of the Roman Empire. After paying a gold coin for the ship ticket, Zhonghang successfully found himself a bed on the ship. The moment he returned to the sea, he felt a sense of familiarity. It did not take him long to mingle with the sailors. The captain even wanted to keep Zhonghang on the ship and give him a job after arriving in Egypt. However, the latter declined the offer. Zhonghang had not forgotten the purpose of his trip. After he arrived in Egypt, he took 2 weeks to check out the famous places in Egypt. After that, he spent some money to buy 30 camels and prepared 7 months' worth of food and water. Lastly, he hired a few local guides and started his journey to the marked location on the map. Chapter 896. Dusk of the Empire, End. Although Zhonghang had a map in his hand, there were no satellites in this era. Besides, the accuracy of the hand-drawn maps was limited as well. Basically, Zhonghang only saw the rough location of the library on the map. Other than that, the dunes in the desert would constantly move due to the strong desert winds. Hence, he could not find any landmark for him to refer to in this vast desert. In the end, Zhonghang spent an entire month in the desert before finding the stele that Lucilla mentioned to him. Once Zhonghang spotted the stele, he would be able to see the library's entrance. While he was traveling in the desert, he accidentally ran into a group of robbers. Although he managed to eliminate the group of robbers, he still lost 2 camels and a local guide. The local guide died because of his bad luck. When the robbery happened, he was far away from Zhonghang. One of the robbers shot an arrow at him, and it landed on his forehead. He died on the stop. Zhonghang had no choice but to come up with a sum of money and entrusted his companion to bring the money back to his family. On the other hand, 2 camels had run away in fear. It wasn't a big problem. As long as he found the right place, he could always go to the nearby towns to replenish his food and water. When Zhonghang arrived at his final destination, he bid the remaining 2 local guides goodbye before setting up a tent beside the stele. In the evening, by the time he finished his open-air barbecue, the moon had already risen above his head. After that, Zhonghang followed Lucilla's instructions, and he waited patiently for a while. When Zhonghang saw that it was midnight, he extinguished the bonfire and walked about 50 steps in the direction indicated by the stele's shadow. Zhonghang knew that the stele's shadow was not as reliable. Fortunately, Zhonghang still had his secret item with him, and that item was his watch. Zhonghang knew that the time now was midnight after converting the time that he saw on his watch. However, the next problem that he had to face was the moon that hung in the sky. The moon's perigee constantly changed with different seasons, and everyone's had different steps as well. Zhonghang thought that the balance blade's predecessors were rather mean when designing the library's entrance 200 years ago. They were clearly showing off how secure their design was. It was not easy for the people from the later generation to enter the library. All that being said, complaining would be pointless. Hence, after finding the right spot, Zhonghang started to pick up a shovel to dig the ground. After half an hour of digging, the shovel finally hit something hard. After all, the balance blade was just an organization made up of assassins. No matter how powerful they were, it was still impossible for him to create a library out of thin air under the sand. Therefore, Zhonghang realized a natural cave beneath him, discovered by the balance blade 200 years ago. After that, they did some modifications to the cave and put up a stele to mark the place. Now that Zhonghang had found the cave, the next thing that he would find was the cave's entrance. Zhonghang tossed the sand into the sky with his shovel, letting them blow away with the wind. Soon, he unveiled the bronze gate. Zhonghang then threw the shovel away and drew his dagger. After that, he used the dagger to knock the 4 directions of the bronze door in a specific order. As for the last step, he took out a movable iron piece in the lower left corner of the bronze door and inserted his dagger into the slot to trigger the mechanism. Ding! Successfully found the balance blade secret library. Plus 50 game points. Head to the character panel to view the related information. After completing the above steps, Zhongheng heard a system reminder. At the same time, he also heard a rumbling sound coming from the ground. It was the sound of the iron plate opening the bronze gate. Zhongheng took 2 steps backward and looked at the bronze gate slowly opening in front of him. He knew that a new world was beckoning at him behind this gate. The return deadline has been reached. Mission complete. You have cleared the Empire's Sunset Dungeon. Your 9th round of the game is over. You will be sent back to the real world. Zhongheng received the reminder to return to reality on the 560th day. Before that, he had spent 7 months and 11 days in the secret library. Of course, Zhongheng did not stay there all the time. He would go out of the library from time to time for some fresh air after spending a long time reading the books stored in the library. Sometimes, he would go to a nearby town to have a different variety of food. Although it was not easy to find the library's entrance and Zhongheng did complain about the entrance's design, he had to admit that the Balance Blade members had put a lot of thought when they built this library 200 years ago. They had used every bit of knowledge at their disposal to master to perfect the design. Upon entering the library, Zhongheng found that he could play around with the library's mechanism. He moved a piece of rock with holes to the entrance to maintain the air circulation in the library. And at the same time, no passers-by would discover this underground library. That was why Zhongheng was quite happy to stay there. By the 6th month, his assassin skill had been upgraded to LV.3. And this was probably the skill that he spent the least time to reach LV.3. When Zhongheng was in the Black Sail dungeon, it took him many years to upgrade his sailing skill from LV.2 to LV.3. Thanks to the secret library, he spent less than a year upgrading this assassin skill. In total, he earned 292 game points from this dungeon, and he even acquired a game item called Heart of Christ. It was quite a fruitful journey for him. When Zhongheng opened his eyes again, he had returned from the desert to the lounge on the 2nd floor of Sex and the City. Zhongheng got up from the deck and walked towards the bartender. I can finally pay back the 71 game points that I owe you last time. And I have an item for you to identify as well. Previously, Zhongheng almost spent all his game points recasting the ordinary blade. Before he started his 9th round of the game, he only had 21 game points with him. He could not even afford to pay for the ritual of inheriting the remaining power from the Shadow set. Luckily, the bartender was kind enough to allow him to pay the remaining game points that he owed later. So the first thing Zhongheng did after the end of the dungeon was to pay back the points he owed. After that, he passed the unidentified Heart of Christ to the bartender. Although he had figured out the function of this item, he was not sure if he missed something. Anyway, it did not cost Zhongheng too many game points to identify the items, and Zhongheng could afford it. Congratulations, it seems it was a fruitful trip for you. The bartender accepted the sapphire, took out the tablet, and clicked on the payment interface. Zhongheng took the tablet without the bartender's reminder and entered his player number, deducting 74 game points. It appears that our transactions are as pleasant as always, the bartender said with satisfaction. I will help you identify this game item as soon as possible. By then, your blade should be readied. Do you want me to send it to your school, or do you want to pick it up yourself? I'll come and get it, Zhongheng replied without hesitation. The previous game items that he asked the bartender to identify were relatively small. Zhongheng did not want to attract any unnecessary attention. He was not worried that the guard might confiscate his blade, knowing that the logistic service that the bartender used would make sure that he received the item on time even if he was on the moon. The problem was that Zhongheng had no place to hide the blade at school. It would cause a lot of unnecessary misunderstandings if Chen Huadong and Wei Jiangyang found out about it. Chapter 897. Vacation. After Zhongheng returned to school, the last words of the bartender still lingered on his mind. She had spoken to him the moment he was about to leave the bar. There have been many weird people around recently. You better stay away from the person with a Hoj. Someone with a Hoj? Zhongheng thought for a while, and the only person with a Hoj was Nanako Mukaichi, the apprentice that Chen Huadong had accepted earlier. Nanako Mukaichi was Hayase Asuka's junior and had arrived in China as an exchange student not too long ago. Zhongheng had met her once, and he helped her find the books that she wanted to buy in the bookstore. At that time, Zhongheng was interrupted by the old man in a tank suit. Not knowing where he had popped out from, Zhongheng said goodbye to Nanako Mukaichi and Chen Huadong. Therefore, Nanako Mukaichi and Zhongheng did not have a chance to get to know her better. And based on the situation of that day, Nanako Mukaichi seemed to be behaving quite normally. Zhongheng, however, also believed that the bartender lady wouldn't have said something like that without supporting evidence. The old man in a tang suit showing up indicated that something was wrong with Nanako Mukaichi. Although the old man looked like he had nothing to do on the surface, Zhongheng analyzed him again and realized he wouldn't show up without reason every time. Except for that time he showed up to sign a contract with Zhongheng, he would only appear whenever Zhongheng was in trouble. When Moresby came to this world, for instance, they met for the second time. And the third meeting because Zhongheng crossed paths with the goddess of justice. And the last time Zhongheng met him was in the bookstore not too long ago. The old man in the tang suit was there to take away a book on the shelf that should not be there. It seemed that the reason that the book appeared there was probably related to Nanako Mukaichi. After realizing this, Zhongheng wanted to remind Chen Huadong and let him pay extra attention to his safety whenever he spent time with Nanako Mukaichi. However, when he saw Chen Huadong put on a silly smile when he talked on the phone, he knew that his reminder would probably be pointless. Fortunately, Nanako Mukaichi was probably targeting Zhongheng, so logically, she would not do anything to harm Chen Huadong. Since the start of the agent wars, Zhongheng had obviously become busier. The time between each quest had shortened by a lot, not to mention that June was coming soon. In other words, it was time for the final exam again. Previously, Zhongheng spent 1.5 years in ancient Rome. Without a doubt, it certainly had affected his memories. Fortunately, he had 48 hours a day. Even if the final exam came without warning, Zhongheng still had double the time to prepare for the exam compared to Chen Huadong and Wei Jiangyang. And Zhongheng discovered that his memory seemed to be better than before after acquiring the deduction skill set. When he was living in London, he tried to build a memory palace in his brain, according to what Holmes told him, and after which, he collected all kinds of information and stored it there. When he needed those memories, he could head to his memory palace to search for them. It was also the reason why he could quickly find all those hidden connections in the several seemingly unrelated things in Rome. And now, this memory palace had also saved him a lot of time to relearn all those things he learned in school. It allowed Zhongheng to complete his revisions a lot faster than expected. Just as Zhongheng entered the library and turned on his learning mode, a Tesla Model S rolled silently into the campus, stopping in front of Zhongheng's dormitory after capturing everyone's attention. When the driver's door opened, the first thing emerging out of the car was a pair of perfectly curved, beautiful legs. Immediately, all the males in front of the building landed their gazes on the legs. The driver soon exited the car and took off her sunglasses. Hanlu looked at Wei Jiangyang, who had just packed his lunch and was about to go back to his dormitory. "Oh, great! You are the classmate who played basketball with Zhongheng, right? Could you please help me tell him to come downstairs?" Wei Jiangyang opened his mouth and spoke after being left speechless for a while. "Weren't you driving a Lexus? I have more than one car. Besides, I have given away that car. Compared to my life, that Lexus is nothing. Strictly speaking, Zhongheng was the one who saved me that time." "Zhongheng saved your life." Wei Jiangyang felt like a paparazzi that carried all kinds of equipment, staking out outside a celebrity's house. However, Hanlu did not seem to have any intention of continuing this topic. So, she just smiled and said, "Can you ask him to come down? Don't tell him that I'm here. I want to surprise him." "Oh, no problem, but he is not in the dormitory now. He should be in the library," Wei Jiangyang stammered. He could not help but feel nervous every time he talked to Hanlu. Mainly, it was because of her reputation. Having been engaged in capital operations for a long time, she had forged within her a decisive temperament. Wei Jiangyang could not figure out how Zhongheng got along with such a strong woman. From his point of view, Hanlu was gorgeous, but a man would suffer if he stayed with her long term. After that, Wei Jiangyang looked for a random reason to ask Zhongheng to come down from the library. Before he walked out of the gate, he saw the Model S parked in front of the library through the glass. Hanlu lowered the window of the co-pilot seat and said to him, "Get in the car." Zhongheng raised his eyebrows and handed the computer and notebook in his hand to Wei Jiangyang, asking his help to bring them back to the dormitory. After that, he opened the car's door, sat down, closed the door, and asked, "Where are we going?" "Hawaii, a friend of mine just bought a yacht there. I asked him to lend it to me for a few months." Zhongheng shook his head when he heard what she said. "Hawaii is too far away, and I still have final exams." "How about Japan? There are lots of pretty islands there." "It only takes 3 or 4 hours by plane," Hanlu chirped. "You said you are about to take the final exam, but you have to make sure you balance study and rest. We can find a small island over there and stay for 2 nights. I heard Shin 1111 saying that you are quite busy recently. Although she refused to tell me what you are doing, I happen to have finished my work for now. So, I thought maybe we could have a vacation together. Why didn't you call me in advance?" "Because I didn't want you to find a reason to reject my invitation." Hanlu had already set up the autopilot to get them to the airport. She then turned to Zhongheng and said, "You saved my life. I know you may think it's no big deal, but I can't pretend that it didn't happen to me. And I want to do something for you. For starters, we can take a vacation together." Chapter 898. Okinawa Trip. Hanlu looked at Zhongheng, seemingly waiting for the latter's reply. However, Zhongheng was looking at the road ahead and reminded her, "The BIC on the right is about to change lane." "Okay." At this stage, Tesla's autopilot was only at LV2, far from what was advertised. It could operate normally in some relatively empty places, but when it came to the cities, especially those with severe traffic jams, the driver had to take over the car when the road conditions became a little more complicated. Hanlu switched back to manual mode. "But I have to at least get my passport when I travel to other countries. My passport is in my hometown, and there I need to take care of my visa as well," Zhongheng said. "Other than that, I didn't bring any clothes with me, so I don't think we can leave today." "Don't worry. I called Xiaoxia to ask your grandfather to mail your passport here. Someone will help you with the visa later. All we need to do is to wait at the airport. As for the clothes, it's a problem that can be solved easily. We can buy you some clothes when we arrive in Japan," Hanlu said. "It looks like I have no reason to reject your invitation." "Thank you," Zhongheng responded politely. "No. With you beside me, I can be more relaxed when I'm on a vacation. I don't want to endure being unable to sleep for a few days again." Hanlu seemed to have some lingering fears on her. The unknown danger was extremely frightening. Even a social elite like Hanlu could do nothing in the face of supernatural forces. For people like her who were accustomed to controlling everything, such a loss would make her extremely uncomfortable. Hanlu could not help but glance at Zhongheng in the passenger seat. She could not figure out how people like Zhongheng and Shin 1111, who had been living in that mysterious dark world, resisted the feeling of losing control of a certain aspect of their lives. Zhongheng, especially, always looked calm and composed. Even when he was in danger, he would be able to hold himself together, as if what he faced was no different than sitting in a classroom listening to a teacher talking or playing on a basketball court. Hanlu had read countless people over the years, but she had never met a man like this. The time the two spent time together was a strange and fresh experience for her. She had done so many things that she would never do and said a lot of things that she would have never said. Especially last night, she realized that this was probably the last night of her life. Her emotions had completely collapsed, and she even told Zhongheng that she wanted to have sex with him. There was nothing wrong with her request. After all, Hanlu had been single for so long, and she was not short of money. She must have tried some other methods to deal with her physical needs, but such methods did not quench her psychological needs. The circumstance on that night was different. After considering that Zhongheng was Xiao Xia's son, she felt that she had somehow betrayed her best friend. Fortunately, the two did not mention this matter again after the incident. Zhongheng seemed to have completely forgotten that she had said something like that. Han Lu, on the other hand, tossed herself back to her work, hoping her busy work schedule would get her back on the right track. The two had not contacted much after the death dream incident. However, Han Lu discovered that the trick he took pride in seemed to have failed this time. After a rare hesitation for 2 days, Han Lu contacted Xiao Xia and asked for Zhongheng's passport. An insensitive woman like Xiao Xia would not notice that there was anything wrong with it. She even praised her for being so generous to her son, pleased that Han Lu had taken good care of her son. Unfortunately, her compliments amplified the sense of betrayal in her heart. But in the end, Han Lu still decided to drive her Model S to Zhongheng School, and the two of them were on the plane to Okinawa 4 hours later. Han Lu would always be Han Lu. The moment she took her place in the first-class lounge, most of her distracting thoughts drove themselves out of her mind. Sometimes, it was useless to overthink things. She felt that it was better for her to go with the flow. And she did not want to go against her wishes because of her friendship with Xiao Xia. At the same time, she was not expecting any pleasant outcome. In fact, she had discovered that Zhongheng rarely showed his emotions when she spent time with him. This trip had proved that she was right all along. Although Zhongheng was sitting next to her, she felt he would disappear whenever she closed her eyes. This was the sixth sense of a woman. Han Lu picked up the cup in front of her and chatted casually. "Where is the girl that was with you before?" "Not Shan 1111, but the girl who drove my Lexus." "Fan Mainan?" Zhongheng asked. "I have no idea. It's been some time since I last contacted her. When I saw her last time, she complained that your car is too expensive to maintain and asked me when you could take it back." After Zhongheng returned from Rome, he did try to contact Fan Mainan, but all he got was an automated call from the service provider, telling him that the latter's cell phone was turned off. "I never take back things I gave out. If she doesn't like it, she can sell it at a lower price. It is actually not a bad idea for her to keep using it. I could have reimbursed her for the follow-up maintenance," Han Lu said while taking a sip of water. She then said, "After all, she almost lost her life because of me. I will tell her about it." Zhongheng said, "Are you worried about her?" Han Lu raised her eyebrows and asked. "A little. Mainly because the man that supports her isn't her ideal partner. His record is not exactly good," Zhongheng admitted. Fan Mainan was Loki's agent, and he was famous for causing troubles in Norse mythology. In reality, his agents were not to be messed with as well. Fan Mainan was not too bad, but her sister with sunglasses had caused great havoc to the 3 major guilds. He replaced the Dreamland of Death with a few pieces of plasticine. And in the end, Dreamland of Death fell into the hands of Seth, the god of chaos. He then made multiple copies of Dreamland of Death. Although the 3 major guilds worked hard to collect all those dangerous game items, some of them would inevitably slip out of their hands. Zhongheng did not think that this level of chaos would satisfy Seth. He had not heard anything from Seth and Loki for quite a long time, and that was not a good sign. However, Zhongheng could not tell this kind of thing to ordinary people like Han Lu. So, Zhongheng thought for a while, changed the subject, and said, "You have always had a good relationship with my mother. Did she tell you about the scientific expedition in Greenland?" Chapter 899. Adventure and Vacation. Scientific expedition to Greenland. Han Lu frowned. "I have a vague memory of it. I remember her mentioning it to me a long time ago, saying that a Greenland local had found some ruins. It was said that murals related to primitive worship could be found there. The guy reported it to the authorities, which caused a great stir at the time. It garnered the interest of many scholars, so they organized 2 scientific expeditions to the area mentioned by the locals. They went in search of the ruins, but found nothing in the end. After that, everyone began to accuse the local man who claimed to have found the ruins. They felt that it was a story he had made up. Although the locals insisted that they weren't lying, they could not find enough evidence to support their claim. Gradually, they all started to forget about this. Your mother, however, had always kept her interest in it. From the description that locals provided, she believed the ruins were likely related to Mesopotamian, Celtic, and Egyptian mythology. Jonghung seemed a little surprised. Why can't I find these things online? Oh, the news is about 70 or 80 years old. It was quite a humiliation to the archaeological community at that time, so it was only published in some local newspapers. Xiao Xia had found the piece of news in the old British Library, and during that time, she was writing her thesis. Although the news had little to do with her research, she became obsessed with it ever since. Later, we both graduated, and we were busy with our own affairs. In the beginning, Xiao Xia and I kept in touch with each other by phone. Later on, our work became more tedious, so we changed our communication method to emailing each other. We usually talked about the recent events in our lives. And then one day, Xiao Xia suddenly told me that your dad and she met a man called Time in some salon. He ran a travel agency, and he happened to fancy expeditions as well. So, he came up with an expedition team. And he was thinking of going deep into the uninhabited land of Greenland. Xiao Xia told him about the 70-year-old piece of news. Time was very interested in it and decided to invite your parents on the expedition. I persuaded Xiao Xia that she shouldn't accept the invitation so soon, let alone the perils that came alongside the harsh environment. She was also traveling with a group of strangers that she would meet for the first time. And here she was about to accept an invitation from a stranger to explore a desolate land. However, Xiao Xia told me about how rare of an opportunity it was and that your dad would also be going with her. But your mother, Han Lu, put down the glass of water, seemingly pondering on what she should say next. As far as I know her, she is actually not that courageous. From what I know, she is afraid of the pain of childbirth and the cold. When we studied together, she would lie in bed, munch on chips, and binge on soap operas whenever it started to snow. She didn't even want to get out of bed. I don't know why she was so obsessed with the ruins in Greenland. Since she was ready to brace the extreme cold and face the danger, I knew that she was desperate to go there. Finally, she got to join the expedition with your dad as she wished. Because of their participation, the team became a de facto scientific expedition. They were in Greenland for quite some time. Well, we didn't contact each other for about 2 months, but when she talked to me again, she told me that they had safely returned to their place of origin. I asked about the scientific research and whether she had managed to find the ruins she had been raving about. She said that she had found something she didn't know how to describe. If those things were published, they would probably cause an uproar among every theological and archaeological circle and even impact existing scientific processes. I thought she might have exaggerated the whole thing at the time, but I could hear the excitement in her voice. That being said, I have never seen her publishing the results of that particular expedition until now. After that conversation with her, she never mentioned that expedition again. Han Lu went on, in order to make sure that she was emotionally sound, I never asked her about the expedition again. However, I still have to say that her decision at the time was made without much consideration. You were only 2 years old, and she didn't even return to her country to hand you over to your grandfather. Instead, she asked one of her colleagues to take care of you for a few months. The worst part was she didn't even tell me about it. I didn't know that she gave birth to a son until she returned to China. To be honest, that did make me feel a little uncomfortable. I'm her best friend. We used to talk about everything. Although we didn't communicate as frequently as we did at school, it didn't affect our friendship. She should have told me that she had a son. She later explained that she didn't want to annoy me because I had just split with my fiancé at that time. However, she should know me well enough that I would not be bothered by such a thing. Han Lu paused and then curiously asked, "Why are you so interested in Xiao Xia's trip to Greenland, and why don't you just ask her or your father?" "I asked my father about it, but as you said, they don't seem to want to talk about it," replied Jonghung. "Anyway, thank you for telling me what you know." "It's not a big deal." Han Lu smiled. But you better not tell Xiao Xia that I told you these things because I don't know why she hides it from you. I feel as if we are going behind her back at the moment. I won't tell her. After a while, the stewardess walked over with the menu, and with a smile, requested their orders. Han Lu chose a Japanese meal and a glass of plum wine. However, she did not finish her main course. Instead, she finished the dessert and fruit. After she drank about half a cup of plum wine, her cheeks became slightly flushed. She then started to about the vacation. Where do you want to go and have fun tomorrow? I haven't been to Okinawa. It's your call, Zhongheng said. Han Lu said nothing in response to that. Almost immediately, she suggested, let's go diving. Have you ever dived before? Are you good at it? Well, I'm okay. I have dived in Cape Maeda and Reka 92. Let's go to Yonaguni Island this time. It is said that if you are lucky, you could see hammerhead sharks and humpback whales, Han Lu gushed. But we might encounter strong currents if we dive there. If you are a beginner, or if you have not dived much, we can head somewhere beginner-friendly. It doesn't matter. Just go where you want to, Zhongheng said. Chapter 900. Tool. Although the flight didn't last too long, it was already night when the two arrived at Naha International Airport, including the time spent waiting at the airport. Han Lu contacted the local guide in advance to pick them up at the airport exit. Around 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Hyatt Hotel, and Han Lu booked 2 rooms for herself and Zhongheng. And early the next morning, Han Lu fulfilled her promise made before they went diving. The first thing she did was to accompany Zhongheng around the nearby shopping mall to get a change of clothes and buy some necessities. Seeing Zhongheng walking out of the fitting room, wearing beach pants and a t-shirt, Han Lu could not help but compliment him. You look good in this, comparable to advertisement models, I believe. Is that right? But we have already bought 2 sets. Let's forget about this one, Zhongheng said. No. I like this set. Trust me. Han Lu took out her credit card. Yonaguni Island is located at the westernmost point of Japan, and there are no big shopping malls on the island. So, we have to prepare a few sets of clothes, right? Her last question was meant for the local guide beside her. The latter was a handsome, Chinese-Japanese young man. Whenever he smiled, the people around him could feel the breath of summer. That was why he charged a lot for his service fee. The standard local guide service fee was 1,000 to 1,500 yen per hour. However, the local guide that Han Lu had hired charged her 4,000 yen per hour. And he was in high demand as well. But when he put on his signature sunny smile to pick up Han Lu from the airport, he saw her frowning. That was because Han Lu did not expect her assistant to be so careless. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't mind hiring a handsome local guide to keep her company. After all, everyone liked attractive people. But this time, she was on vacation with Zhongheng. It did not make sense if she got herself a handsome local guide. Since the decision was made, Han Lu would not dismiss him. If she had done that on the spot, everyone would be able to see that she was trying to hide something. So, she could only bite the bullet and accept him as their local guide. Unfortunately, the person that suffered the most from this matter was the local guide. Though he was the one that provided the service, no one would pay double the price just to get a standard local guide service. He was supposed to enjoy the sun, sea, and beach with her. Occasionally, he would talk to his client about life. That was where the value from paying the extra money came from. Especially this time, when the local guide saw Han Lu walking out of the airport, he felt his heartbeat slowing by 2 beats. After that, he saw Han Lu frowning at him. This was his first experience getting rejected by his client. Fortunately, he only needed to send the 2 to the hotel that night, and he left without speaking much with them. It wasn't until the next day before he realized that he was only a tool to them. Han Lu would only speak to him when she needed translation service or tell him when she wanted to go next. As for the rest of the time, she would treat him like he was invisible. Even though the sky was clear and the sea breeze embraced Naha today, the local guide's mood was as bad as a blizzard ravaging the island. After taking Han Lu's order, he squeezed out a smile and a yes. "Pay with my card." Han Lu finally made a decision. In fact, she did not bother to listen to the local guide's opinion. She just wanted to make use of him to convince Zhongheng. As expected, Zhongheng did not say no anymore. Neither he nor Han Lu was short of money, so he would not dwell on whether to buy the set of clothes that he was wearing. No matter how old a woman was or what a woman worked as, they always had great enthusiasm when it came to buying stuff in a shopping mall. Although they were here to buy clothes for Zhongheng, Han Lu would take the opportunity to buy the clothes she liked too. In the end, the two ended up spending their entire morning shopping. Not only did Zhongheng buy 5 sets of clothes, but Han Lu had also bought a ton of cosmetics, shoes, and bags for herself. As she walked out of the mall, the local guide's hands were filled with shopping bags. "It's getting late. Let's find a place for lunch," Han Lu said while looking at the depressed local guide. "What are some of the special restaurants nearby?" "I don't know." The local guide shook his head. "You don't know?" Han Lu frowned. "You charge 4,000 yen an hour, and you didn't even bother to do some research for us." Now that Han Lu had mentioned it, the local guide started to get angry. He did charge Han Lu 4,000 yen an hour. However, he was not happy when she made him carry everything that she bought. With his handsome appearance, he could easily find another client. It was not necessary for him to stay here and work for them to get the hard-earned cash. There were still many young and beautiful girls in this world waiting for him to fill the emptiness in their hearts. Upon thinking about that, the local guide stood straight and said, "Sorry, Miss Han. I don't feel well today. I don't think I can work as your local guide anymore." Without waiting for Han Lu to speak, he continued, "I will refund all the fees I have received. And I apologize for all the trouble that I made." After finishing talking, he put down all the shopping bags on the side of the road. At that moment, he felt really proud of himself. He compared himself with the Chinese poet, Dao Yuanming, who refused to lower himself down for 5 buckets of rice. "Of course, you are free to go. I don't need you to refund the money to me as well. But you have to at least wait until another local guide to take over your job." Han Lu was displeased with his service from the beginning. After paying him 4,000 yen per hour, he still failed to provide her with the most basic service. And when he was working, he looked weak, and he looked like he had no intention to serve them at all, which was why she'd been looking for an excuse to fire him. She did not expect he would take the initiative to quit the job. "Let's find a restaurant for us first." Han Lu took out her mobile phone to contact her assistant to get her a new local guide. In the end, Zhongheng talked her out of it. "It's okay. We are going to travel to the island soon anyway. I can be your translator to translate some of the basic conversations." Zhongheng stopped an old couple who was about to cross the road and politely asked them to recommend some good restaurants nearby. When the local guide heard the conversation between Zhongheng and the old couples, he was taken aback. Usually, a tourist hired a local guide because they did not speak their language. Otherwise, they could go wherever they wanted to if they could communicate with others in their language. Previously, Zhongheng did not show he was capable of speaking in Japanese. He would remain quiet whenever the local guide did the translation for them. That was why the local guide assumed that Zhongheng did not understand Japanese. To his surprise, Zhongheng was well versed in Japanese, and he even carried a Tokyo accent. He started to think that maybe Han Lu did pay him that 4,000 yuan per hour to help her carry shopping bags. Had he misunderstood them from the beginning?